check test 1 2 1 2 3. Am I audible? 1 2 3 1 2 3. Sound check. Sound check 1 1 2 3. One, two, three, sound check. 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
This is a sound check, Mas Ramadan. Apakah sudah terdengar? 1, 2, 3. Oke, terima kasih banyak Mas. Selamat bertugas.
Telah bergabung bersama kami Menteri Koordinator Kemaritiman dan Investasi Republik Indonesia.
Please join with us the Minister of Coordinating Minister of MNI, His Excellency Luhur Binsar Panjaitan. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your willingness to attend our event today.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, demi menjaga
Distinguished
kelancaran.
guests, in order to keep our event well in our networks, I would like to remind you with several housekeeping rules. This event is broadcasted lively through our Zoom, and everything will be relayed on Bahasa Indonesia. For those who join us in Zoom applications, you can access our interpretation feature by using the global button, and you can choose between 2 languages. And for the visitors or attenders who join us today, you can use the receivers that we have provided for you.
If you are joining us today via Zoom app, we provide translation services from Indonesia to English and vice versa. You can enable this feature and change your default audio by clicking the globe button that is available on the top bottom right on your screen. And for those of you who are joining us here today, we provide a set of receivers that you can use. Bagi para panelis yang berada di Zoom, pastikan Anda tetap menyalakan kamera dan mode senyap dalam
Please ensure that you keep your mic on mute during the event. We would like to convene the meeting soon.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greetings and virtue. Welcome to Indonesia Solar Summit 2024.
Membawa energi surya Indonesia masuk dalam orde gigawatt.
Bringing Indonesia's energy to gigawatt order. My name is Clara Antawijaya, who will become the master of ceremony today, throughout the day, today, on 21st of August 2024. In this fine day, hopefully all of us in a good health state. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence this meeting, kindly rise to listen to our national anthem.
Indonesia Raya.
Indonesia Raya.
Hadirin dipersilakan duduk kembali.
Please be seated.
Bapak dan Ibu,
Ladies and gentlemen, photovoltaic have now become the main objective in the energy planning in Indonesia, with 3,000 gigawatt potential, and the development have been growing vastly, both in matter of consumption and in industrial level. But we have several challenges, including the lack of supporting enablers and the non-transparent procurement, and the policies that quite strict, and the limited provisions of tier 1 solar panel that have hindered the procurement from the international communities. But of course, we try to be consistent and to improve the interests and to increase the demands on the solar power in Indonesia. Indonesia Solar Summit 2024 is this year have this theme on building Indonesia's solar PV supply chain to support rapid energy transition and green industries, which hosted by the IESR, with the core corporations with the MNI and the MEMR of Republic of Indonesia. I will discuss about how to build the supply chain in Indonesia, and also to understand the risk factors in Indonesia across the industries. And it is also supported by the RE100.
Dan untuk mengawali acara
And
pada pagi hari ini, kita akan
to commence this meeting, we would now listen to the welcoming remarks by the Executive Director of IESR, Mr. Fabi Tumiwa. Mr. Fabi Tumiwa, the floor is yours.
Yang kami hormati Menteri Koordinator Bidang Maritim
His
dan
Excellency Coordinating Minister MNI, Mr. Luhut Bin Sarpanjaitan, who have attended with us today. Thank you, sir. Mr. SDM or MEMR, which represented by the Mr. Tahid Junaidi, the Sekjen of Pusdatin of IESDM, CEO of Energy Market Authority of Singapore, and all the panelists that have presented today, both online and offline, participants, and our distinguished colleagues in IESR. Good morning. Greetings and welfare, prosperity for all of us. First and foremost, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs, particularly Mr. Rahmat, and also the Ministry of Energy and Mineral, particularly on the FTKE, New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation Department, and for all the supports for this Indonesia Solar Summit 2024 to be happen. This event is the third event that have been commenced, and this year is quite special because it's part of the Indonesia ISF, Indonesia Sustainability Forum, that have been conducted by the MNI and also the Chamber of Commerce that will be conducted on December 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, it is such an honor for me to stand here before you to talk about this interesting, very significant issue on this decarbonization era, particularly on the solar PV supply chain to support rapid energy transitions. In order to prevent the climate change and to support the decarbonization of energy, the use of this issue have particularly the shifting from the fossil to the renewable energy is very vital. And from the COP meeting, in order to limit the temperature increasing up to 1.5 degrees, we should shift away from the fossil fuel and to triple-fold the capacity of renewable energy up to 500 gigawatt, which half will be generated from the solar PV, and most of them are currently located in Asia. And with this background, of course, Indonesia should be one of the important role and positioned ourselves as the leader on this solar PV, at least in Southeast Asia. And why it is important to build the supply chain of PV, solar PV. And I also would like to suggest the ways to leapfrog this, knowing that we are quite left behind. Indonesia has the technical potentials, including around 300,000 and 33 gigawatt based on the existing land, based on the median numbers as well. And of course, it's inevitable that the renewable energy will become the backbone of the energy main point in Indonesia. And fossil energy have created the energy, climate change and also high carbon footprints. Therefore, it is important to pivoting, knowing that it is important for the planet of Earth, and it's also part of our economic opportunities that we need to chase. And secondly, another reason, including that since we have this high demand of energy, we will always have this growing needs of it, and we need to secure this energy supply, and at the same time to cut the carbon emissions and to contribute on a global scale to combat the climate change. And thirdly, to create the industrials innovations and then creating job demands, and also to cut our dependency to the imported commodities, and in order to secure our renewable energy. And by securing this energy by establishing the fundamental infrastructures, we can achieve that. And the global momentum on the transitions on the energy, particularly the new renewable energy, and the global policy situations that have make the people in the economic developed economy to find the new opportunities in the developing countries, then we can use this as our opportunities to create this interest from the global demands, and also to grow our domestic economic growth. And ladies and gentlemen, we have this high commitment to use 100% renewable energy. And through IESR, we can listen. There will be 21 projects, including users and developers, who have committed to support the solar PV building in Indonesia, and we have also created the solar projects pipeline commitment, and this number will be growing. And we believe that this growing need will become the interest of the coming investment of the solar PV. And with this very high risks and also very compact investment scheme, building the end-to-end pipeline is not easy. Therefore, in order to use this opportunity, the government of Indonesia should create a firm action in order to create the guidelines that are credible for the investor. And first, we would like to propose the national industry of solar PV with both long and then short-term objectives with clear milestones, and the clear policies for the investors are very, very important. Therefore, the comprehensive guidelines will be important, which consist of the both fiscal and non-fiscal incentives, and also to create the ease of permit, and also for the land acquisitions. When we're stimulating the domestic and local market, there are two strategies that we could implement it, particularly to grow the demands domestically. First, we call it as the mandate adoption, or where the buildings will be mandated, and also the public services will be mandated to fulfill their own electricity needs. And we also have this mandated adoption. And secondly, to integrate the solar PV into the EV batteries. Therefore, the green battery manufacturers could be growing in line with our efforts to drive this initiative, and also export the modules or electricity export by using the solar PV within the countries, and to support the research and development, and to support the transformations of solar cells to create more competitive industry. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as a closing, I would like to highlight that creating the solar PV supply chain and market is an industry is not only an opportunity, but also a growing needs for us to create a more justice energy. And with the potential of our market and people, we can create the investment climate that could attract the investors. This is our time and momentum to build the solar PV industry in Indonesia, and I believe Indonesia could manage to become one of the leader in the solar PV supply chain on a global scale, and also to create a more sustainable future for the next generations. Thank you, greetings and prosperity, and have a good event today. Thank you.
Baik, terima kasih Bapak Fabi Tumiwa.
Thank you, Mr. Fabi Tumiwa, for your welcoming speech there. So inspiring to exactly positioning Indonesia as a solar hub. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would listen to the main opening remarks from the Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment, His Excellency Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Good
wabarakatuh.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to be here this morning. This is, I think, a very important forum for Indonesia because we are talking about renewable energy, especially we are focused on the solar panel. And we look at also the nation, we have Vision Golden Indonesia by 2045, which is, I think, I should say, this is a very challenging but doable because the demographic bonus also end by 2040. So we have to move very quick, the very, very aware about a lot of things what happen in the world today. I think there are several issues that we have to address. If you look at this slide, I think extreme poverty that we have to bring to zero and reduce inequality. Inequality, I think, is one issue that we have to address. Not easy, but I think, again, it's doable. Because there are so many downstreaming industry in Indonesia, and like nickel ore, like we have also seaweed and others, So then to create job opportunity, because the people of Indonesia live like 62% on the coastline. And this is, I think, also very important to increase international leadership involvement that I think President of the President-elect, I think, spend some time right now to explain to the global leaders that what we are doing in Indonesia. I think the transformation of the administration also going very well, and President-elect briefed by the President Joko Widodo what we are doing the last 10 years. And I experienced also when I was Chief of Staff of the President back 2014, we have very little understanding about what happened the last 10 years during the previous administration. But today, I can tell you that President-elect understand very much that what we are doing, what we're going to do, what is the weakness here and there, If I may add on this forum, we are focused on digitalization in this country, which is, I think, bring efficiency, less corruption in this country. We transform basically this country to be more efficient country. If you look at the e-catalog and also the Simbara on the coal, nickel and tin and others, And the last one is the GovTech, government technology. I think we, from 27,000 apps, we make it only one portal. We're going to launch this by before the new administration. So this also bring efficiency, effectiveness of the government to govern this country. So again, back to the solar panel, this solar summit, I think is very important. We are, of course, plan to out of the middle income trap, developing our economy sustainably to become the fourth largest economy globally, which is, I think, very doable today. I learn more and more, and I should say I'm pretty confident that we can do this one. Besides that, I think our President-elect has a very beautiful program on the human capital. We're going to build around 40 special high school. This is, I think, the creme de la creme of young people in Indonesia going to train, and we can send them to top university around the globe. So then, especially on STEM, the science and technology. So that's, I think, very important. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned earlier, 8.8 million items already registered in the e-catalog. So from that one, this data, we can design our own industry policy and link to the downstreaming industry. So you can see in the near future that there are so many good industry, beautiful industry in Indonesia. Nickel ore, only small part of the downstreaming because we have the only stainless steel. But after stainless steel, we can produce a lot of things. We can small one for small medium enterprises like fork and knife and many things. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we face a various challenge that I mentioned already, from geopolitical fragmentation to food security to climate change and energy transition. The food security, I think, very important. We build our own genome research center in Lake Toba, and this one we're going to genome our own seed of our own agriculture, and within 2 years, 3 years time, you can see the best seed of the potatoes and onion and chili and others, Never been like this before. So this one, I think one of the government program, and also very important for the the food security. Besides that, ladies and gentlemen, we understand the security to climate change and energy transition, that I think we are comply to this program, and so far I think we are still able to meet our target, and we are not only talking, but even sometimes only small, but we can still move forward. Hence, energy transition is needed to solve the issue of climate change. That's part of this program. This is to build our own solar panel industry in Indonesia. We have the silica, so we can nearly unlimited things that we can build. Like mentioned earlier, that potential of the renewable energy in Indonesia is like 3,000 something gigawatt, and soon the PLN could launch the program like 60 gigawatt of renewable energy, while existing electricity in Indonesia today is 73 gigawatts. So you see, we double this one with the renewable energy. That's, I think, the concrete action of the government of Indonesia about energy transition. And I think we take down soon in Cirebon 1, the 660 megawatt, and soon I think also Suralaya, this is a 2 gigawatt, because this is, I think, very important for the air pollution in Jakarta. So combination of this, I think, will going to reduce the air pollution index from around 170 something, go down to below 100, which is, I think, very, very important for us, because we spend like 38 trillion rupiah for the health and the BPJS, and also for the health spending. So yeah, we are working on that, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see what happens soon. And today we're going to have a last meeting on this, and soon we're going to announce. And Rahmat working very hard for this. We're looking for the numbers. How do we do it, etc. We don't want to hit the people, small, the ordinary people, but we like to also see, we don't want to subsidize energy to the middle class people and like us altogether, you know. Ladies and gentlemen, digital disruption and artificial intelligence, I mentioned this is issue, and we are also part of this, food security, climate change, and energy transition. And we go into the next economic growth. Well, whatever we do, we should look at also our economic growth, you know, because we export like $50 billion of the coal and gas, you know. So if you stop this immediately, I think we could impact toward our economy. We don't want to do so. So we like to see the equilibrium of the policy. We don't want to disrupt our own economy because of the takedown of the coal energy. If you look at the number of the carbon emission per capita, Indonesia only I think around 1.5, while the limit is like 2.5 something, while the default country, maybe some of them are already 12, excuse me, 12 or maybe 15 index of that. So I told during the meeting in Bali G20 to the US Treasury, Professor Yellen, it's unfair to push Indonesia very much, you know, because our contribution to the carbon emission per capita is only 2.5 something, you know, while America is I think around maybe 14 something. You know. So we have still right to, you know, room to move, but we'll try very hard to, you know, to reduce this one by, you know, taking down some of the old coal-fired energy. Ladies and gentlemen, energy resilience, I think is very important, ensuring affordable energy availability for the public, you know. So we are trying very hard to do so. That's why we are considered right now, we are exercising this one, we're studying this one carefully about portable nuclear power, that 50, 100 megawatt, especially Indonesia consists of so many islands, 17,000 islands something, so that maybe the 50 megawatt or 20 megawatt we need in some area, and which is I think considered as a green energy. And ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia needs to develop green industry of the future to retain its energy exporter status and sustain energy industry. I think we are signing a read agreement with Singapore that we're going to export like some, I think so far 2.5 gigawatt. And but then at the same time, we have to build our own solar panel industry. So they build the ecosystem. We don't want to import the solar panel in order to export the green energy to Singapore. But at the same time, I remind also Rahmat, we have to be careful that we should also look at our own interests, you know, domestically, because one day, talking about, how do you call it, the energy of the data center. Data center, I think, need also green energy. We don't want to, people want to invest in data center in Indonesia while we don't have the any more renewable energy. So then we'll see the equilibrium. Everything is based on the equilibrium in order to, you know, keep that we can deliver or become hub of the green energy in this region. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at also this one, Indonesia has a huge potential of renewable energy generation. If you look at this data, this slide, I mentioned already 3,000 something gigawatt, and currently only 7 gigawatt already we use this one. Indonesia actively forming energy partnership for border and border electricity trade, especially RE. And this, I think you look at the slide here also here, we are very friendly on this, but of course we have to look at also our national interests, you know. You cannot just export something, but then you miss something within domestically, we don't want to. So this country is very rich, we are very rich on the critical mineral. Right now we are very smart on that. Nobody can play around against Indonesia. Maybe before they can do so. Today I promise you, not gonna happen. I have like Rahmat, you know, like other people. They are very smart, they understand numbers, they understand also the interests of our country. But of course, we like to share also with some other countries, especially surrounding us, ASEAN. Expand the domestic value chain for solar PV and BS and other. You see the ingot cell. Since we build the ecosystem, the whole country, so we like to see the ecosystem have to be established in this country, but at the same time, human capital, like I mentioned to you, we have to promote this very much. So the 40 special high school, I think the idea of President-elect is so beautiful. I think by 2027, we can see like 7,000 young, bright Indonesia already in place to go to the STEM study in any top university around the globe. And the government also provide like endowment of this at $10 billion. So from that one, we don't see any issue about the scholarship for the smart people in Indonesia to send abroad. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the dreams of our leaders, and I believe very achievable because this is a beautiful one. And also the management system, others, you see the slide here. And renewable energy cooperation with Singapore has been agreed for I was the signing at the time. I remember that with Pak Theo. Oh, this is the slide you can see. Look, handsome guy on there. Oh, yeah. But this is one because Rahmat, Rahmat prepared this only, I don't know how many, 6 months, less than 6 months, yeah. Where's Rahmat? Yeah. Less than 6 months, to prepare this one. Because I told Rahmat, let's do it, because John Kerry remind me, why don't you export also renewable energy to your neighbor? I said, we can do it, but we have to look at this also our interest before we can export to other country. But then within 6 months, we are ready, and then we signed this agreement with Singapore. And I'm so happy today through the collaboration with Singapore, Indonesia has attracted investment, power export and solar farm and like this, and there are so many company, and I thank you to all of you. Don't worry, don't hesitate to invest in Indonesia. I think in terms of legally and policy, we are very certain on that. We're going to be very firm on that because there are two things I understand today about the legal things and also about policy. So we are not gonna like yo-yo on our policy. We look at surrounding our country, and if other countries gave 4, maybe we can give 4 point something, make it better offer to all of you. And ladies and gentlemen, that's I think the last one. I think I would like to invite you to extend my invitation to Sustainability Forum 2024. This is I think very important. This forum is going to be very good to discuss, to deal about the sustainability things, so like solar panel and other things. So it's going to be yearly program managed by Rahmat and the team, and I thank you to this team. They are preparing very well this year also. I think I look at the number of the participation. We love very much if you can also register to this forum. And this is our forum, not Indonesian forum, but our forum who has interest in this clean, green energy. Thank you to all of you. Register now. This is our area. If you don't register, then you're not part of this. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mohon izin Bapak Luhut, mohon izin untuk tetap berada di atas
With
panggung,
your
Pak.
permission, Pak Luhut, please stay on the stage. We will take a group photo together. Pak Luhut, please remain on the stage. Thank you very much, Pak Luhut. And we would like to also invite Pak Fabi Tumewa, Pak Sahid Junaidi, Pak Rahmat Kaimuddin, and also Ibu Nayo to join us on the stage and take a group photo with Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan. Once again, I would like to invite Pak Fabi Tumewa, Pak Sahid Junaidi, Pak Kaimuddin from Guna, and Bu Nayo to have a group photo, the first group photo,
Nanti foto sesi yang kedua.
And then we will have the second group photo session. All right.
Untuk sesi foto yang pertama,
For the
mohon
first
bersiap tim
photo session,
dokumentasi dalam
please
hitungan
be ready,
ketiga.
our photographers.
1, 2,
1,
3.
2, 3.
Baik, mohon kesediaannya satu kali lagi.
Once again.
Dalam hitungan ketiga. 1,
1,
2,
2,
3.
3.
Untuk sesi foto yang kedua,
For
mohon izin, we
the
would like to
second
welcome
photo
Mr.
session,
Ross Mitchell from RE100. Mr. Ross Mitchell from RE100 to take a photo with us together. Thank you very much, Mr. Ross. Baik, tim dokumentasi, ini sesi foto yang kedua. Mohon
the
izin.
documentation team, this is our second photo session. Please be ready. In 3, 1, 2, 3.
Baik, berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah Bapak dan
Give a
Ibu.
big round of
Terima kasih
applause,
atas
ladies and
kesediaannya, Bapak
gentlemen.
dan
Thank
Ibu.
you very
Kami
much.
persilahkan untuk kembali ke
Ladies and
tempat
gentlemen,
duduk
please
masing-masing.
return to your
Terima kasih
seats.
atas perkenannya dan terima kasih
Thank you very
atas
much
welcoming speech yang
for
telah diberikan
the welcoming
oleh
speech
Bapak
that
Luhut
has
Binsar
been
Panjaitan.
delivered
Terima
by
kasih.
Bapak Luhur Binsar Panjaitan. Thank you very much.
Baik Bapak dan Ibu, terima kasih atas
Ladies and
kesediaan.
gentlemen, thank you for
Baik. Selanjutnya, kita
waiting,
akan mendengarkan
and
serangkaian
next
pesan dari
we would
Menteri
like to listen
ESDM
to
yang
the
akan
welcome,
disampaikan
the
oleh
remarks from the
Menteri Energi
Minister
dan Sumber
of
Daya
Energy
Mineral,
and Mineral
Bapak Badil
Resources,
Mahadalia,
Bapak
yang saat ini
Badil Padalia,
diwakili oleh Bapak
who is
Sahid
represented by
Junaidi
Bapak
selaku
Sahid
Sekretaris
Junaidi
Direktur
as
Jenderal
the
Energi
Secretary of
Terbarukan
the
dan
Director General of
Konservasi
New
Energi
Renewable Energy
Kementerian
and
ESDM.
Energy Conservation of
Kepada Bapak
the
Sahid,
Ministry
kami
of Energy and
silakan.
Mineral Resources. To Bapak Sahid, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
kami hormati
The Honorable
Mr. Puah Kok Keong
Mr. Puah
dari
Kok Keong
IMA,
from EMA,
kemudian Bapak
and
Febi
also
Tumiwa,
Bapak Febi Tumiwa,
Eksekutif Direktur
Executive
IESR,
Director of
Bapak Eka
IESR,
Satria, Direktur
Bapak Eka
Utama
Satria,
Ecopower,
the
kemudian
Director of
Bapak Ross
EcoPower,
Mitchell
Bapak Ross Mitchell as well,
from RE100,
from RE100,
kemudian para pembicara,
and also
moderator, serta
speakers,
Bapak Ibu hadirin
moderator,
yang berbahagia.
and also ladies and gentlemen.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Assalamualaikum
wabarakatuh.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings of
Selamat
virtue.
pagi, salam sejahtera
Good
untuk kita
morning.
semuanya,
May
dan
peace be
juga
upon
salam
us
sehat.
all. And also, I hope everyone is in good
Pertama,
health.
puji syukur kita panjatkan
First of all, I would like
kehadirat
to
Tuhan Yang Maha
extend
Kuasa
my
pada
gratitude to
kesempatan
God
hari ini bisa
Almighty
hadir di
because in this
dalam
occasion, I can
agenda
attend
Indonesia Solar Summit tahun
this
2024
Indonesia Solar Summit
dalam
of
keadaan sehat,
2024 in a good
dan
health.
kami menyampaikan
And
apresiasi
I would like to
setinggi-tingginya
also
kepada
extend the
Bapak
highest
Febi Tumiwa dan
appreciation
tim
to Bapak Febi
IESR
Tumiwa
yang
and
telah
also the ISR team
menyelenggarakan forum ini dengan
for
sangat baik.
conducting this
Dan pada
forum
kesempatan ini,
very well.
izinkan
And in
saya
this occasion,
mewakili Bapak Menteri
allow
SDM
me to represent the
dan
Minister
juga
of Energy and
Bu
Mineral
Dirjen
Resources and
EPJKE
also our Madam
yang
Director General
kebetulan
of
bersamaan
New
dengan
Renewable
agenda lain
Energy
yang tidak bisa ditinggalkan,
because they are not
sehingga
able to
kami yang
attend today
mewakili
due to other agenda items. So
untuk
I
sharing
was
terkait
assigned to
dengan
represent them
bagaimana peran energi
to
surya
talk
dalam
about
mendukung
the
proses
role of
transisi
solar
energi di
energy to
Indonesia.
support energy transition efforts in Indonesia.
Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati,
Honorable ladies and
proses
gentlemen,
transisi
the
energi
process of
di
energy
Indonesia
transition
telah
in
dimulai
Indonesia started
pada Paris Agreement
during
yang lalu
Paris
dan
Agreement
juga untuk
and also to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and also to maintain the increase of global temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And also the target in the medium term is the NBC target, whereby the government of Indonesia, in order to improve the commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emission into 915 tons of CO2, and from the energy sector, it is expected that the contribution of the reduction is around 358,000 gigatons through several scenarios. The first one is energy efficiency, and then utilization of renewable energy, green energy generation, and also low carbon, and also post-mining reclamation. Mas Rizky, maybe one of the team members, maybe you can show the slide. Oh, okay. Already, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, so from the reduction target, thank God that in 2023, from the target of 116 million tons of CO2, so we managed to reach the target. Yeah, the reduction of the emissions of 2023 was achieved, and hopefully in 2024 this will be consistent and we will be able to achieve it again in 2024. And in this energy transition effort, Indonesia has new renewable energy sources that are abundant, as mentioned by the coordinating minister and also Bapak Fabi Tumiwa. And from those potentials, this has brought optimism that energy transition can be carried out well. Of course, with our efforts as well to synergize. From the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, we have calculated that the utilization is 13.3 gigawatt, and this is a challenge for us on how we at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources to prepare the policy instruments that are right and also implementative for the development of new renewable energy. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to realize energy transition, we have made several efforts here in the Ministry of Energy through the Energy Transition Roadmap that covers several strategies, including the implementation of energy efficiency, electric vehicles, electric stoves, and also electrification in other sectors, and also moratorium for new coal-fired power plant, and also coal phase down for the existing ones, and also the development of renewable energy, be it through on-grid and off-grid electricity, and also the utilization of biofuel. And in 2023, there will be development of new energy like nuclear energy, hydrogen, and also ammonia, and CCS and CCUS. Ladies and gentlemen, in line with the net zero emission roadmap, the procurement of electricity of 2060 will come from new renewable energy power plants with the capacity of 367 gigawatts, where solar will be dominant, around 115 gigawatt. Therefore, it is
Indonesian Solar Summit.
appropriate that
Dan
today's event it's called
diketahui
Indonesian Solar
bahwa
Summit.
demand untuk listrik tahun
The demand for
2060 akan
electricity in
didominasi dari
2060
sektor
will be
industri
dominated
sekitar
by the
64%,
industrial sector,
diikuti
around
oleh rumah
42%,
tangga,
followed by the household sector,
22%, bisnis,
22%,
kendaraan listrik, publik,
business,
dan green hydrogen untuk
electric vehicles, and green
transportasi dan
hydrogen for
transportasi.
transportation industry as
Bapak
well.
Ibu, seperti kita ketahui bahwa
Ladies and gentlemen,
Indonesia
as we all
terdiri
know,
dari
Indonesia
17
consists
sekitar
of
17.000 pulau dan
around
7.000 pulau
17,000 islands,
diantaranya
and
berpenghuni.
7,000 of which are
Oleh karena itu,
inhabited.
sumber daya EBT yang tersebar
That's
luas di
why
seluruh negeri
new renewable energy
memerlukan
sources spread out
treatment
throughout
yang
the
khusus
country
supaya bisa menjangkau
require
seluruh
special
negeri.
treatment so that
Dan
this
oleh
can
karena itu
reach
diperlukan
the
modernisasi
whole parts
jaringan
of the
melalui
country. That's why
supergrid
we need a network
yang
through
menggunakan
supergrid
konsep
that
smart dan
uses
terintegrasi
smart
secara
integrated
nasional,
concepts nationally,
khususnya di
especially
wilayah Indonesia bagian
in
barat dan
the
tengah.
western part and
Dengan adanya
central
supergrid
part
ini akan
of
membentuk
Indonesia.
infrastruktur
With
transmisi
this,
dalam
this
negeri
will
yang tangguh
shape
dan
a
juga
resilient
handal.
and
Bapak
also
Ibu,
reliable
sesuai dengan
industry in Indonesia.
roadmap NZE
And in line with
bahwa
the roadmap,
teknik pembangkit dari solar atau surya
solar
akan sangat
power
mendominasi.
plants will
Dan
be
hari ini
dominating.
kita berkumpul untuk
And
mengeksplor
today
lebih dalam,
we
lebih
are
jauh
all gathering
salah
here to
satu
explore it
energi yang
further.
sumber dayanya sangat
One
melimpah
of
dan
the energy
hampir
sources
tersedia
that
di
is abundant
seluruh
and
penjuru
is
tanah air,
almost
yaitu
available
energi surya.
throughout the country,
Dan
which is
fokus
solar
pengembangan
energy.
PLTS
And the
di
focus
Indonesia
for the development of
meliputi
solar
pengembangan PLTS
power
skala
plants,
besar,
including the
PLTS atap,
big scale
atau
one, the
instalasi
ATAP
PLTS
power
apung,
plants, and also the floating power
sebagaimana
plant
yang telah beroperasi
that
di
have
Cirata.
operated in Cirata.
Dan awal tahun ini
And at the
juga
beginning of the year,
Kementerian SDM
the
menerbitkan
Ministry of
Permen
Energy and
Peraturan
Mineral
Menteri Nomor
Resources
2 Tahun
issued the
2024
ministerial
tentang PLTS
regulation
atap
number
yang
24 on
terhubung pada
solar
jaringan
power
tenaga
plant of ATAP that
listrik
is
pemegang
connected
izin
to electricity
usaha penyediaan
generator
tenaga listrik untuk kepentingan umum
for
atau
the
PLTS
business
atau
of
yang populernya.
electricity generation
Dan permen ini
for
diterbitkan
public,
sebagai
or
bentuk
it's called
improvement
ATAP. This is a
atas
form of
peraturan
improvement
sebelumnya
or amendment of the
dan adanya
previous
penghapusan
regulation, and there is
yang
also
mengatur adanya penghapusan biaya
it
paralel,
regulates the elimination
adanya
of regular
kepastian
fees and also
penerimaan permohonan sepanjang
certainty for
kuota
application as long
tersedia.
as the quota is available.
Dan harapannya dengan
And the
pengaturan
expectation
ini
is through this
dapat
regulation,
mendorong
this
PLTS
would
atap secara lebih
encourage
masif,
solar
khususnya di
power plant
komersil
ATAP
dan juga
massively,
di industri.
especially commercially speaking and
Pemerintah
also
juga telah
in the
menerbitkan
industry. And the
RPTL
government has also issued
2021-2030
RPTL
di mana porsi
of
pembangkit EBT
2021-2020
itu
2030,
sebesar 51,6%
so
atau
it's 51.6%
20,9
or
megawatt,
20.9 megawatt,
lebih besar dibandingkan penambahan pembangkit
higher
fosil
than the
48,4%.
fossil one,
RUPTL ini yang sering
44%.
disebut sebagai green
So
RUPTL
RUPTL is
dan
often called
menjadi
as
kewajiban
green
kita semua
RUPTL. So it is
untuk
our
mengawal
responsibility
implementasi
to
RUPTL.
always monitor
Dan
the implementation of
untuk itu,
RUPTL.
pemerintah secara aktif
That's why the
menyediakan
government
beberapa
actively provides
kebijakan berupa insentif dan
policies
juga
in
kemudahan lain
form of
untuk mendorong
incentives
ekosistem
to encourage
implementasi EBT
the
menjadi
implementation
lebih
of new
baik.
renewable energy so that this
Dan
would become better.
alhamdulillah di
And thank God that
akhir bulan Juli yang lalu
at the
dan
end
juga
of
di awal bulan
July and
Agustus,
also at the beginning of August,
Kementerian SDM telah
the Ministry of
menerbitkan
Energy
Permen
and Mineral
11
Resources
tahun
has issued
2024
ministerial regulation
terkait dengan
number
TKDN
11 of
untuk proyek
2024 on
infrastruktur ketenagalistrikan
TKDN on the infrastructure of
dan
electricity
turunannya ada
and
Kepmen dan
also the
juga Menteri
implementing
Zen.
regulation,
Dan
like
dengan terobosan ini
ministerial
diharapkan
regulation and others. And
investasi
through this, we hope that
proyek-proyek
investment of
EBT
new
akan
renewable energy
bisa
projects
berjalan lebih
will be able to run smoothly. Yeah, so
Dan dalam
RUPTL is electricity supply business plan, and TKDN is domestic component level. Yeah, through the implementation, we are still facing some challenges. Yeah, regarding the technology and also supply and demand,
beberapa di pelaksanaan proyek
and
dan oleh karena
also
itu
the implementation of the projects.
diperlukan
So that's
kerjasama
why
dan partisipasi dari
we
seluruh pemangku kepentingan
require
untuk
cooperation and
mencapai
also participation of all the stakeholders
tujuan dari transisi
to
energi
achieve the
untuk
goals of
memenuhi
the energy transition and also to fulfill
target-target
the
untuk
targets
mengantisipasi perubahan iklim
to anticipate climate
dan
change. And
kerjasama pentahelix itu terus kami
pentahelix
kembangkan.
cooperation is
Dan
always being developed.
sebagai penutup, Bapak Ibu yang
And
saya
as a closing,
hormati,
ladies and gentlemen,
saya mewakili Kementerian SDM
I,
sekali
on
lagi
behalf of the
mengucapkan terima
Ministry
kasih
of Energy and Mineral
atas
Resources, would like to
kesempatan
extend my
yang sangat
gratitude
baik ini dan
for this
saya
good occasion
sangat
and
berharap
opportunity. And
bahwa
I really
forum
hope
ini
that
akan
this
menjadi
forum
sarana
will
yang
become
sangat bermanfaat
a very
dalam
useful means
bersinergi
for us to
memperkuat
synergize,
kolaborasi
to encourage
menuju pencapaian
collaboration,
energi
to
bersih dan
reach
berkelanjutan
new renewable and
melalui
sustainable
pemanfaatan
energy
energi surya.
through the
Demikian kami
utilization of
sampaikan, kurang
solar
lebihnya mohon
energy.
maaf.
That
Akhirul
wrapped up
kalam,
my
Assalamualaikum
remarks.
warahmatullahi
Apologies for
wabarakatuh.
any shortcomings. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Bapak Said
Thank you very
Junaidi atas
much, Bapak Said
sambutannya.
Junaidi,
Terima
for
kasih
your
banyak atas
welcoming
sambutan
remarks.
yang begitu hangat
Thank you
dan
very much
menyemangati
for
kita
your
semua
warm
di
remarks,
pagi
yeah,
hari
and
ini.
it has given us all spirit in
Hadirin
this
sekalian,
morning.
tibalah
Ladies and
kita di
gentlemen,
sesi deklarasi
we have come to the
RE100 Climate
declaration
Group
of
dan
RE100 Climate
IESR.
Group and
Kerjasama ini
IESR.
merupakan
This
kolaborasi
cooperation is a
IESR
collaboration between
dengan
IESR
RE100
and
Climate Group dalam
RE100 Climate
usaha
Group
untuk
in an
mempercepat
effort
perubahan
to
menuju Jakarta
expedite
Carbon
the
Mall pada
changes
tahun
towards
2060
net
atau
zero
mungkin
by
bisa lebih cepat
2060,
lagi
or
melalui
even faster than
dekarbonisasi
that
industri dan
through
sektor
decarbonization
swasta
of
di Indonesia.
industry and also private sector in Indonesia.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in 2023, the Institute for Essential Services Reform, or IESR, started partnership with RE100 to promote a collaborative work of private sectors and industry in decarbonizations. And this partnership is aligned with ISSR's long-term visions to advance Indonesia's transitions to low-carbon energy system and economy. And to share the context within the collaborations, we invite Mr. Ross Mitchell from RE100 Senior Campaign Manager and Mr. Fabi Tumiwa as the Director Executive of ISSR to step on the stage. So please welcome Mr. Ross and Mr. Fabi Tumiwa. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ross Mitchell is the RE100 International Senior Campaign Manager at Climate Group, and RE100 is a Climate Group business-led renewable electricity campaign working with the world's leading corporations committed using 100% of renewable electricity. Ross has been leading the initiative for 5 years. So without further ado, Mr. Ross, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Selamat pagi. It's a pleasure to be here today with you all. Thank you to IESR, our Indonesian partner, the Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs, and Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources for hosting us. I'm Ross Mitchell, RE100 International Senior Campaign Manager at Climate Group. Climate Group is an international non-profit focused on driving climate action fast. We work with powerful networks of businesses and governments. RE100 is our business-led renewable electricity initiative. Renewables are the future. RE100 brings together leading international businesses committed to using 100% renewable electricity. Our mission is to drive change towards zero-carbon electricity grids globally by 2040. We do this in 2 ways. Through encouraging investment in renewables and by working with policymakers to accelerate the transition to clean, renewable energy. Indonesia is a key new market for us. where we're excited to collaborate with all of you here to drive this change. There are over 430 leading companies in the RE100 campaign. As you can see from the map on screen, they have operations in almost every country in the world. This puts us in a strong position to create change. These members consume 555 terawatt-hours per year of electricity and represent enough demand for renewable electricity to power a country almost as big as South Korea. If RE100 was a country by itself, it would be the 10th largest electricity consuming country in the world. Indonesia currently consumes 315 terawatt-hours per year of electricity, which is 57% of RE100's demand. As of our last annual report, RE100 has 121 international businesses reporting operations in Indonesia who need renewable electricity to meet their targets. Here you can see the logos of just a few of the leading companies in our membership, and we're expanding all the time. We're currently speaking with several Indonesian companies who are looking to become our first Indonesian headquartered company to join these leaders. When you join the campaign, you become part of our powerful network, giving you opportunities to learn from other companies in our membership and allowing you to powerfully express your views to policymakers. Joining RE100 is also good for your brand. Members tell us year on year that this is a key benefit of their RE100 membership. We also hold our members accountable to their targets through yearly reporting to our technical partner, CDP. We can then use this significant renewables demand of our membership to advocate for policy change to make sourcing renewables easier and cheaper. This is the ultimate aim of RE100. To guide our policy work around the world, RE100 uses these 6 principles. We target our policy work in countries where our members face challenges to sourcing renewables to meet their targets. These principles serve as a checklist for what a good renewable sourcing environment needs. When conducting country-specific policy work, we use these principles as our framework. RE100 has had success in other markets. In South Korea, we have 37 members. Alongside our global membership, this has made us an influential voice for businesses needing easier access to renewables there. We've also partnered and collaborated with South Korean organizations similar to IESR to drive forward our work. To give you an idea of the policy influence we now have there, we had recent closed-door meetings with the South Korean Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy, and the country has introduced RE100 laws to increase access to renewables. The South Korean government has also changed regulations on green premiums this year in line with our South Korean policy messages. We have had similar success in both India and Japan, and we're building out our work in South Africa at the moment. We now want to drive similar change in Indonesia, and last year formalized a partnership with IESR, combining their expertise and insights with RE100's mission. Indonesia is a priority market for RE100. Renewables are essential for Indonesia's leadership, with a growing economy aiming to have the 7th largest GDP in the world by 2045, the 4th largest population globally, and expectation for power demand to triple from 2021 to 2050. Renewables can help channel private investment whilst helping Indonesia achieve its climate, economic, and social goals. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources stated in 2021 that only 0.3% of Indonesia's renewable potential was fulfilled. So there's much more that Indonesia could do to take advantage of the renewable potential that it has available. Industry accounts for 1/3 of Indonesia's electricity demand. With over 120 RE100 members reporting operations in Indonesia, there's already a strong business voice asking for Indonesia to prioritize renewables. We want to add Indonesian companies to this voice to strengthen our influence and expertise here. RE100 represents strong business demand for increasing the availability, accessibility, and affordability of renewable electricity globally and here in Indonesia. If your company likes the sound of this, then join us and become one of the first Indonesian members. Support our message about improving renewable sourcing by setting an RE100 target. Membership will help demonstrate your business's climate leadership, boosting your reputation and competitive advantage. Gain access to hundreds of businesses and governments globally for peer learning and collaborative opportunities like Climate Week New York City and the Asia Action Summit. If you're interested in getting involved, please get in touch with Kina here in Indonesia, or Kate on email, and Laura, who is here today in the global team. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Hello to everybody here today at the Indonesia Solar Summit. I'm Helen Clarkson, CEO of Climate Group, and it's a pleasure to have our RE100 team with you here today to officially launch our work in Indonesia. I know my colleagues will be speaking to you in more detail shortly about RE100 and our work in the wider region. Indonesia is an exciting point in its history. With aspirations to be in the top 10 highest GDP countries, it's essential that that growth is fueled by renewable energy. International businesses want to work and operate in countries that are prioritising renewables over fossil fuels to help them meet their own targets. Countries that harness the power of renewables can be confident that businesses will bring investment into the electricity market. We have over 70 international companies operating in Indonesia as members of RE100. We're looking for our first local member to help drive climate action and address barriers to renewables in Indonesia. I want you to thank you for having RE100 to speak with you today and wish you a really successful event.
Mari kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah.
Let us give them a big round of applause.
Baik, Bapak-bapak, kita akan foto bersama terlebih dahulu.
So please remain on this stage because we would like to capture this moment.
Oke. Baik, kami juga turut mengundang untuk naik ke atas
We
panggung.
would like to invite Ms. Andi Yulianti Ramli, PhD, as the Secretary Deputy of Infrastructure and Transportation for the MNI. Mrs. Andi Yulianti kindly joined our panelists on the stage and capture this moment.
Masih di holding room dan izinkan kami untuk menunggu.
Shins is on the ballroom right now.
Kami turut mengundang.
We would like to also invite.
Baik.
Very well. We would like to invite Mrs. Chitra and Mr. Sai Junaidi to join the panelists on stage. Let us give them a round of applause. Mr. Junaidi and Ms. Chitra, kindly have your picture taken while we're waiting for Ms. Yuliani Ramli.
Baik. Terima kasih banyak atas kesediaannya Bapak dan Ibu.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being present with us. Let us give them a big round of applause. Now we would like kindly to ask you to return to your seatings.
Baik, Bapak dan Ibu, kita akan memasuki acara
Ladies and gentlemen, now we would move on to the next agenda, Declaration of the Solar Pipeline. But before, we have provided several refreshments, coffee break for you to enjoy on the pre-function or for your area.
Silakan Bapak dan
And
Ibu.
we would give 15 minutes for you to enjoy this coffee and refreshments that we have provided on the foyer area.
Coffee break adalah 15 menit.
So we would give you 15 minutes for the coffee break. Please use your time wisely. I'll see you in 15 minutes.
Iya, tadi aku bilang deklarasinya habis maybe there's something change. No worries.
Baik Bapak dan Ibu, acara Indonesia Solar Summit 2024 akan segera dimulai kembali. Bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di luar ruangan, kami persilakan untuk masuk ke dalam ruangan karena acara akan segera dimulai. Silakan Bapak dan Ibu, kami persilakan untuk memasuki ruangan karena acara sesaat lagi akan dimulai dalam 5 menit. Kami persilakan Bapak dan Ibu untuk memasuki
Please
ruangan.
proceed into the room because we are about to start our event. Thank you.
Baik Bapak dan Ibu, waktu sudah menunjukkan pukul 10.40 dan coffee
Alright,
break
ladies
tadi
and
di
gentlemen,
awal
now
waktu
it's
15 menit sudah berakhir.
11:40, yeah. So
Bapak
the
Ibu yang
allocated
masih
time
berada di luar ruangan, kami persilakan
has
untuk
ended.
masuk
So if
ke
you are
dalam
still
venue
outside of the
karena
room, please
acara
proceed into
akan
the room
dimulai sesaat
because we
lagi.
will
Kami
start
persilakan
our
Bapak dan
event
Ibu
as
untuk memasuki
soon, yeah.
ruangan
So to
karena
ladies and
acara akan
gentlemen,
segera dimulai
please proceed
sesaat
into the
lagi.
room because we
Adapun
are
kita
about
akan
to
memasuki
start our
sesi
event
selanjutnya
again.
yaitu
We
deklarasi
will move on to
bersama
the next session, which is
kolaborator-kolaborator
joint
yang meliputi
collaboration,
industri dan
joint
perusahaan
declaration
terdekat
between
di Indonesia dalam
collaborators,
mengakselerasi transisi
between
energi
open
dan pemasangan pembangkit listrik
corporations
tenaga
in
surya
Indonesia, yeah,
atau
for
PLTS. Bapak dan Ibu,
cross-border
kami
renewable energy
persilakan untuk
cooperation and
masuk
solar
ke dalam
supply
venue
in
karena
Indonesia.
waktu
Yeah,
coffee
ladies and
break yang
gentlemen,
telah
once again, please
diberikan sudah
proceed into the room.
habis. Baik, mohon ketepatan waktunya. Kami persilakan Bapak dan
Ladies and
Ibu yang
gentlemen,
masih berada di luar ruangan
kindly
masih berada di
re-enter the
foyer
convention
untuk
area.
memasuki
For
ruangan
those
karena
who
kita
are
akan memasuki
currently
sesi declarations
still
of
enjoying
solar
the
project public.
refreshment on the
Silakan
foyer
Bapak dan
area,
Ibu untuk memasuki
kindly
ruangan. Terima
rejoining.
kasih.
at the convention area. Thank you. Because we would proceed with the declaration agenda.
Bapak dan Ibu, selamat datang kembali.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Indonesia Solar Summit 2024. Let us give a big round of applause to liven up this situation. Thank you for signaling that you're still keep up with us. For those who are still in the pre-function area, kindly rejoin us in this room before we enter the next agenda, declarations of collaborators, which includes the prominent industries and corporates in Indonesia to accelerate the renewable energies, particularly on the installment of solar PV across Indonesia. Welcome to the ISS Indonesia Solar Summit 2024.
Hadirin sekalian, tibalah kita di sesi
Ladies and
selanjutnya
gentlemen,
yaitu deklarasi bersama
let us now convene with the next agenda, declarations of the collaboration announcement on the declaration of 3GW solar project pipeline.
Pembangkit listrik tenaga surya atau PLTS, yaitu deklarasi komitmen proyek energi
This is
surya
a declarations of the solar project cumulative program, which consists of the
perusahaan dan industri tersebut meliputi
980 something of megawatt, and these companies including Danone Indonesia, Kawasan Industri di Gresik, Cleantech Solar, Aqua, Surya Daya Indonesia, Sun Energy, PT Sumber Energi Surya Nusantara, Adidaya Renewable Energy, Warung Energi, Rancang Prima Sejahtera, Utomo Solar UV, Sijunta Indonesia, PT Forte Indonesia Nusantara, Denta Mas Mulya, Coca-Cola Euro Pacific Partner Indonesia, PT Surya Energi Indotama, PT Solarian Energi Aram, PT Surya Energi Terbarukan, dan Medco Power Energy. We kindly requested the representatives of the mentioned collaborators to get on stage and declare that their commitments. Kindly join us on stage.
Baik, kami persilahkan untuk naik ke atas panggung. Mohon kesediaannya, Bapak dan Ibu perwakilan
Ladies and gentlemen, as the representatives of these remarkable collaborators, kindly join us on stage. You have shown the commitment and willingness to join us for the better provisions of new and clean renewable energy in Indonesia. Let us give them a big round of applause to our tremendous collaborators. Now we would distribute the certificates to the distinguished collaborators. Ms. Chitra and Ms. Nayo, kindly hand over the certificates to our collaborators on stage. Ms. Chitra and Ms. Nayo, we welcome you on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps you could step forward.
Baik, inilah deklarasi bersama.
This is the joint collaborations, joint declarations from the collaborators, which consist of the component companies in Indonesia to accelerate the energy transitions in Indonesia. And we would like also to invite Ms. Mada Ayu Hapsari on stage.
Ibu Mada, mohon
Ms. Mada, kindly join us on stage to hand over the certificates to our collaborators across the industries who have shown their commitment to join this renewable energy transitions projects, particularly for the provisions of the solar PV pipelines. Hopefully, we could have the better energy transitions and to accelerate the cumulative solar energy, which reaching 918 megawatts projected by next year. Kindly hand over the certificates to our remarkable collaborators, Ms. Chitra, Ms. Nayo, and Ms. Mada.
Terima kasih Ibu Mada.
Thank you, Ms. Mada, Ms. Nayo, and Ms. Chitra.
Memberikan sertifikat kepada seluruh kolaborator kita, dan kami mohon kepada rekan-rekan
handing over this certificates. And for our journalists and media attendees, kindly capture this moment, special moment. You're free to cover this declaration session altogether.
Kepada rekan-rekan media, kami memperbolehkan dan mengizinkan
for our media
mengambil foto dalam
crews.
deklarasi bersama ini.
This is the time for you to capture the momentum.
Untuk komitmen proyek energi surya kumulatif hingga tahun 2025. Baik, masih ada sertifikat yang harus diberikan kepada kolaborator dan nanti sesaat lagi kita akan melakukan sesi foto bersama. Mohon kesediaannya Bapak dan Ibu. Baik, inilah sertifikat yang terakhir yang diberikan oleh Ibu
This is
Citra.
the last certificate to be handed over by Citra to our collaborator. Can we have your big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you for this remarkable collaboration.
Terutama kepada Ibu Mada, Ibu Nayo, dan juga Ibu
Kindly
Citra.
stay on the
Melakukan
stage
sesi foto bersama
for
terlebih
the
dahulu.
photo session.
Baik, rekan-rekan media dan tim dokumentasi silakan untuk mendokumentasi acara kali ini. Baik, mohon bersiap. Baik, posisi sudah siap. Dalam hitungan ketiga, 1, 2, 3. Baik, satu kali lagi mohon kesediaannya. Berikan senyum terbaik. 1,
Give your best
2,
smile.
3. Terima kasih atas kesediaannya. Tepuk tangan yang meriah
Thank you
Bapak
for
dan
your
Ibu.
attendance.
Atas kolaborasi yang sangat apik. Kami
Let's
persilakan
give us
Bapak
a
dan
big round
Ibu
of applause
untuk
for
kembali ke
this
tempat duduk masing-masing.
beautiful
Sekali lagi,
collaborations.
terima
We
kasih.
kindly
Semoga deklarasi ini dapat menjadi komitmen proyek energi surya
is
kumulatif
it to be
hingga
seated
tahun
now?
2025.
This is their joint
sebesar
commitment
918
to reach
megawatt.
918
Baik,
megawatt
terima kasih atas kesediaannya. Kami persilakan
power
untuk
that will
bersiap
be
ke
generated
masing-masing.
by the solar powered plants by tomorrow, next year. Thank you.
Baik Bapak dan Ibu, kita sudah saksikan bersama deklarasi tadi.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed the declarations from the remarkable collaborators who give their utmost contribution to enhance the energy transitions efforts in Indonesia. Now we would move on to the next session. Panel discussion 1, Singapore Green Corridor Project, Advancing Cross-Border Renewable Energy Cooperation and Solar Supply Chain. I will be the moderator for the session. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have acknowledged that the government have cooperated with other countries to assist better energy transitions, including with Singapore. And through this Green Corridor project, both countries will assist one another mutually to accommodate their investment in renewable energy in Indonesia and to implement the cross-border electrical trade between Indonesia and Singapore. This will be a very exciting panel, and we would listen further by the elaborative discussions by our panel of experts. But if you wish to enjoy this panel while you're having your refreshment, kindly do so. Ladies and gentlemen, we would enter the first panel discussion on Indonesia-Singapore Green Corridor Project, Advancing Cross-Border Renewable Energy Cooperation and Solar Supply Chain. Allow me to invite all of our panel of expertise this morning. Our first panelist, Deputy for Infrastructure and Transportation Coordination, Ministry of MNI. Please welcome Mr. Andi Yulianti Rami, PhD. National Engineering, Mr. Andika Prastawa. Let us give him a big round of applause.
Baik, kita masih memiliki dua narasumber.
We still have two remaining expertise. The next, Vice President of PLN Renewable Energy, Let us give a big round of applause to Mr. Dewanto. Director of Mega Project and Renewable Energy of PLN. Welcome, Mr. Dewanto. Thank you for being here with us. The last one, last but not least, Chief Executive Officer of Medco Energy International, Mr. Eka Satria.
Baik, ini konstelasi yang sangat luar
Alright,
biasa. Boleh
it is
berikan
a very
tepuk
good
tangan yang meriah
constellation, yes. So give a big round of applause to our 5 speakers
Apa
today.
kabar, Bapak-bapak?
How are you all today,
Baik, luar biasa. Auranya
ladies and
sangat
gentlemen?
positif untuk membahas transisi
So
energi
it
di
seems
seluruh
that you
Indonesia.
are all ready to
Baik,
talk
Bapak dan
about
Ibu,
energy transition in
seperti yang sudah
Indonesia, yeah.
dikatakan tadi bahwa
So,
hari
ladies and
ini di
gentlemen, as
panel diskusi
mentioned
pertama
today
kita
in our
membahas
first
terkait
panel
dengan Singapore
discussion,
Green Corridor
we will
Project,
talk about Singapore
Advancing
Green Corridor
Cross-Border
Project,
Renewable Energy
advancing
Cooperation, dan
cross-border
Solar Supply
cooperation and
Chain.
also
Dan
solar
tentunya
supply
kita akan
chain.
mendengarkan
And
pemaparan
we will
satu
listen
persatu
to
dari
the
narasumber kita di pagi
presentations
hari
from our
ini.
speakers
Adapun
today.
pemaparan nanti telah
And
diselesaikan,
then
Bapak dan
after
Ibu
the
juga bisa bertanya
presentations,
karena
you
ada
can
sesi
also ask
tanya jawab.
questions because we will
Jadi
have a
silakan
Q&A
Bapak dan
session.
Ibu untuk
So,
mempersiapkan
ladies and
pertanyaan dan
gentlemen,
nanti akan
please
langsung dijawab
prepare
oleh
your
narasumber
questions
kita pada
and
pagi
your
hari
questions
ini.
will be answered by
Baik,
our
kita akan memasuki
speakers.
sesi pemaparan,
So, we will
di
move on to the
mana
presentation
izinkan saya untuk
session. So,
memberikan
allow me
kesempatan pertama
to give the
untuk
first
Ibu Nayo
opportunity to Ibu
atau
Nayo
Ibu Andi
or
Yulianti
Ibu
Ramli
Andi
PhD
Yulianti
selaku
Ramli
Secretary Deputy
PhD
for
as the
Infrastructure
Secretary
and
Deputy for
Transportation
Infrastructure
Coordinator,
and
Coordinating Ministry
Transportation
for
Coordinator,
Maritime
Coordinating
and Investment Affair.
Ministry
Ibu
for
Nayo, kami
Maritime and
persilahkan
Investment
untuk memberikan
Affairs. Ibu Nayo,
pemaparan.
the floor
Adapun
is
waktu
yours.
pemaparan 5 sampai dengan 10 menit.
You have
Kami
5
pergunakan
until
waktu
10 minutes, Ibu
sebaik-baiknya.
Nayo,
Terima
so
kasih.
please use the time wisely. The floor is yours.
Selamat pagi, mungkin ada bahan saya bisa ditampilkan.
Good morning. So maybe you can show my slide.
Baik, tim bisa ditampilkan terlebih dahulu. Baik,
So,
Ibu Nayo.
Can you show the slide? Yes, Ibu Nayo.
Kami silakan.
Okay.
The floor is yours,
Hello,
Ibu.
morning everybody. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity for talking about what we from the government of Indonesia has been doing to, to prepare for this big project. Okay, first, please. Slide pertama. Oh. Okay. Oops. Anyway, as we know that now globally we're having this major energy transition trends, which is low carbon electricity generation, growth in electrification, and also bioenergy, and all the required resources we have them abundantly in Indonesia. Therefore, we to process all these resources, we required quite technology such as solar PV panels, wind, hydro turbines, energy storage, and also for the batteries. And we can also we also require technology to process our palm and algae into biomass and biofuel. Okay, and we do have this regulation for not exporting any longer our unprocessed material, and as we can see here, from time to time, the processed material, the export of nickel derivative products has been enhancing, has been growing from time to time, and that means quite good. That means good economical, value for our country. And as Pak Luhut before mentioned that we have this potential more than 3.5 thousand gigawatt renewable energy in Indonesia, and also we have this collaboration with Singapore for exporting the electrons, which is also a very potential market demands in renewable energy in Indonesia. So therefore, we are very pleased that this forum is here because we really need to establish our local industry. There are domestic value chain for solar panel and also for the energy system. As we can see here, for solar PV, we don't have complete industries at the moment. We're still, lacking of some components here, such as the polysilicon, the ingot wafer. Therefore, with this project, we hope that all the supply chain of the industry will be here in Indonesia, and from the government of Indonesia side, we also require a certain level of TKDN or local content requirement for the development for the developer to join this project. Not only for the solar value chain, but also for the battery energy system. Okay.
Next slide, please. I think we have some trouble.
Oh, sorry. Before.
This one is correct?
I think I have before this. Oh, yeah. Okay. So for the, maybe the audience have been, asking, wondering where are we now in this project? We can see here from the timeline that the MOU was signed in 2023, and there have been 5 conditional approval given to 5 developers, and we are hoping that this year there will be some adding in the demand from the Singaporean side, which means it will also increase the demand for the local industry in solar panel and also for the battery. So in the process now, we have several processes here, but at the moment we are requiring the developers to continue the study because there will be some technical preparation need to be fit between Indonesia side and the Singaporean side. And then to accelerate this solar PV supply chain and the green electricity export, yes, we are inviting all the manufacturers to come and develop their manufacture in Indonesia. We are also working for the transmission infrastructure technically, and for this, the PTPLN, our state-owned company, to be the PIC, and also we are working on the regulation for this electricity export. Yeah, I think that's all for me. And for the closing, we again we are inviting all of audience here to come to our sustainable forum on 5 and 6 September. Thank you very much.
Okay, can we give a round of applause for Ms. Nayo? Thank you very much. So we can conclude that we still struggle to complete the constellations of the solar PV supply chain, but we still have room to improve, of course, to support the electricity export to another country, especially to Singapore. Now, talking about Singapore, up next, we still have another speaker from Singapore, which is the Chief Executive Officer from EMA Singapore, Mr. Puah Kong Kyong. How are you?
Good, bye.
Okay, well, yeah, you can speak Bahasa. Okay, Mr. Puah, you may explain it, your presentations. Given time is 5 until 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here. My name is Kok Kyung. I'm the CEO of the Singapore Energy Market Authority. To us, the Indonesia-Singapore Green Corridor project is a very important project. I will not belabor the points about the need for all countries to work on reducing our carbon emissions and to mitigate climate change. Singapore has set ourselves a target of achieving net zero carbon emissions in the year 2050. And that is a big challenge, and that is a very ambitious target. And the key reason is that it's so difficult is because Singapore is a very small country. We only have about 700 square kilometers. Yeah, and most of it is already used up. So there isn't really much more space to implement large-scale renewable energy projects, be it solar, be it wind, or be it hydro, right? We have already some plans to use available space on rooftops, on reservoirs to put floating solar panels. But even then, it can only be able to produce enough energy for a small percentage of Singapore's total electricity needs. So therefore, in our path to achieve net zero, being able to import renewable energy from the region is very important. And we are therefore looking at projects from Indonesia. We are also looking at potential imports from Malaysia, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, and so on. And I think the challenge that Singapore faces is one that many other regions will also face, where centers of energy demand, where you need the energy and the electricity, may be quite far away or may not be where the sources of renewable energy will be. And therefore, you need to bring the power from the distant place to where the demand is. So in Singapore's case, we have to look to our neighboring countries to work on projects to export renewable energy to Singapore. And we see, therefore, Indonesia is a very, very key partner. We have already announced 4.2 gigawatt worth of imports. That is conditional approvals given to projects in Indonesia. And these projects, if they come to fruition by the year 2035, will meet about 1/3, 30% of Singapore's electricity needs. Half of the 4.2 gigawatt of conditional approvals that we have announced, that means about 2 gigawatt worth are actually projects from Indonesia. And there are 5 of them. These projects, even though they account for 2 gigawatt worth of power, will actually require installations of around 11 gigawatt peak of solar panels, and also with that 21 gigawatt hour worth of battery energy storage. So the project is quite large, it's quite huge, probably the biggest in this region. We see that this is really a win-win kind of a project. It brings benefits to Singapore, it will also bring benefits to Indonesia. I mean, from the Singapore side, quite clearly, it will help us mitigate our carbon emissions. If we do not have this solar energy imports from Indonesia to meet our energy needs, we may have to then just plant more natural gas turbines, right? In that case, it will continue to increase our carbon emissions. I think from the point of Indonesia, quite clearly, the projects will bring forth investments and job creations from solar PV and battery energy storage manufacturing and installation. Singapore has been working very closely with the project developers, and I think that includes Macro Energy, and Pak Ika is sitting here, been talking to him a lot, and also other counterparts in Indonesia, the likes of agencies are Marves, ESDM, and also the PLN. These are complex projects. I think they are probably among the largest cross-border renewable energy projects anywhere in the world. And for solar energy, it's probably the biggest in the world that we are talking about. And it's also the first such scale of energy exports for renewable energy in this region. So really, we're talking about first of a kind. there is a great need to work through technical, regulatory, commercial issues before the developers can start construction of their projects. And because these projects are new, a lot of things that we encounter are something that we are only looking at it for the first time. So the various parties are working very hard on this, and we are aligned in bringing the Green Indonesia-Singapore Green Corridor to fruition, and we are making good progress and hope to be able to make some concrete announcements on the progress made soon. And I think quite apart from just looking at these current 5 projects that aim to export 2 gigawatt of power to Singapore by the year 2035, we see that there is a bigger picture out there as well. I think if the project can really catalyze a really good solar and battery manufacturing industry in Indonesia, I think it can help in trying to bring down costs further through the know-how. I think can also help to precipitate industry that can also lead to further solar energy projects in Indonesia domestically and even around the region as well. And we also are looking at this for the long term. So for Singapore's case, even post 2035, our energy needs will continue to grow. We continue to need to look at more energy for various appliances like the transition from petrol cars to electric vehicles and so on. And to continue to abate our carbon emissions, we may also continue to need to require renewable energy. So even beyond 2035, I think there's additional potential for us to look at additional renewable energy imports from around the region. So there's something that we will continue to work with partners like Indonesia. Thank you.
So we can conclude that importing electricity for Singapore is very important, especially the renewable energy ones, from a neighboring country, including Indonesia. So we hope that Singapore can meet the demand for electricity, especially from Indonesia. We hope we can be the best counterpart for Singapore. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next speaker. We have Principal Engineering Researcher, National Research and Innovation Energy, Bapak Andika Prastawa. Kami silakan Bapak Andika untuk memberikan pemaparan 5 sampai dengan 10 menit. Mohon pergunakan waktu sebaik-baiknya.
Bapak Andika, you can give your presentation for 5 till 10 minutes. Yeah, the floor is yours, Bapak.
My name is Andika Prastawa. I'm a principal researcher in the Agency for Research and Innovation, but I'm also serve as the chairman of the Renewable Energy Society of Indonesia. Regarding the investment of cross-border between Indonesia and Singapore, I think this is a very excellent occasion for Indonesia to start again our solar photovoltaic industries. Actually, Indonesia not just recently talking about the solar industries. We have been working on this since 2004. We did the feasibility study of cell solar industries at the time with my previous agency, the Agency for the Assessment and Application of Technology. And since then, we haven't have any opportunity to start the industries. Why? Because it's simply because of the market of the solar module is not really sufficient domestically. So we wait until the market is sufficient to be solved with domestic industries. But right now, actually, there are about 22 module manufacturing in Indonesia existing, although not all of them have a full production capacity because of the low order for them. And among them, the new one is in Central Java. It's already in production, and the capacity is up to, I think, up to 800 megawatt per year, and going to be extended into 1.2 gigawatt photovoltaics per year. So this is a very, very good progress in the industry of photovoltaic module in Indonesia. And that's why this opportunity with the cross-border would even further accelerate actually the industries of the solar photovoltaic. Because if I learn from the MOU between Indonesia and Singapore, the cross-border energy transmission has to be first initiated by the development of manufacturing industry. So this is a kind of integrated program between the cross-border electricity, but also the cross-border of industries development. And I think with this opportunity, Indonesia has to start the, upstreaming of the industries. Right now, we just have the industries of manufacturing of photovoltaic modules, the assembly. So we have to upstreaming the industries up to the, next to the cell manufacturing, and as well as to develop the wafer manufacturing and up to the ingot manufacturing. But again, it needs time and also high investment and high market as well. So we have to also not only put the target of the numbers of the capacity, but also we have to work hard in developing the market. And definitely market in domestically in Indonesia, although adding with market in Singapore is still not sufficient. We need to enlarge the market up to the region of ASEAN, and perhaps also to tap the global market to have efficient, cost-effective, and efficient industries in Indonesia. So yes, I think I agree that this cooperation between Indonesia and Singapore will be as the prime mover of the industrialization of the photovoltaic industries in Indonesia. And then, so that's why I do really welcome, because in the field of research and innovation, this is also giving opportunity to open the research and innovation in solar photovoltaic, not only in for the sake of the scientific approach, but also for the sake of helping the industries to develop their product, industrial product. So that's why this cross-border initiative has a wide impact of in economic, industries, and also the research and innovation. Thank you very much.
Can we give a round of applause for Mr. Andika? Thank you so much, Mr. Andika. Yes, I agree with you that it needs more time, investment, and also large or bigger market to support the rapid energy transitions inside the country. But however, with this kind of cross-border project like the Green Corridor between Indonesia and Singapore, and hopefully we can accelerate the energy transition sooner. Okay, thank you very much. And now into the next speaker, we have Vice President of various renewable energy from PT PLN Persero, Mr. Dewanto. Pak Dewanto, izin pemaparan diberikan 5 sampai dengan 10 menit.
Pak Dewanto, you can give your presentation for 5 till 10 minutes. Yeah, please use your time wisely. Yes, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. I'm Dewanto from PT PLN Persero. My daily duties are in the renewable energy division, and in this division, in this renewable energy division, we carry out energy transition as mandated by the government, especially in renewable energy. There have been several outputs that have been released a few moments ago. Yeah, maybe last week, we reached PPA PPS floating 1A. We hope that next week or in the next 2 weeks, we will sign the floating PPV Singkarak, yeah, 1.5 PP, and also Tengah Laut with the signing of this month, yeah, with batteries of 10 mph. So our duties currently PLN is a state-owned company, yeah, in charge of implementation of RUPTL, yeah. So RUPTL is Electricity Supply Business Plan, yeah. So along with the plans to develop floating solar. In Indonesia, we have some challenges, yeah, the limitation of land. If we keep on using solar power plants that are located on the ground, yeah. So this is an innovation in the development of solar power plants going forward. For electricity, PLN is still mandated by the government to support the project or the program. But before this, in 2022, 2023, there were several agreements or MOUs between the government of Indonesia and the government of Singapore. And PLN is mandated and will take a role in this project, including on how the support to develop this project by PLN. We have carried out some discussions and also meetings with several companies, yeah, including joint ventures between two companies that have received awarding approval. So we have carried out several discussions and we have reached some agreements, yeah, business agreements. Because at PLN, there is a division for the development of business. And this will move to support this program. From the side of the company that has received awarding conditional approval, there are business agreements as well, yeah, which will support the company's B2B, and we will also follow up some agreements, for example, maybe in the form of a joint study. 5 companies that come from Indonesia to support electricity energy in Singapore can run well and also smoothly. And in the transition side, PLN doesn't take a huge role in the transition because the main duty of PLN, we have a lot of tasks and duties, yeah, in our own country. Yeah. So from the transition, those who are awarded with conditional awards, yeah, will support this. And from the electricity, PLN has an agreement, a B2B agreement with these five companies. And this is related to the export of electricity to Singapore. There are a few things that I would like to also convey on the development of solar power plants in Indonesia. There are several things that have become our challenges. First is the availability of solar modules. So several projects that we have carried out have faced some challenges because the skills of huge scale solar power plants, yeah, require floaters for the floating one. So this is a challenge for us where our production at home is not entirely able to meet the needs, yeah. So in this program, Singapore will have a net zero emission program, and PLN will be supporting this, one of which is that we will open communication with PV international manufacturer that has experience and also qualifications that are good, yeah. This communication will be built in a media called Schultes Company Manufacture PV, yeah. So we would try to make it, and we In this matter, we invite those manufacturers to Indonesia to be able to invest to build their manufacturers in Indonesia so that the government policies related to local content that we already have can be assisted or monitored until we have well-established manufacturers in Indonesia, one of which is by encouraging these PV manufacturers to invest in Indonesia, and this is something important, obviously, and we also need support from companies who would like to export electricity to Singapore for communication on the concept as well, and also on the kind of support and the decision of the government is to prioritize home production. Yeah. So those are the things that I could convey from PLN. So PLN keeps on supporting the programs of the government of the Republic of Indonesia, electricity export to Singapore as a realization of bilateral cooperation between the two states. Yeah. That wrapped up my presentation. Apologies for any shortcomings. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellent, Bapak Wiranto. We hope that there will be more PV manufacturers that will operate and invest in Indonesia. Yeah. And thank you very much to PLN that has supported this program for Green Corridor program between Indonesia and Singapore. We will move on to the next speaker from Chief Executive Officer of PT Medco Energy International, where Bapak Satria will give his presentation for 5 until 10 minutes. Yeah, so please use the time wisely. Yes, thank you very much.
Speakers, Bu Nayo, Pak Mr. Pua Kok Keong, Pak Andika, Pak Dewato, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I think I have a slide. Thank you. Caranya gimana? Oh itu, oke. Nextnya mana nih? Yang kanan ya? Oke. First of all, Pak Fabi, makasih ya. Thank you for the invitation. I think the topic is quite good, Pak ya. We're discussing about building PV supply chain, policy, investment, infrastructure, demand. So let me start with this one. I think everybody know I think Pak Luhut this morning said, Indonesia has set up a commitment. And then there is a roadmap built. We also have JETP. But I think, to be honest, our renewable portfolio is not as big as we wish. I discussed with Pak Febi, our installed solar capacities in Indonesia probably plus minus 200 megawatt. Compared to Vietnam, I think our friend there is 14 gigawatt. Malaysia, Philippines is 2 or 3 gigawatt. Even Singapore, Mr. Pua, I think with your
1.3 now, 1.3 gigawatt.
Yes, I think we can see a contrast, right? So I think we need to do something here. Yeah. I think Pak Luhut and Pak Fabi also mentioned this morning. Unlike other countries, Indonesia has a big potential. In terms of renewable, people keep saying 3,800 gigawatt, while our demand internally is only 70 gigawatt. So it's plenty of renewable availables. The second thing, everybody mentioned about critical minerals. There is no other country has rich resources of critical minerals. And in terms of energy transition, if we're talking about CO2 reductions, we have one of the largest carbon sequestration, be it naturals or CCS. So there is no reason Indonesia could not be one of the powerful house of renewable in the world. I think we believe on these potentials. We also believe that solar and battery could be one of the powerhouse of renewables of Indonesia. I see here some of the number. Yeah, Indonesia electricity is growing up 7 to 10% every year, but less use at this moment. But I'll show you later the slide. We still believe that with all demand that we have, yeah, and all the demand in this region, solar PV projected could be grow, yeah, with the capacity of 8 gigawatt per year, leading up to 100 gigawatt, by 2030s. PV cannot go without batteries. We think also battery going to have a very big place in Indonesia with 40 gigawatt hours by 2030s. This is how we see the demand. Yeah, because at the end of the days, when we are building the industry, not only we need a good policy, but we need a demand. So we need to grow the demand. From the future demand that we are seeing two big potential for Indonesia. You see light blue and also the dark blue. For the next 1 or 2 years, of course, we still need to push national demand. But in the medium terms, we discuss about renewable regional potential. I think that's where we see Singapore could be one of the big potential. I think Mr. Pua mentioned, Singapore desire to increase their renewable potential. We also understand that in the last 1 or 2 years, there are strong demand in Singapore. I think Mr. Pua mentioned about 5 companies have been given an opportunities. Pak Luhut mentioned this morning there is a B2B G2G discussion with the government, following up with the discussion and agreement. Medco is one of the companies, is also part of these projects. Happy to report that actually we are ready with PLN, Pak Dewanto. We also discussing quite intensively how we're going to do this. I think this is going to be a good opportunities for all of us. So why we think that this potential is going to be good? I think simply if you look at the first 3 ballot over there, we discuss about Indonesia emas, right, 2045. And at this moment, Indonesia is growing at the pace of 5 to 5.5%. Yeah, I think we have a good Indonesian spending, we have good government spendings, but the other things that we need to boost is basically foreign investment and export. And those area, I think, is basically good for Indonesia, because if we can boost those 2 things, we can increase our Indonesia growth, more than 5.5%. So I think in order us Indonesia to become Indonesia emas, green economy is going to be one of the very important things that we need to do. And not only that, this potential could be a kickstart for the domestic product, for the domestic industry. As you know, one of the key questions that we always ask when our friend going to invest here in Indonesia for the PV manufacturer, where is the demand? They keep saying, where is the demand? If there is no demand, how come they're going to invest? So this is going to be a good. And then not only that, for our young generation, this is going to be a potential green job. Yeah, it could create 4 to 10,000 green job by 2035. In summaries, as the players in this area, of course, this good effort need to be supported. From our side, at least there are 3 things, in my opinion, that we need to do. Number 1, at the end, is all about supportive regulatory and legal frameworks. I think Indonesia has released the government regulation number 42 on the export electricity. I think we need to make sure that the implementation is a streamlining, so we can do this and get supported. We're also discussing about carbon attribute. At the end, when we discuss about green electron, it's all about carbon attribute. I think Mr. Ross mentioned about RE100 companies, and one of the reasons why they're looking for that, because they're looking for that carbon attribute. But of course, as the countries, we have NDC need to be discussed, and of course, those are the government things to discuss. Incentive is always needed, incentive in order us to attract investment in Indonesia, to ensure that the value chains can be developed. Pak Rahmat mentioned about 60%. Those are big number to achieve, but with a proper incentive, I think we can do it. And at the end, of course, we need to have infrastructure and ecosystem ready, to take these opportunities. I think basically that summarizes my presentation, Bu. Thank you.
Wonderful. So we are going to have discussions now, and I would like to start it with Mr. Eka. Mr. Eka, I found this very interesting because we know that Medco works in the fossil fuel industry. So by venturing out into the renewables, so does it mean that Medco is shifting or maybe making a huge business diversifications, and why now?
Yeah. I think I like to quote what Pak Fabi mentioned. This is not only opportunity, but a need. Yeah, I think that's the need is important. We as a companies have stated that similar like Indonesia, by 2050, we need to achieve net zero emission, Bu, and 2060 for net zero emission for 1, 2, 3. But we need to realize also at this moment, Indonesia is depending on fossil fuel, but we are shifting from fossil fuel to more renewable. I think Pak Luhut has mentioned, we are one of the biggest LNG, gas and oil exporter before, and in the futures, we should be and has to be one of the best or one of the biggest also renewable export in the futures.
I do really agree with that, but the problem is, do you have, do you experience any major challenge in implementing that?
Big challenge, but I think we need to go there together. Yeah, I think it is a must, Bu. I think with what we discussed today, I think what we aspire today, I think we can do together. I mentioned about 3 potential that we have. We have one of the biggest renewable potential. We have critical minerals, and we also have big carbon acquisitions potential. With those 3, I think Indonesia could be one of the big player on renewables.
We have to use the potential. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Eka. Concerning about government, maybe I would like to address my question to Ibu Nayo. Ibu Nayo, I found this really interesting about the export electricity to Singapore. So how's the progress so far? Export electricity to Singapore. How's the progress so far?
The progress at the moment that we from the government have been asking for the 5 developers that already gotten the CA to have MOU with PLN, because PLN have been appointed to be the PIC for the transmissions, and should be there will be there will be no transition without transmission. So it means all these CA developers, they have to discuss the technical, how do they do the export to Singapore. And from the government of Indonesia, we also doing the alignment for the exporting license, because it should be, proper for bankable, conditions.
Okay, that's interesting. And maybe, Ibu Nayo, you can explain the, the historical background, the background story between the relationship between Indonesia and Singapore in making this green corridor, perhaps? the background story, how it starts,
Well, we can see from my presentation before the timeline. It starts from the commitment between two countries that stated in the MOU in 2023. Because we are a neighboring country and the demand is there, and we don't want to just exporting the electrons, but we also from there we want to grow the industries in Indonesia. So I think this history just started from our friendship between Indonesia and Singapore, and that we collaborated in our MOU in 2023.
Maybe I can add to both of the questions that you asked, Abu. First, on the progress, I think the progress has been doing quite well. We only announced the conditional approval sometime towards the third quarter of last year, so it's barely about a year now. And all the parties, the 5 companies working on this, the developers, working with the Singapore government, my agency, together also with the Indonesian side as well as PLN, we've been working furiously. I have only been in my current job for 1.5 months. I only took on the position in the EMA in middle of last month, and already I've been to Indonesia 3 times. And already I met Pak Ika like also three times, right? So that is the pace of which we've been trying to iron out the details, because we need to work through further. Okay, if you got a conditional approval, but do you know how are you going to lay the cable between Indonesia and Singapore? Because the waters are quite congested. The Straits of Singapore is a very busy shipping lane. There are ports in Singapore. There are houses in Sentosa. There are telecoms cable, fiber optics running between in the waters as well. So you need to really look at where to lay the cable. Even in Indonesia, to build the solar farms and the battery facilities, you also need to have the land. You also need to address any kind of local regulatory issues in order to build these facilities. So all this takes time. The developers also need to think about financing. Okay, so if I work all this out, in the end, how much will it cost? In the end, with the consumers in Singapore, this may be the tech companies, this may be the likes of Microsoft, Apple, Google, and so on. Would they be able to agree to pay for this price? So they are also talking to various parties for off-takers. So only when we are quite clear between the Indonesian side that they have achieved those conditions to be possible to give an export license, and on the Singapore side they have also achieved these conditions, then we can move on from conditional approval to a conditional license. And I think we are approaching that quite soon, and just hammering out a few issues, and we hope to be able to make some announcements on the progress made quite soon. So that's on the progress now. On the second point about how this thing came about, I think the first starting point would be the realization that climate change, it is a real problem that we all have to deal with, right? And so Singapore come to a commitment, stated a commitment to achieve net zero by 2050 just not too long ago. So therefore, once we have decided on doing so, we are really furiously working on, okay, this is where we are now in carbon emissions. This is where we need to get to net zero in 2050. What is the pathway? What is the pathway, and what are the various technologies and various options available to us? Of course, we will want to be able to harness the latest and new alternative energy. So we are also looking at things like hydrogen, things like ammonia. But truth be told, the industry for hydrogen and ammonia, it is still very nascent. It is still very nascent. And therefore not quite ready for mass adoption in anywhere in the world, including in Singapore. So for us, being able to import renewable energy from the region, it is the most feasible and the most immediate step that we can take. So with this in mind, we have been talking to various parties about how can we collaborate with you, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, and so on facilitating this to happen. So that is one source of how it came about. I think on the Indonesian side too, I think a clear desire to also transit to renewable energy and also trying to attract investments into this country. So there's a coincidence, a meeting of the wants between the needs and the wants between Singapore and Indonesia. I think at the same time, not to give due credit to the private sector and the industries. I think the developers also know that actually cost of solar panels have come down, cost of batteries have come down, and they also know that even a large-scale solar farm with batteries, even laying a cable from Indonesia to Singapore, added up together, is actually going to be commercially feasible. So we also, at the same time, while thinking about how to mitigate our carbon emissions, we also have people talking to us from the industry saying, actually, this can be done. Actually, I do know that we can do this in Indonesia. If we add all the sums, this is a real possibility. So meeting of the needs between Singapore, Indonesia, and the private sector have made all these things a reality. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. Mr. Kyong, we can see it from the Singapore perspective. And the key is the good collaborations between the countries, right? And one factor I think that really beneficial in implementing these energy transitions between two countries is one of them is the investment. And I would like to know from EMA point of view, how to encourage more investment along this corridor.
I think to be able to encourage more investments, first, I think the government must be supportive, right? I think in this case, quite clearly, between Singapore government and the Indonesian government, we are fully supportive for these projects, for all the reasons I really said. So a supportive government policy to encourage this investment to take place. The second, I also think that it is also important for consumers. This may be people like you and I as individual consumers. This may be, some of you may be representing companies here as consumers. Consumers also realize that this is something that we also need to do and need to participate in. Truth be told, it is cheaper to still generate power from natural gas than to do solar PV with batteries and to lay a cable over. It is still cheaper to go with fossil fuels. But I think there are consumers, Singaporeans, companies realize that actually we ought to be willing to pay a higher price to encourage renewable energy in order to mitigate climate change, in order to ensure that the global environment, the world is still a habitable place for ourselves when we become older, for our children and for our children's children. So the second part needed for consumers to realize that they have a part to play and willing to pay for the higher energy costs that will inevitably come due to the cost of these projects. I think the third part is also financiers who are able to think long term, able to then work with the companies on this as well. I think these projects, some of the numbers shown in the presentation earlier, these projects are in the billions of dollars, right? In the billions of dollars. And it is not possible for investors to put everything in equity. So they will need to look at taking loans as well. So how would the financial institutions see these projects? Do they only see the risks and the downsides? Or do they also see that actually there are credible people who are in these projects, credible governments in Singapore, Indonesia, credible companies making this, and customers who are willing to pay for this. So we also hope that financial institutions can also support the companies in making this happen.
Okay, so financial institutions will be good at that, right? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kyong. We can see from a Singapore perspective. Now I would like to shift into Indonesia's perspective again to the National Research and Innovations Agency. Mr. Andika, I would like to raise a question to you. How is the opportunity about the cross-border renewable energy corporation so far?
Well, we should see this as an opportunity to utilize the resources in Indonesia to other countries, the neighboring countries who needs the green or the clean energy. Of course, this is a very excellent opportunity. But we should not forget that the cooperation not only to focus on the energy transfer, but also to encourage the industry itself to to be developed in Indonesia. And this is as the, what do you call it, condition to any parties who want to export the energy to Singapore, then they have to encourage the development of the industries, particularly photovoltaic industries and battery energy storage industries in Indonesia. So I think there are two opportunities that arise from this cooperation cross-border, not only in utilizing the renewable energy resources in Indonesia, that is also creating economics by selling the electricity to other countries, but also to develop the industries in Indonesia. This not only to serve the demand from domestically in Indonesia, but also for serving the project for the cross-border. But furthermore, by having these industries, Indonesia having the opportunity to be the regional hub of photovoltaic industries in Indonesia. We have, like Pak Luhut has been explained, we have the silica sand, we have the all the ingredient for the photovoltaic material. But the thing is that we need to develop the supply chains. But then we have to step by step develop the supply chains. And this occasion is very excellent occasion that we must not lose the occasion to catch the opportunity in developing the industries in Indonesia.
And probably, Pandika, I would like to know your opinion about Indonesia being the solar hub, as you mentioned before. I would like to know your opinion about the positions in Indonesia for being the supply chain in the region. We want to be the solar hub in the region, but the question is, are we ready?
Okay. Well, yeah, we have to be ready, and we should prepare ourselves to be the industrial hub, because the government, of course, support the investment in our country, and the research institute and university as well also already been working on the researching the materials, the technology, not only the photovoltaic, but also in the term of all the balance of system of the photovoltaic, the inverters and kind of thing. So that's in the technical part, we are preparing on that. In the regulation part, of course, the government would time by time improving the ease of investing, ease of doing business in Indonesia. That is the second, what call it, modality of Indonesia to be the hub of this one. And also Indonesia has an opportunity as well to be an exporter to other developed country, like to US, to Europe, and kind of thing. So this even open wider the market of Indonesia to be the hub of the photovoltaic, particularly the photovoltaic industries. Not to mention that we have the raw materials. We have all the well-skilled human resources and other infrastructure that needed to develop the Indonesia as the industrial hub of the photovoltaic technology.
Okay, so we are rich in resource, okay, and we need to use that potential to make energy transitions happen sooner. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Andika. And then I would like to ask to Mr. Dewanto from PLN. I find this really interesting because PLN has its important role to make or break the energy transitions. And now about the green corridor between Indonesia and Singapore, how is affecting PLNs on the energy transitions?
Thank you for your question. Let me try to answer this. PLN in this energy transitions, in terms of conceptual framework of this program, we really try to enable this program and to support this. Why? Because we need supply chains in these transitions of energy. And at this moment, we have tremendous challenges that we need to resolve. And we've also have the realizations of the regulatory framework in question, and the solar modules within our power provisions business plans. We have planned 4 gigawatt of solar PV, and in the future, we're projecting this number will be twofold. And in the middle of these progressions, the positioning apparently have not been prepared by the solar PV manufacturers. And the reasons will be the demand, the low demand. Even though we have these demands from the electricity export demands, particularly from Singapore, and based on the data that we have received, Indonesia is the potential area to support this electricity export to Singapore. Right now, we have 2 gigawatt to be exported to Singapore. And this market opportunities for the PV modules can be further developed in Indonesia. And we hope it will turn into more attractive next to fulfilling the domestic needs that will need better qualities. And if we could realize this PV, the international certified tier 1 solar PV that could be developed in Indonesia, and we could attract the investors for this and create the alignment with our national agendas. This will create us enabler to create better system of supply chain, and we could create the more manageable system. So by using this development of manufacturer, hopefully there will be a knowledge and information transfer. For instance, PV manufacturer in Batam, by using the international scheme corporations, they could fulfill the criteria by the required techniques. But right now, we still need several PV manufacturers with good, internationally acknowledged quality, which could fulfill the needs in domestic market, and also to increase the 4 gigawatt electricity that we wish to export to Singapore. Thank you, Mr. Dewanto. I have follow-up questions, but of course, we still have another sessions for this because we need to move on to the audience floor. If you wish to raise some questions, kindly raise your hand. Maybe you could start now. Anyone from the floor? Thank you, Madam. And with the orange attire. Tim, kindly pass over the mic to her, the mic.
Baik, Ibu, izin namanya siapa? Institusinya
Thank you. Can you introduce yourself and also your institution and your question? My name's Arfi. I'm a journalist from Kontan. I would like to ask a question to Bu Noya, yeah? So regarding the regulations that you mentioned, so we haven't been able to carry out the Green Corridor project. So what are the regulations that you mentioned, be it from the electricity side or from the investment side? And also to Pak Dewanto, so for the development of transmissions, it's not by PLN, right? So it's PLN doesn't build this to Singapore. So is it going to be built by the private sector? And if it's built by the private sector, And which companies receive working conditionals? Are those the companies mentioned, or are there any other companies? Can you mention the companies that will build the transmissions for this Green Corridor project? And regarding this project as well, is the electricity generated from these solar power plants will be sold to Batam PLN and then exported to Singapore? Or how's the scheme? How's the scheme for the selling of electricity? The third one is for Pak Eka. I would like to know further about the development of Pulau Bulat solar power plant. Has it been running or not? And for this project, are you going to wait for the development or building of infrastructure first, or can they go hand in hand? Yeah. And what's the progress of the development, and also the investment value that has been realized? How much is it? And prior to that, Medco, along with other companies and also Adaro and TBS, you built supply chain for the module, solar panel modules. Yeah. So what's the progression? What has been running well in the past few years, and what's the investment to realize that? Thank you very much, Mbak Ani, for your question. Yeah, from Kontan. Maybe we can answer this correctly. Yeah, first from Ibu Nayo. Ibu Nayo, please answer the question from Ibu Ani. Thank you very much for the questions. So regarding regulations, right? We from the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment, our duty is a coordinating ministry. So we coordinate regulations. What regulations are needed to support export of electricity to Singapore? Currently, or for the time being, we are still working on this, yeah, working on the model. Is it going to be in the form of ministerial regulation, ministerial decision, or what? Yeah, so the requirements for this electricity export is the TKDN, yeah, or the national component level must be 60%, yeah. So for developers, there are 5, right? So these developers, not the producers of solar panels or batteries, but they have to purchase solar panels and batteries from industries that have been established in Indonesia, because in order to reach that 60%, this could only be reached if they build their industries in Indonesia. And the supply chain and the ecosystem must be complete as well and available in Indonesia. And those manufacturers will be included in the PTTN of the PLN, yeah. And there is another one that we are still coordinating as well. For example, for the export permit, because currently the export import permit is not really favorable in terms of its funding, yeah. So we will see whether this needs to be adjusted or what, yeah. So we are still working on it. The third one, this is some information. So we have invited industries from other countries to build their industries in Indonesia, yeah, to reach the 60%. At the same time, we have to protect them, right? So we don't want that, for example, for the use of domestic component level, for Singapore is 60%, but there is also for the use of solar panels that is not connected to PLN or the non-Singapore ones. So we are still developing the roadmap for the TKDN or domestic component level. And we also plan to charge fees, yeah, for the import of solar panels. They are charged, yeah, they are charged with import duty. This is in order to protect the industries, the home industries, the industries at home. We cannot deny that for the needs of solar panels, the off-grid with PLN, the needs are quite high, and this is a market actually for the existing solar panel manufacturers in Indonesia. So with the regulations, we can have incentives for those who haven't reached the requirement for the domestic component level. So this is the thing that we are working on right now. Yeah, so we're still discussing it, yeah. So there will be import duty for the import, as you mentioned. Yes, yes, we are still discussing it, yeah. We haven't really decided the amount. The objective is to protect our industries at home, yeah. And also, don't forget, yeah, there needs to be incentives as well, yeah, for those who can reach the domestic component level of 60%. Yeah, thank you, Bunayo, for your answer. No, Pak Dewanto, this is related to PLN. Maybe the question is more about which companies can build transmissions in this corridor, and also the electricity export scheme, what is it like? So I would like to explain a little bit, yeah. First on transmissions. Maybe some of you haven't known the IPP scheme. For the development of IPP, there is transmission for power evacuation from IPP. It is handed over to the developer after the contract is done. During COD of the construction, the power plants, the grid, yeah, will be handed over to PLN, and this will be included in the tariff of EBT, yeah. So it doesn't have to be PLN that builds this. From IPP coal power plants until now, yeah, renewable energy. For the export to Singapore, the concept can be developed, yeah, into the business-to-business scheme with PLN. Yeah, for the scheme, the transmission could be handed over to PLN after several years, but this still in the stage of joint study between PLN and those who have received the awards from EMA. So this is a follow-up study on how we support, because no matter what, it doesn't necessarily only about the business in Singapore, but if I see it, it is more like the bilateral relationship between the two countries. Because no matter what, net zero emissions for each country in the world, each country has their own target. So they need to support each other, and Indonesia as well has been assisted in terms of its business and also development of solar modules, yeah, in Indonesia, especially in solar power plants, the huge scale solar power plants. For the business scheme,
point to grid ya.
point to grid, meaning that it is not traded to PLN, but it goes straight to the grid of Singapore, yeah. So I think those two questions have been answered. Yeah, thank you.
Atas jawabannya.
Thank you,
Dan
Pak,
kita akan beralih
for
ke
the answer. Now let's move on to the next question on solar power plants and Medco, ya. Bu Arni ya from Kontan.
Jadi mengenai perkembangan proyeknya sendiri,
concerning the development of the project,
kalau dari requirement atau dari
from
demandnya,
the requirement or the demand, it is expected that this project
kira-kira akhir 2025
will start by 2025 with the expectation that 2028 first batch of green electron will be able to will be able to reach Singapore. Yeah, the preparation has started now in order to ensure that we can start the project by 2025. And your question was about local content and so on and so forth. If we look at, if we heard the presentation from Pak Luhut, it was clear that the project's objective, one of the most vital one, is to build downstreaming. So with the demand creation, we hope to be able to build industries at home. Yeah, we are part of them, and we are collaborating with the Ministry of Maritime and Investment and also PLN. And Gunawan also shared a story on DPT PLN. Yeah, so it's the list of manufacturers that can supply this will see it together. Yeah. When it comes to the 60%, there will be a lot of potentials at home. Yeah, there are a lot of components of batteries and PV, right? So, and from this demand, there will be industries will arise. Yeah, as mentioned by Pak Febi. And you mentioned as well, we see that the biggest target, yeah, is for Indonesia. Yeah, with the increase of electricity, we'll need green electron, yeah, as mentioned by Pak Luhut. So we talked about short, medium, and long terms, yeah. We will be developing this, and if we have the industries at home and the green jobs, this could be our potentials, our shared potentials, yeah. So we see that these potentials need to be seized because not only Indonesia, other countries, ENA shared a story that there is a potential that it comes from Malaysia or Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, same as other potentials of export. This need to be seized as well. Yeah, so that's why we need support from the government, the home industries, and the price is quite big. Yeah, so I shared before that if we could do this, then this could add values to our export and also the value of our direct investment that will support our development going forward. So we can support this together, and these potentials could be a turning back to PV industries in Indonesia. Yeah. Thank you, Pak Eka. Not just Indonesia, yeah, but this could also be seized by Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand. Yeah. Thank you, Pak Eka, for the answer, and thank you, Bu Arni, for your questions as well. Yeah. Due to the limited time, we have reached the end of the Q&A session, yeah, and also the panel discussion.
Singapore Green Corridor Project is designed to improve cross-border cooperations in renewable energy and to boost the supply chain between two countries, not only Indonesia but also for Singapore. Semoga Green Corridor Project ini dapat memperkuat infrastruktur energi.
So hopefully this Green Corridor Project can really strengthen energy resilience between Indonesia and Singapore. Yeah, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Terima kasih banyak Ibu Nayo, Mr.
Thank you very much Ibu Nayon, Ibu Keong, and also Bapak Andika, Pak Andiko, Bapak Eka for sharing with us. It was so insightful, and hopefully we can reach energy transition as expected. Yeah. So before we end our panel discussion, let's take a group photo.
Baik, rekan-rekan dokumentasi mungkin bisa ke depan dan kita akan mengambil foto terlebih dahulu.
Step forward and we'll take a group photo.
Baik, terima kasih atas kesediaannya. Berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk kelima narasumber kita di sesi diskusi panel.
Give a big round of applause to our 5 speakers in our first panel session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our first panel session. We still have other panel discussions, but let's take a break first for lunch. So I would like to invite ladies and gentlemen to enjoy our lunch at the foyer area. So please
Please enjoy the food and beverages, and don't forget to come back by 1 p.m. Bapak dan Ibu, kita akan melanjutkan panel diskusi pukul 1 siang.
ladies and
1
gentlemen, we
p.m.
will continue our discussions at 1 p.m. sharp, so please don't be late.
Baik, mohon izin untuk kepada seluruh kolaborator, kita akan foto bersama lagi, arahan dari Ibu Citra. Silakan untuk berkumpul para kolaborator dari Danone Indonesia,
To all the
kawasan
collaborators from Danone Indonesia, JIEP Gresik, Surya Daya Indonesia, Po Energy, Sun Energy, PT Sumber Energi, Surya Nusantara, Adidaya Renewable Energy, Warung Energy, Rancang Prima Sejahtera, Utomo Solar UV, Syngenta Indonesia, PT Inforte Energi Nusantara, PT Denta Mas Mulia, Coca-Cola Euro Pacific Partners Indonesia, PT Surya Energi Indotama, PT Surya Energi Alam, PT Sentra Multi Surya Nesia, PT Solusi Energi Terbarukan, and Medco Power Energy. We would like to have the representatives of the collaborators to have a photo session together. Thank you.
Check, check.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoy your lunch. Baik, Bapak dan Ibu, sesaat lagi acara
Ladies and
dari Indonesia
gentlemen, I
Solar
hope you
Summit
enjoyed your lunch.
2024
So
akan segera
our Indonesia
dimulai
Solar
kembali.
Summit
Jadi
will
bagi
start
Bapak Ibu
again.
yang telah
So
menikmati
for
makan
those of you who have
siang dan
enjoyed your
tentunya telah
lunch
menikmati kopi
and
atau
also
teh yang
have
telah
enjoyed your
disediakan, kami
coffee
persilakan untuk
or
kembali
tea
memasuki
provided,
ruangan.
please
Karena
proceed into
sesaat
the
lagi
room
kita
because
akan
in a
memasuki
minute
sesi
we
diskusi
will
panel
move on to the
yang kedua.
second
Maka dari itu, Bapak
panel
dan Ibu,
discussion. So
mohon
ladies and
bersiap.
gentlemen, please be ready.
Kami persilakan untuk masuk ke dalam
I would
ruangan.
like to
Karena
invite you
sesaat lagi
to
acara akan
get
dimulai
into the
kembali.
room
Terima kasih.
because we will start the next agenda item shortly. Thank you.
Dia di tengah-tengah doang. Dia transmitternya biar ada selang. Lagi satu.
Baik Bapak dan Ibu, selamat datang kembali di
Ladies and
acara
gentlemen,
Indonesia
welcome
Solar
back
Summit
to the Indonesia Solar
2024.
Summit
I
2024.
hope you enjoy the lunch. Baik Bapak dan Ibu, sekarang kita akan memasuki acara
So,
selanjutnya
ladies and
yaitu
gentlemen,
sesi
we will move on
diskusi
to the
dengan
next session,
tema
a panel discussion
Promoting
with the
Indonesia's
theme
Competitiveness for
Promoting
Domestic
Indonesia
Solar Supply Chain.
Competitiveness for
Adapun sesi
Promotive
ini
Solar
akan dipandu oleh
Exchange, and this
moderator
session
handal
will
kita
be
pada
moderated by
siang hari ini,
our moderator
Ibu Mada
today,
Ayu
Ibu Mada
Hapsari.
Ayu
Tanpa berlama, mari
Hapsari.
kita
So
sambut
without any further
bersama
ado, please
Ibu
welcome
Mada Ayu
Ibu Mada
Hapsari.
Ayu Hapsari.
Selamat siang, para hadirin.
Good
siang
afternoon,
ini
ladies
ya.
and gentlemen. This afternoon, yeah.
Siang,
I hope you had a good lunch, and hopefully our discussion this afternoon will still be great, yeah.
balik nih jadi idola gitu dan kita berharap
And we
siang
hope
ini
that
dari
this
audiens
afternoon, from the audience as well,
aktif ya untuk melakukan
I
diskusi.
hope you can also participate actively in our discussions. And this afternoon, I will lead the discussion, the second panel discussion.
Lebih ke banyak ya, lebih kepada
It is going to be more about manufacture. So I would like to invite our speakers who are present here. First is Pak Dwi Handiatmoko, or we can call him Pak Koko. He is Temu Business and Planning of TPKDN, or of the Ministry of Industry. The floor is yours, Bapak.
Kemudian yang kedua adalah
The
Pak
second
Wilson
one is Bapak Wilson Kurniawan.
Chief Financial Officer
He is the Chief Financial Officer of PT Sinamas Agra Indonesia.
Dan kemudian yang hadir pada offline dengan
And we also have offline participant, Mr. Wu Fei, Chairman of Suntech Power.
juga hadir secara online.
And also attending this event online, we have Dr. Nur Asikin Ahmad Ludin from Solar Energy Research Institute, or SERI, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, who's joining us online. Hello, Dr. Nur Asikin. And last but not least, we've got Mr. Grant Huber, Strategic Energy Finance Advisor Asia from IEEFA, Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis. So this afternoon, we will hear presentations from the speakers, yeah? So each 7 minutes, and this will be followed. Maybe you can do it in this order, ya, Pak Koko, Pak Wilson, Wu Fei, and then followed by Dr. Nora and Grant Huber.
Untuk yang di awal, Pak
So
Koko.
for the first one, we've got Pak Koko. The floor is yours, Pak.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yang saya hormati Bapak narasumber,
The Honorable,
Mbak Mada,
our
yang saya hormati
speakers,
Bapak Ibu semua.
and also ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, yeah, for the
Saya
time.
Dwi Hadiatmoko, yang
My
biasa
name is
dipanggil Koko.
Udi Hadiatmoko. You can call me Koko. I represent Head of PKTDN, Pak Kustanto, who is not able to be here today because he has a meeting with the Director General. So this is one of the working unit in the Ministry of Industry, focusing on certification of PKDN or domestic component level ya. Regarding solar power plants, there are regulations related to solar power plants. First is Law number 43 of 2013 on industry, Government Regulation number 9 of 2018 on industry development, and Presidential Instruction on the use of domestic products, and also the regulation of the Ministry of Industry that was revoked in July, just now, yeah. And so far there is no other ministerial regulation as a replacement, yeah. But for the use of domestic products for the development of electricity infrastructure, we have ministerial regulation of the Ministry of Energy and also Mineral Resources. Yeah, this is not replacing the Ministry of Industry regulation, but this is another regulation. Yeah, there is also the Ministry of Industry regulation number 34. Yeah, on solar modules, which replaces regulation number 4. Yeah. So, calculation on the value of domestic component level here, yeah, based on law number 34 of 2024. This is carried out through the value of 91%, yeah, on the materials, and also on the direct manpower is 5%, and also the cost for non-factory or factory overhead is about 4%. Next, you can see on the slide. These are some solar modules, yeah, domestic solar modules. There are 18 companies, yeah, from Banten, West Java, Riau Islands, Jakarta, East Java, and almost all of them are in West Java, yeah, and also Riau Islands. And the highest DKDN or domestic product level is 47%, yeah, in West Java. Yeah, this is in the category of compulsory to be bought, yeah, because if it's 40, it is in the category of compulsory, yeah, and 47 is the highest one here. And this one is the issues, yeah, issues in the supply chain. Some of them are available in Indonesia, some are not. So for the technicality, there is a sector in the Ministry of Industry that masters this material more, yeah. As I said earlier, the bottom line is, technically speaking, we issue PKDN certificates, but regarding the products, it is in the EPAM sector, yeah, in the Ministry of Industry. And then the challenges faced by the solar modules. Domestically, those who are members of ATAMSI, yeah, they only produce like 16%, yeah, with the amount of module of 450 WP, yeah. While for the specification, the efficiency is 21% with the size of the module is above 600 WP, yeah. And in Batam, they could produce solar module with the efficiency of 21%, but the size is only 550 WP, yeah, not yet 600 WP. We have PT TMAI, yeah. They plan to invest as well, and they will propose TKDN certificate, yeah, to the Ministry of Industry and really support new investment in Indonesia, especially if they would like to apply for TKDN certificate, yeah, because this is one of the requirements to join the government projects. And the right side, we have the Tier 1 category, and this is developed by Bloomberg.
Lembaga pembiayaan proyek PLTS mempersyaratkan manufaktur modul surya harus
this is required to be in Tier 1, while the producer of Tier 1 must supply different projects, that are funded by 2 different banks, But so far, there's no member of ATAMSI that has met the requirements, There is an opportunity to engage the solar module domestically for the first year, and also to encourage the first year in Indonesia. And also for the development bankings in Indonesia must be encouraged to support the development of new renewable energy, and with the initiator of solar cell producers domestically, it is hoped to be able to encourage the growth of solar module industry in Indonesia. So I'm really interested in this, and I'm from the center of TPKD, and I really appreciate if there are companies who would like to apply for TKDN certificate, because
kalau bukan sekarang kapan lagi?
If not now, then when,
Siapa lagi?
If not us, then who?
Produk dalam negeri itu,
Because domestic products,
kami internal di Kemenparin itu
our
harus menjadi
objective internally
negeri sendiri.
in the Ministry of Industry is to become our own,
Saya bilang impor bukan dilarang, itu menjadi
like our own king, So if we don't have domestic products, then the import process will not be easy because we will require permits, So let's support our domestic products for the progress of the nation, Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pak Toto, for your presentation. Next, Pak Wilson, over to you. Could you show the slide, please?
Terima kasih, Bu Mada.
Thank you very much, Bu Mada, and also to the committee for inviting me.
My name is Wilson Kurniawan, as the CEO of PT Trina Mas Agra Indonesia. Maybe lots of you haven't really familiar with our corporate, so allow me to introduce our company. TMA is a joint venture between Trina Solar, PSS, a part of Sinarmas Group, and PLN Indonesia Power. And these 3 stakeholders have their own shares within our company, and we have initiated the groundbreaking on our factory on August 2023, and on October, PLN have joined under their subsidiary company, and at this time, this factory is under the development in Kawasan Industri Kendal, and we have 1 gigawatt capacity, 1 giga solar cell, and 1 giga from solar module. And we will become the first party in Indonesia who will generate the copy and bankable copy quality and then bankable, and it will pass the certifications. And we have received the investment that's quite large, and EBC have run from March, and we have closed the financial year last month, and we have also created the new module and for COD for the solar cell on Q4. We plan to do it on October, and by the end of 2024, we plan to create this copy of a local factory, which will reach the TKDN as projected. And different from other factories in Indonesia, we target the local market. Therefore, PLN Indonesia Power become the vital party for us, particularly Indonesia Power and PLN Group in general, to be able to supply the good power generated from this solar panel. And this is our product that we would use. One panel will produce around 720 watts. This will become the biggest in Indonesia with the highest capacity. And we really hope that we could go beyond this. And we've trained 50 Indonesian citizens to China for this production process. And since June, they've been there and are directly trained in a Trina factory in China in order to be able to produce a solar panel with this quality. And it is expected that the results in Indonesia will be similar to what China have produced. That will be our aspiration. And our factory is currently under establishment. And as you might have noticed here, we have received the machineries. This is the first machines that have been assembled in our factory. This is we just celebrated because it just happened earlier this morning at 10 a.m. This is the first machine that we've assembled, and it is expected that the first trial will be running, and we hope that you could send your prayer for us so everything will be run smoothly. And I remember that our team and representatives of Gatrik corporations have also visited our factory. And as what have been mentioned on several issues, barriers on solar manufacturers, we see that the demands on the solar panels are quite limited in Indonesia and quite late, including the project, enabling projects such as Indonesia. And we hope that it can be accelerated and the demand can be enlarged sooner. And our factory have not really supported by the matured ecosystem. And based on the existing regulatory framework, on the TKDN 40 or 60, to reach this number, we heavily relied on the existing industry, including tempered glass, EVA, etc. And it has to get an excellent quality based on the initial copy. And since the aspirations is including the bankable sources, therefore everything is limited, and this lack of supporting or enabling environments have created such a great barrier for us. And to reach this the expected TKDN, it is required the incentives fiscal incentives required, and we need buffer including ingots, but then the percentage is very low, and therefore it cannot attract the investors to actually put their capitals there. And in the recent regulatory on the relaxations, I think it generates the uncertainty amongst us. And then the import duty, as what have been mentioned by Ms. Nayu, we really appreciate this policy. And on the permanent STM, it is mentioned about the price preferences, but it's still unclear there about the itemized commodities. And we hope that these demands can be accelerated and scaled up immediately. Therefore, the factories could focus on their strategies on our domestic market, knowing that the demands are growing now, and the fiscal incentives to support our industry. If it's necessary, for instance, Indonesia Power, the state-owned enterprise can be assigned here to assist as a catalysator. And the certification regulations at this time, in our opinion, the calculations of TKDN have not really elaborate the quality. For instance, the tempered glass quality should be 12%, but it hasn't really specified, because everyone can just claim their tempered glass is 12%. So it needs to be detailed, how many millimeters required, etc. So, and we also hope that the import duty can be given by the government as a protection, and also the preference for the real factors like us who really invest and and manufactured our lots of programs, not just invest in terms of money. And we also received these instructions from the president that our manufacturer should have this high absorption level, as what have been mentioned by the news outlet. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for your presentations. Now we would moving on to the Chairman Wu. Time is yours.
I come from Shanghai, China.
尚德作为一个23年的历史，成立于2001年。
Suntech was established in 2001 with 23 years of experience in solar industry.
曾经是美国的上市公司。
We were once listed IPO in America.
尚德在光伏领域在23年的发展，极大地推动了光伏行业的技术的进步。
During the last 23 years of development of Suntech in the PV industry, it has accelerated the development speed of the whole industry.
那么到今天，整个光伏行业已经不再需要任何一个国家都不再需要补贴，不再需要财政补贴。
Till today, the development of PV industry in any country does not need any government capital for the companies anymore.
过去10年，光伏行业的技术进步，成本下降了95%。
For the development of technology in the photovoltaic industry, the cost has dropped for 95%.
而且未来光伏发电的成本还在进一步的下降。
And the cost of PV generating power is still dropping.
我们大概率认为，可能未来10年光伏发电成本还会再下降50%。
We believe that the cost of PV generating power is going to drop for another 50% in the future.
所以光伏发电对火力发电的替代，对石油、天然气发电的替代，是一个不可阻拦的一个革命。
It is inevitable as a revolution for the new energy and green energy to replace gas and fuel energy.
光伏的发展不仅是一个口号，说我们需要环保，而且它就是一个最优秀的、成本最低的发电方式。
For green energy, it is more than just a slogan for us to protect the earth. It is actually the best energy resource for us to build.
那么光伏发电的问题是白天有，晚上没有。但是接下来未来的10年，储能的发展会快速发展，储能的成本会快速下降。
The problem of solar energy is that it only happens during the daytime and it doesn't happen during the nighttime. However, in the future, for 10 years, the storage technology is going to develop rapidly and the cost is going to drop for storage.
所以大概再有10年的时间，光伏加储能就能够比火力发电的白天加晚上还要便宜。
And so the cost of PV power generating plus storage is going to be cheaper than fuel and gas of power generation in the future.
回到电力的运用，那么现在这个欧盟已经宣布了，2035年不再销售燃油汽车。
For the application, European associations have actually said that they do not sell fuel-generated vehicles anymore.
也就是将来所有的汽车来源是会从燃油车变成电动车，而电的来源也不可能完全是靠煤电。
Which means that electronic vehicles is going to be the trend for the future, and the energy resource is not going to be from gas anymore.
按照联合国的测算，目前彭博社的测算就是目前光伏发电占比在整个发电系统全球是5%。
According to the United Nations calculation, as well as Bloomberg, the power account of new energy right now is 5% of global energy consumption.
那么到2050年，光伏发电占比会达到50%。
However, in 2050, the percentage is going to rise to 50%.
之后的20年可能会进一步，光伏发电占比占到电力系统的70%。
And 20 years after that, 20 years after 2050, it's going to increase till 70%.
所以我们现在迎接的、面对的是一场能源革命。
So what we're facing, what we're welcoming, is a revolution of energy.
印尼是一个人口大国。
Indonesia is a country with a large amount of population.
但是印尼的光伏刚刚起步。
However, the market of Indonesian's photovoltaic industry is at the beginning.
如果20年后印尼的光伏发电能够占电力系统的40%到50%，那么这就是一个巨大的市场，巨大的商业机会。
If in 20 years the percentage of power generation for photovoltaic industry is going to make up 40% to 50% of the whole power consumption, then Indonesia is going to be the greatest market.
在过去20多年的发展，中国的光伏技术和光伏的产能已经遥遥领先在全球。
In the past 20 years in China, the photovoltaic industry's technology and capacity has developed rapidly in China.
全球的组件厂商的前10名目前都是中国企业。
For PV modules, globally, the top 10 brands are all from China.
中国今年的本土的光伏发电的装机新增的当年装机容量应该大概是240个吉瓦。
The capacity growth of Chinese market is in this year is 240 gigawatt.
那么可能印尼今年的可能整个装机容量应该是不会超过2个吉瓦，本土的。
However, in Indonesia this year, locally, it's calculated to be less than 2 gigawatt.
所以尚德非常看好印尼市场未来的巨大的发展。
Somtech has great confidence and sees the great potential of Indonesian market in the future.
我们已经在印度尼西亚租赁了厂房，马上启动建设。
We have rented factories in Indonesia, and we're going to start operation very fast.
我们预计在明年1月份有2吉瓦的组件产能投产。
We hope for in the beginning of next year, we're going to have 2 gigawatt of capacity landed and operated in local Indonesia.
而且同时，我们按照印尼政府的要求，本土产量、本土占比60%的要求，我们也带来了大量的跟我们组件配套的这个材料企业。
At the same time, according to the government's requirement of local content for 60%, Somtech has brought auxiliary material suppliers with us to build factories locally in Indonesia.
这些材料企业都是中国优秀的在各个环节的这个优秀的企业。
These suppliers are all leading groups and leading enterprise of materials in PV industry in China.
那么他们跟随尚德来到印尼。
They follow Somtech to come to Indonesia.
所以我们不仅仅是原来的这个中国生产全球销售。
We have achieved from before produce in China, sell to the world.
我们将进一步发展成为印尼生产、印尼销售和印尼生产全球销售。
We're going to change from before to produce in Indonesia, sell in Indonesia, and produce in Indonesia, sell to the world.
所以尚德在过去3年始终非常关注品质。
In the past 3 years, Somtech has focused on quality for its priority.
我们坚守质量为王的这个商业底线。
Our principle and philosophy of business is that quality is everything.
我们希望尚德和中国的光伏企业能够在印尼为印尼的光伏事业发展做出一些贡献。
We hope to contribute, along with our supply chain partners, to contribute to the local market of Indonesia in this photovoltaic industry and build a healthy cooperation in the future.
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Wu, for your presentation. But next, we can move to Dr. Nora Sikin to give a presentation. Dr. Nora Sikin, are you here?
Yeah, thank you, Ibu Mada. Can the Secretariat open my slide? Okay. I have only 2 slides. Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good day to all distinguished guests and participants. Thank you very much for inviting me today. Here, I would like to share the solar energy and industry development in Malaysia, including the issues and challenges. So according to the World Energy Market Observatory report, Malaysia is projected to experience a 4.8% increase in energy demand by 2030. Furthermore, the annual growth rate of electricity demand surpasses that of primary energy production. Over the period of 2009 to 2035, energy demand in Malaysia is expected to see 6.3 terawatt hours to 206 terawatt hours. Consequently, Malaysia must explore alternative energy sources, especially the solar power. So Malaysia currently boasts a total installed solar capacity of 2,165 megawatt as indicated by data from Apricum. Malaysia has outlined plans to increase its capacity by an additional 1,098 megawatt by 2025, followed by an additional 2,414 megawatt by 2035. Additionally, the country has raised its renewable energy goals, targeting a 31% share of renewable energy by 2025, equivalent to 8.53 gigawatt in total renewable energy generation capacity. It's aimed for an even ambitious target of 40% by 2035, translating to 10.94 gigawatt. As per the Malaysian Renewable Energy Roadmap, or MEMR, the government has set its sight of renewable energy contributing to 31% of the country energy requirement by 2025. So their target extends to 40% or 18 gigawatt by 2035. In long run, there is an overarching objective of achieving a substantial 70% renewable energy share by 2050, because we have the net zero target by 2050. Since the introduction of the National Energy Transition Roadmap last August 2023, attention has been focused on the renewable energy market. For one, RE installation project are worth billion of ringgit. For another, the development of the entire renewable energy value chain is set to create a new growth engine for the country. And under the National Energy Transition Roadmap, the government has set an ambitious target of 70% renewable energy as a whole installed capacity by 2050, which requires at least 637 billion ringgit Malaysia in investment to upgrade the grid, install RE capacity and enhance energy storage and among others. It's aimed to achieve the target predominantly by increasing the number of solar panel installation. At present, Malaysia renewable energy installed capacity of 25% account for only 6% of the country total electricity generation. So nonetheless, solar has been the most talked about when it comes to renewable energy, as it's reached a record-breaking capacity installation in the country. Solar capacity is set to grow with the recent announced 5th round, the large-scale solar program. We have we call it LSS5, to offer a total electricity generation capacity of 2 gigawatt, which is the additional 2,000 megawatt. So the largest capacity under the LSS program so far. Among the 10 flagship projects identified under the National Energy Transition Roadmap is the establishment of a solar park to accelerate the deployment of the utility scale. So this solar park at 5 sites across the country will each consist about 100 megawatt large-scale solar installation co-developed by the National Energy Company or Tenaga Nasional Berhad in partnership with the small and medium enterprises, cooperative and state economic development cooperation. Another project will be the development of the 2,500 megawatt hybrid hydro floating solar PV installation, such as floating solar installed placed at the hydroelectric dam. Another initiative will look into expanding the virtual aggregation mechanism for rooftop solar programs. That would allow an owner to sell any excess energy generated from their installation directly to another consumer. So Malaysia has shown a strong commitment to promoting solar energy development since the introduction of the National Renewable Energy Policy in 2010. So this commitment has proven fruitful by the significant rise in operation of solar PV installation over the last 13 years. Although there are still several challenges ahead, Malaysia has set new initiatives under the National Energy Transition Roadmap, which will accelerate the growth of solar energy as Malaysia's predominant renewable energy source. So the future of solar energy in Malaysia looks bright. When we talk about the solar industry, Malaysia is the world's third largest PV panel manufacturer, contributing about 2.8% to the global output. So this rank placed Malaysia behind China, which dominated the market with a significant 77.8% share, and Vietnam, which is accounted for 6.4% of the world's photovoltaic production. And Malaysia is also the world's largest thin filler manufacturer site. However, I would like to stress here, most of the companies in Malaysia actually is a foreign company, not belong to Malaysian. Okay, so Malaysia is a major hub for solar equipment manufacturing with factory of companies like First Solar, Panasonic, TS Solartech, Jinko Solar, Jinko is from China, JA Solar, Sun Power, Hanwha, QCell, Longi, and Sun Edison, which is located around the industrial area at the country. So many international companies have the majority of production capacity located in Malaysia, such as the American company First Solar, which has over 2,000 megawatt of production capacity located in Kulim, which is one industrial area at the north of Malaysia, and only 280 megawatt located in Ohio. And a German-based company, which is now under the Hanwha QCell, which produced 1,100 megawatt worth of solar cell in Cyberjaya, while producing only 200 megawatt worth of solar cell in Germany. And Sun Power, largest manufacturing facility, Sun Power is also from the American company with a capacity of 1,400 megawatt, also located in Malaysia. Next slide. So Malaysia reliance on fossil fuel and status of the petroleum exporter present challenge towards the energy transition. To boost RE capacity, the ministry is considering lifting the ban of renewable energy export, especially to Singapore. So this proposal has actually sparked debate among industry stakeholders regarding its potential benefit and drawbacks. So despite the progress, there are still a challenge facing the development of the solar energy in Malaysia. The upfront cost of installation of solar PV system for the average homeowner is still high, even though we have so many companies or manufacturers located in Malaysia, but the cost is still high. Another challenge is the readiness of the national grid to accept more solar energy. The grid may become unstable when the high solar power is supplied, but there is a lower electricity demand from the end users. A reliable storage system would definitely help to solve this issue. So among
Nora, maybe 1 minute left.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay. Among the other issues of solar penetration, I can say that this is the demand side of that, which is lack of awareness, lack of economic distortion arising from the energy subsidies, balancing energy equity, Large-scale solar has hindered its scalability and efficiency due to the scattered development approach and lengthy permitting process. Absence of RA exchange platform exhibit the potential to capitalize the price premium, and also the transparent price discovery mechanism for willing buyer and willing seller are still lacking. So in conclusion, I can say that solar energy is still the main renewable energy sources in Malaysia, but the industry still face many challenges to ensure the affordable price for all, as the industry or manufacturing is still dominated by the foreign companies. With that, thank you, because I'm taking the time, and I'm shared to my side view if you have any question later. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nora. And then we continue with Mr. Grant Huber. You're already there. Okay.
Thank you. Let me share my screen here. And make sure you can see this. Okay, thank you very much for having me here today at this incredible conference. I think there's just so many interesting points that are being covered today. And I wanted to take a slightly different approach in this presentation to maybe present a counterpoint to what we're hearing for consideration. Now, we have already heard that from the International Energy Agency that in their latest World Investment Report in Energy in June 2024, they said that solar energy is the cheapest life cycle cost source of energy in the world today across all different applications. And so what that creates for the world and what it creates in particular for Indonesia is a fantastic opportunity to lower the cost of energy to the economy, making it a lower proportion of input and leaving more of the economy open to growth. So when we're looking at asking ourselves, how do we grow the solar industry? Is that the right question? Is it maybe better to say, how do we grow solar energy deployment in the economy rather than necessarily the industry? And there's a reason for this, looking at it this way. And the key idea that we want to put out here today is maybe we should be focusing right now in the near term on making solar projects and not necessarily on the details of making solar panels in the country. And why is this? It's because we know and we've seen, and in fact, Chairman Wu earlier was talking about how China has basically created the full value chain of solar module manufacturing with incredible amounts of capacity, in fact, overcapacity right now, which they will continue to have through into the 2030s. With that comes depressed prices for solar modules into the market. But what this does is it also creates an opportunity for Indonesia to create demand for these products through solar projects, not necessarily the panels themselves alone, because greater domestic demand for solar projects is going to create greater domestic demand for the inputs to those projects from the supply chain. And this is actually precisely what Paul Wilson was saying before, is they need the demand to come up to the scale of the factories that are being built to manufacture modules. In general, we can look at this sort of demand for projects creates demand for local content. And right now, China sits at the top of this value proposition where they are putting hundreds of gigawatts of solar installations in domestically while also exporting. And they are basically able to do 100% of the supply chain within the country. And even countries that have been looking at, pursuing their own development of manufacturing industries, the United States, perhaps one of the most aggressive of these with the Inflation Reduction Act, trying to onshore manufacturing. Still, even with the demand that's there in tens of gigawatts, there is still import of process inputs into the supply chain. And as you go smaller, that percentage of local content drops and imports grow. And where we are right now in Malaysia, we're only doing hundreds of megawatts. And that demand is not there yet. So why would you emphasize so much investment in solar panels? We know that China, seen in this graph here on the upper right, controls more than 80% of the overall value chain, but in some areas, like wafer cutting, it's 98%. So countries make polysilicon in other places and they export it to China, where it is cut into wafers that the rest of the world uses. And yes, we see in the yellow here the contribution from Southeast Asia in terms of cell and panel manufacturing, but that is almost exclusively for export at this moment in time, feeding the global demand for panels. And the other aspect of this that has to be taken into account is that the solar technology is evolving very quickly. China has shown us that they can go through and integrate massive changes in technology for the panels, the cells themselves, at amortization rates for those factories that are probably much more aggressive than many other countries in the world or investors in other countries in the world would be comfortable with. And as we see, only last year, PERC cells were the top product in the world. This year, it's TOPCon. The switch is dramatic. Silicon heterojunction terminals are coming next. What's going to happen with tandem structures and perovskites? All those things are happening quickly. That means anyone who's invested in this business has to be ready to retool their lines to adjust for these changes in technology. You want to make that, but when you make that bet, you want to make sure that you're going to be able to get a return on that investment. And the return on that investment is downstream demand in the product that you're manufacturing. So it's so important to have that demand. Now, right now, and I'm talking about in the short run today, what would be something that actually Indonesia could combat, if you want to call this a competition, against the Chinese modules and the inputs to those modules? We have to look at what a solar project is made up of. It's not just made up of modules, but it's an entire system of inputs. Right now in Indonesia, for a delivered functioning solar generation project, the solar module cost is only about 30% of the total project cost. And as we've heard actually from Chairman Wu's projecting, that cost of modules will drop another 50% in the coming year or so. So that module business is a highly competitive, overcapacity yet technology shifting business that has decreasing prices and therefore decreasing profits. And China kind of controls that market right now. But the one thing that is not controlled is this other 70% of costs. The other 70% of costs include balance of systems of equipment, from racking systems, cabling, junction boxes, control systems, transformers and substations, and all of these other elements that are required to deliver a functioning project. You need to finance those. You need to have land, permitting, development expertise, contracting expertise, management expertise. All of these things are within the influence of Indonesian policy, pricing, and domestic players. And we see this around the world that, I'm sitting here in the United States right now, and, suppliers of racking systems and cabling systems have customized
Grant, maybe you still have
the
1 minute
world.
more. Excuse me.
Yes, Ma.
Thank you.
So how do we create this demand and create the demand for companies that are setting up in Indonesia, looking to sell top level module products, top level complementary balance of systems? I think it's about creating this demand, and there are a number of ways we can do this. One, a consistent source of demand are rooftop systems for residential, commercial, and industrial players. Right now, there are, and rooftop systems actually can help meet daytime peak load. Now, right now in Indonesia, I recognize that they don't charge for time of day pricing to consumers, but PLN has to meet that demand with incremental ramped up resources. Solar mitigates that. At the same time, it creates a constant source of demand for suppliers to outfit rooftop systems. The second aspect is permit power wheeling between for people who want to buy renewable energy. As we know, the RE100 has established a partnership in the country, and there are over 120 RE100 members with manufacturing operations in Indonesia. That means they have a mandate, a corporate mandate to source renewable energy, and they can't get it right now. And wheeling from a location of power generation to a demand source would help this greatly. In fact, we can look across to Vietnam, which just implemented the direct power purchase agreement decree that allows such private developers to sell to private industry, and even allows the private transmission grid in between those and the goal there is to rapidly scale up renewables, allow those companies to meet their renewable energy mandates while adding incremental capacity to the grid. Another area that would help speed up utility scale projects is streamlining some of the procurement processes around utility scale solar in the country. Right now, and one of the key things that is affecting project developers is in our discussions with them, they've said there's a mandatory shareholding requirement PLN asks for in utility scale projects. As a former project developer myself, we try to work with razor thin margins and try to get the lowest cost of power when we bid on something. These sort of whether it's a carried interest, a shareholder loan, or value in kind, these things add to the cost of a project developer's financial model. We have to figure out how we're going to recover the cost of that investment and see what's the trade-off on value. And it takes a long time. Yeah, it takes a long time to negotiate these things.
Thank you.
And creates some conflicts of interest that are hard to resolve. Last two things is, in the Just Energy Transition Partnership that's proposed for Indonesia and the investment plan that the government created for that, There are at least 52 solar projects planned for the first 3 years of operations of that. Right now, we're struggling to get 1 or 2 or 3 projects done at a time. And really standardize, to create the demand for the solar market, Indonesia needs hundreds of projects going on. This requires sort of a project tendering factory, a standardized process where you can do deals on known terms that are bankable and attractive to both sides rapidly. PTSMI holds on to a process, a tendering process and negotiating support that was developed for public-private partnerships in other infrastructure sectors. It would be perfect as an application for utility scale, cookie cutter utility scale solar projects in the country. And the last thing, we were talking about local content requirements across all these presentations. I think there's probably a more realistic starting point, at least in the near term. By being too prescriptive on each element of a module or each element of a project, it can suppress innovation that a given company could bring to the solution. In other countries, a good starting point that we've seen is looking at, again, thinking about this on total project cost basis, a percentage of the project cost being local. And that percentage and allowing the developers and the suppliers to figure out how they're going to meet that percentage and increase that gradually over time as more and more projects come on and more demand is created for products domestically. Taken together, these hurdles could really removing some of these barriers could really open up the market for all the manufacturers and all the suppliers and investors who are waiting to take advantage of the massive solar potential that Indonesia has. So I will stop there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Graham, for a very interesting presentation. Baik, karena dari 5 narasumber sudah memberikan presentasinya hari ini, maka akan dibuka.
So the 5 speakers have given the presentations today, so we will open the Q&A session from the audience. Maybe at first for participants first to give questions to the speakers. Don't forget to mention your name and also your agency. Thank you. Yes, we've got one over there. And
ada lagi?
Anyone else?
Ya mungkin silakan Pak Arya.
Yes, Pak Arya, maybe.
Ya, terima kasih Bu Mada.
Yes, thank you very much, Mada. So my question is to the Ministry of Industry. When you talked about domestic component levels, TKDN, so some regulations have been issued on domestic component levels. So from the Ministry of Industry, I saw that these new regulations kind of eliminating the previous regulations, and we have now Ministry of Industry Regulation number 34, yeah, but it is not stated specifically like what's the percentage of the TKDN or domestic component levels. But well, we see the spirit, yeah, we see the spirit to support the solar projects, but we still hope that this industry will grow. And with the new regulations that have just been issued, I see that there is no encouragement whatsoever to support the industry to grow. Even the industries that will come in will just need to commit, I guess. They will not be able to grow, I guess, yeah. So this is something that we need to take into account. But on the other hand, there is another phenomenon that is quite interesting for me. So industries from China come into Indonesia, even though they say that, oh, this is for the local market, but the local market hasn't been developed well, right? So maybe it could be developed well after several years. So this is actually a good opportunity for us. Maybe you could read in some publications that export of Indonesia to the US, for instance, for solar modules has increased. Yeah, some producers have tried to do it in the US, yeah, so they can build their factories in Indonesia. Because if they go to China, they will receive a high import duty. Yeah, this must be um, uh, uh, this must be utilized by the Ministry of Industry, yeah, so that ownership of technology can also be owned by Indonesia. Because if we are only taken advantage of to get into the US market, then it will cause harm. Because yeah, this is something that we need to take into account. Yeah, if the newest regulation of the Ministry of Industry is issued, then there needs to be an article or clause that, okay, this industry is allowed to be built in Indonesia, but the ownership of technology must also be owned by Indonesia. So Indonesian companies, be it through licenses, but yeah, I think we can start from licenses, but then we can innovate, we can develop it with the R&D in Indonesia. Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you.
Pak Koko bisa silakan dijawab.
So, Pak Koko, can you answer that question, please?
Terima kasih, Pak.
Thank you very
Izin
much,
menjawab.
Bapak. So
Mengenai
allow me to
peraturan
answer your
yang
question, yeah,
sudah
regarding
dikeluarkan, memang saat
the
ini
regulations
kami
that have
dari
changed.
Kementerian Perindustrian,
So we
kita
from the
bersama
Ministry of
dengan
Industry,
Indonesia
along with
Photovoltaics,
TKDN, domestic
melakukan
component
revisi
levels,
formulir
and the relevant
16 tentang tata cara
institutions, we
perhitungan
are
dari TKDN.
revising
Nanti
the
TKDN
regulation
itu
number
akan
16,
dijadikan
yeah,
Permen
on
buat
domestic component levels, and this will serve
memerintahkan tata cara perhitungan nilai TKDN.
as a
Jadi
legal
nanti
umbrella,
disampaikan
yeah,
ini menetapkan untuk semuanya. Itu masih
for
dalam
the
tahap revisi
other
memang, Pak.
Ministry of
Saya
Industry
terima kasih atas
regulations, yeah.
masukannya.
So
Nanti akan saya sampaikan ke
I
dinas
thank you
terkait
for your
mengenai
suggestion.
apa
So I will
beberapa yang tadi.
let my
Semoga
team
bisa
know,
diakomodir
yeah,
di
about your
revisi
input,
dalam
and hopefully this could
forum
be
revisi yang sekarang sedang berjalan, Pak.
included in the revision
Memang
that
betul,
we
Pak.
are
Jadi
currently doing, yeah.
industri
So
tumbuh
you're
itu
totally
dengan
right
harapan
that industry
bukan hanya
grows.
sebagai lokasi saja di Indonesia sih, Pak.
We hope that
Dengan
they
harapan juga itu akan
will not only
di
use.
istilahnya
So Indonesia will not only
dijual juga
become
di Indonesia,
a
pengembangannya juga
place,
di Indonesia
yeah,
di
but
dalam negeri
we
juga
hope
gitu,
that
Pak.
the
Tapi satu
development is
sisi
also carried out in
kita juga
Indonesia, yeah.
membutuhkan investasinya, Pak.
But on the other
Jadi
hand, we also
investasi
need the
dalam
investment.
perhitungan
Investment is needed.
saya rasa bertahap ya, Pak ya.
And I think
Bertahap
this
nanti
can
ke
be
depannya
done
itu
gradually and going forward.
bukan hanya untuk produksinya di Indonesia
It is
nanti,
not
tapi di
only
ekspor,
about the
tapi juga
production,
akan
which is in
dipasarkan juga di
Indonesia,
dalam
and
negeri
export,
lokal.
but this
Saat
will
ini yang
also be
sedang fokus
distributed
di kami
domestically, yeah.
itu untuk
What we are
ini
focusing
berkaitan
on
dengan
right
dengan
now,
TKDN ya, Pak ya. Dengan
this
TKDN
one
yang
is related to
biasanya
domestic
di
component level.
apa layer 2, layer 3 diverifikasi,
Usually
nanti itu
in
akan
the
dibilangkan.
second and third layers
Rencananya
are
ke depan akan
verified.
dilakukan
Yeah,
verifikasi ke
going
layer 2,
forward,
layer 3,
the
tapi
verification of
layer
the
2, layer
second
3
and
diminta
third
juga
layers
untuk
will be
melakukan sertifikasi TKDN, Pak.
eliminated, yeah, but they will
Jadi
also be
nanti
asked to carry out
istilahnya
certification of domestic
dengan
component
tujuan akan
level
meningkatkan nilai TKDN.
with the aim to
Karena
improve
harus
the
langsung yang
value of
layer
domestic
2, layer
component
3
level,
harus punya sertifikat DN
because layer
supaya
2 and
bisa
layer 3
di
need to have the certificate of domestic component
meningkatkan nilai
level,
TKDN di layer
and
ini
this
Pak,
will
utamanya.
increase the value of
Jadi gini, tujuannya
domestic
itu
component
kan
level.
layer 2, layer 3 pernah
So
kita
the
kan
second and the third
datang untuk
layers,
sertifikasi ya Pak ya, tapi
sometimes we
mereka
disseminate
beranggapan buat
this,
apa
but
saya harus sertifikasi TKDN?
they think that
Kan
why do I
duitnya
have
nggak
to
ke saya.
disseminate TKDN
Mereka
or
hanya
domestic component level?
memproduksi bahan bakunya
They are
aja,
not buying
menyiapkan
from us. I'm just
menyiapkan menangnya
preparing
lah,
the
belum ada
raw
jadinya. Nah,
material.
tapi
Yeah,
akan
I
didorong supaya
not
industri bahan
like
baku dan
making the products.
industri hulu dan antaranya itu
So
juga
we hope that
berkembang dan
the
meningkat. Jadi bukan hanya di
upstream
hilir, tapi kita
industry
akan fokus juga di
also
hulu dan
improve, not
antara. Itu
only
yang sedang
in the
kita
downstream
persiapkan ke depannya,
industry,
Pak.
yeah, and
Jadi
also in
dengan harapan
between.
tadi
So with
investasi
the
masuk ke
expectation
Indonesia,
that
produksi di
investments
sini,
can come into
tapi bukan
Indonesia,
hanya
the production
sistem
is carried
numpang
out in
saja di
Indonesia,
nanti
but
barangnya
Indonesia
diekspor
is not
gitu kan,
only
tapi
used as
juga
a
akan
place for production and then
dipasarkan
they will
dan
export
dijual-belikan di dalam
the
negeri sendiri,
products,
Pak.
but we hope
Terima
that
kasih,
the
Pak.
products can also be used and also
Baik,
distributed
terima kasih Pak Koko.
domestically. Yeah.
Apakah ada
Thank you very
pertanyaan
much, Mas
lagi dari
Koko.
audiens?
Does anyone else have any questions? I'm still opening the Q&A
Mungkin
session.
sambil menunggu pertanyaan dari audiens, mungkin
Maybe
Pak
while
Wilson
waiting
silakan
for
menanggapi
the
Pak Koko.
questions from the audience, Pak Wilson, I would like to
Dari
ask
Trinama
you a question.
sendiri, kan saat
From
ini kita sudah
Trinama,
tahu ya
as
bahwa
we all know,
produk lokal
local domestic products cannot like entirely absorbed by the market. Yeah. So how do you make strategies so that the local products that have been produced can be absorbed by the domestic market? Thank you, ma'am. So first of all, our first strategy is we need to have the factory in place. We know the conditions of the industry keep on changing, yeah, but our commitment to finish the factory is still our commitment, yeah. Next, related to the market, we need to, yeah, we still communicate with the government, even though in the latest ministerial regulation there is some sort of relaxation, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the projects that have been targeted are can also be relaxed. Yeah, so we can also take into consideration if it's conflicting with the domestic one, then we will try to find other markets overseas. But our commitment is our domestic market first. Yes. So you have a new product, yeah, Fairfax, yeah, 720 WP, yeah, it's excellent. So that's the price. Can the domestic market absorb the prices? Yeah. We know that the tier one has been quite a few, yeah. So is this product quite competitive compared to the other products? Regarding prices, yeah, we obviously try to be competitive, but the first barrier is the tariff, yeah. If we would like to get into domestic component level, but if it's not in line with the target in the price in the presidential regulation, then we cannot do that. And there have been a lot of inputs, yeah, of why the prices cannot be the same as the import prices, yeah. It has been mentioned that we haven't achieved the ecosystem, yeah. We still have limitations, but in China, let's say, the factory is a minimum of 10 gigabytes. So the structure is different compared to our country. And if we compare the prices to the import one, it's going to be very difficult, but we still carry out research and efficiency so that the prices will come closer to the import panels, yeah. So meaning that we can carry out transactions if the tariff in the presidential regulation is approved, yeah. Yeah, so for example, if I buy per panel, yeah, the price is something that we are targeting on, and hopefully we can achieve this, yeah.
And then for Chairman Wu, previously you said that actually, yeah, our country is like a very interesting market to be like developed for the solar PV. But as we know that until today, actually, our installed solar PV is not reached for like 1 gigawatt. So how Suntec Power think about the Indonesia market?
伍飞先生，刚才您提到，印度尼西亚市场是一个非常有趣的市场。那但是我们目前来说，今年我们可装机的容量其实还不到1个吉瓦，所以说想让您多分享一下尚德对于印度尼西亚市场的看法。
光伏这个行业呢，它首先是一个必然的趋势，就是整个光伏发电的成本会越来越便宜。 所以说，印尼的市场呢，只是刚刚开始啊，而且会爆发的速度会越来越快。就是当我们身边的人都在用光伏的时候，我们就能够体验到这个，尤其是这个居民屋顶它分布式光伏的这个好处。那么从国家的角度来说呢，能够直接享受到很多 ESG 的绿色环保的一些这个好处。那么当然， 光伏行业跟这个火电之间的发展还会有一个平衡啊，它不会一步到位的快速的是发展啊，会有一个慢慢的一个过程。所以我们对印尼的市场，第一长期是坚定的看好，第二呢，它会有一个爆发前会有一个过程。
So we do believe that the photovoltaic industry, the development is a trend that is necessarily going to happen. And in Indonesian market, the cost is going to go down eventually. For the past, we can already tell that the transformation of energy from solar to from fuel and gas to solar is already in progress. And so the Indonesian market is actually only at the beginning of it, which is why we have so much expectations of the potential toward this market. And in the past, we already see the outcomes of the rooftop and distribution modules that had great performance in the past, which is why in the future, the new products, the new technologies is going to also perform better and give us a better result in the future.
Okay, so means that Suntec Power wants to start small also?
所以伍飞先生，您觉得尚德电力也是想要先从小一些的项目开始做吗？
我们会全面的这个拓展，从小型的项目包括这个大型的地面项目都会同时推进。
Actually, for Suntec, we're going to comprehensively develop our projects from small scale as well as large power plant with large scale projects.
在欧洲，尚德是一个很知名的品牌。
In Europe, Suntec is a very famous brand.
那么我们想在印尼市场起步的初期，能够让大家能够了解、知道尚德这个品牌，然后在未来印尼大爆发的时候，让尚德的品牌能够深入到印尼的千家万户。
So in the beginning of products that we cooperate in this beginning stage of cooperation, we hope for Indonesian market to know the brand first and recognize the brand first before the blooming of market in Indonesia. And then when the market blooms, we're going to make sure that all the households are going to use Suntec brand.
Okay, thank you very much.
非常感谢。
Apakah dari audiens ada yang mau memberikan
From the audience, maybe, do you have any questions? Okay, please.
Selamat siang, saya Deliana dari
Good
Tamaris Group.
afternoon. From Tamaris Group, we are one of the player in renewable energy, yeah? Question for Pak Heru. So, allow me to ask a question. Yeah, a few moments ago, I read an article about the issuance of domestic component level, the new provision, yeah, the new regulation. It was mentioned that several projects have experienced barriers in feasibility, economic feasibility, due to local component requirements. One of which was that solar power plant Cirata, yeah, wanted to have some sort of exclusion from this TKDN, yeah, or the domestic component level. So I was wondering, yeah, from the Ministry of Industry, do you have any anticipation to anticipate this, yeah, with the regulation of TKDN that has been planned? This will become barriers and counterproductive for the domestic industry to be able to carry out the installment projects of solar power plants. How if this will cause a lot of exclusions, because this is not economically feasible, yeah, and this will create barriers. So what's your consideration on this, yeah, to mitigate this? Thank you.
Ya, terima kasih. Saya
Yes,
coba
thank
menjawab.
you very much, yeah.
Memang ada istilah peraturan itu kan tidak
So,
apa sih
there is a term,
bisa
yeah,
menyenangkan untuk semua pihak.
like regulations cannot please everybody, yeah. So the government makes regulation to improve the domestic industry,
and
so that the industry can improve.
of course to improve the buying capacities from the people. And we have this clear instruction from the president to prioritize the domestic goods and services. In the old time, I was working in BPG. During the procurement, we always opting for the cheapest options, but now we are mainly focused on the highest TKD and value. Therefore, we, even though it's higher in prices, but it has higher TKD and number, then we would eventually opting for it. And I was also further inquires whether it will be considered as overspending the state budget. But then they said there's no such thing as overspending because the instructions are clear. TKDN should not hinder our purchasing capacities. And so in that sense, I think it shouldn't be creating such an entrance, but of course we need to seek for this common a common page with the industries. And we've done that actually. We involve the associations, so we've invited them. And even though the Kemenperin, the Ministry of Industry, are the one who's in charge to create this regulations product, but again, the industries are the real players here, and the association also act as main stakeholders. And as what have been mentioned, our presidents have stated to give the ease of determinations for the Ministry of Industries to determine these numbers of TKD and numbers, including the threshold. So we've conducted the FGD with the relevant associations and stakeholders to find out what's the best formulations that could benefit both the government and industries, and to ensure that all of these obstacles will be resolved, and to ensure that the future development will not be also hindered by this. Thank you. By Mr. Koko's response to Tamari's questions, and knowing that we have this time constraint, we shall end up here. But through our discussion today, we can conclude that us as the citizens of Indonesia, we would support fully the establishment of this solar PV industry establishments. And as what have been mentioned, we would grow this ecosystem to create and to achieve this competitive prices on the market. And from here, thank you very much, Chairman Wu, Dr. Nora, Dr. Grant Hubert, Mr. Koko, Mr. Wilson, who have given your insightful presentations on the development of TKD and industry in Indonesia. Hopefully, through this sessions, we could have this comprehensive information about the issues that we need to resolve. Thank you. I would close the session and I would give it back to the Master of Ceremony. Give a big round of applause to our moderator today, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, who have shared your insights to all of us. Please remain on the stage because we would continue with the photo sessions.
Baik, mohon tim dokumentasi untuk bersiap mengabadikan
Documentation
momen.
team kindly prepared to capture this moment.
Looking sharp. Oke. Dalam hitungan ketiga, mohon
Looking sharp.
bersiap tim dokumentasi.
On 3.
Baik, kameranya masih dioperasionalkan terlebih dahulu. Baik, siap. Dalam hitungan ketiga.
On my count.
Sudah siap?
Ready on 3.
Baik. Dalam hitungan ketiga, mohon
On my count.
kesediaannya. 1, 2,
1, 2, 3.
Baik, terima kasih atas kesediaannya Bapak dan
Thank
Ibu
you
sekali lagi.
for your willingness and your presentations today, ladies and gentlemen. Let us give the panelists a big round of applause, moderated by Ibu Mada Sari. Thank you for moderating today's discussions through very dynamic approaches, even though it's quite intense. And I do really, the TKDN sounds like a very on-point issue. Ladies and gentlemen, we have see and listen together the second panel on building Indonesia's solar supply chain, promoting Indonesia's competitiveness for domestic solar supply chain. It's interesting how to formulate the TKDN to enhance this solar industry in Indonesia, and it's also interesting to listen to the constellations of our presenters today, keynote speakers, because we would be able to listen through various perspectives from the academics, government, and then from the private sectors. And we could be able to get an in-depth information about this renewable industry, energy industry in Indonesia. And of course, the relevant stakeholders will be ended up in this one vision, the expected, this hopes to increase the solar industry in order to increase the security of energy in Indonesia. And ladies and gentlemen, let us prove our commitment to use this potential of new and renewable energy in Indonesia, because we have such a tremendous amount, abundance of resources, and hopefully all the stakeholders could cling on to these expectations to increase the renewable energy in Indonesia, and in order to enhance the energy security in Indonesia. And after the second panel, we would now move on to the third discussion, which themed on solar demand signals, answering strong demand for solar energy in Indonesia. And we still have the remaining two panel of discussions, and we would like to remind you that our final roundtable discussions will be presented by the expert of experts and the policymakers. Are we ready? Now, join me to enter the third panel discussion on solar demand signals, answering strong demand for solar energy in Indonesia. And let us invite the moderator, Dr. Raden Raditya Wiranegara.
Selamat siang Pak Raden.
Siang.
Good afternoon, Mr. Raden.
Ya, siang. Radit aja ya, jangan Pak Raden.
Baik, silakan.
Maybe Radit, not Mr. Raden.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Raden Raditya Yuda Wiranegara, but please just call me Radit, because Pak Raden is a character known to Unyil, who create Unyil. So I'm not that person. So yeah, please just call me Radit. And in the third session that we are going to have now, so maybe I will start by introducing myself. So I'm a research manager at IESR, and I'll be your moderator for the next few hours. And in this session, we will try to reflect
on a growing awareness of the need for sustainable energy resources. And because we are in an ISS event, so that means it's about solar energy. So we are already observing a surge of demand for its utilization, be it in the residential scale or utility scale. And meeting the demand through expanding the solar capacity is one thing, but ensuring the efficient distribution, affordability, and accessibility for all segments of the population is another consideration. And within the discussion that you will be hearing for the next few hours, we will have a discussion on these issues, and we will touch base also on these issues. And therefore, today I will be joined by 5 distinguished panels, and I will call them one by one. So please, if I call your name, please come to the stage. So the first panel that we are going to have today is Mr. Toby Walker. So please, round of applause for Mr. Toby Walker. So he is a policy manager at RE100 Climate Group. It's a global initiative that gathers all businesses committed to 100% RE. And the second panelist that we have today is Pak Muhammad Rifki Rahman. So, Pak, how should I call you, Pak Rifki or Pak Rifki? Okay, Pak Rifki. So Pak Rifki is manager for sales, retails, monitoring and evaluation at PT PLN Persero. And the third panelist is Mbak Marlistia Citraningrum, or Mbak Citra. So she is the project lead at Bali Net Zero 2045 initiative, and also the program manager for sustainable energy access at IESR. And the fourth panelist is Mas Enda Ginting. Yeah. So Mas Enda Ginting is a country manager for Indonesia Green Energy, a Singapore-based renewable energy developer, especially in solar and wind and energy storage. And the last panelist is Pak Ahmad Riza Rosindrawan. So Pak Ahmad is a director of business development at PT Energia Prima Nusantara. So it's a subsidiary of PT United Tractors, focusing on renewable energy development. So the type of renewables that have been developed so far is on rooftop solar, mini hydro, and geothermal. So without further ado, I will start the discussion today by asking maybe first Mr. Toby Walker, but before I start the asking question, I'll just a disclaimer that feel free to answer the question in Bahasa, but I'll be asking the question in English. This is the direction or the guideline that's been sent to me by the committee of this event. So the first question for Mr. Toby Walker from RE100 Climate Group. So RE100 has a significant number of members and their relevant supply chain network in Indonesia. But how is RE100 and its members perceive Indonesia's competitiveness for business?
Sure, thank you. And unfortunately, I won't be answering in Bahasa, but I want to say a big thank you to our host, IESR, for putting this event on today, and to the co-host, Marvis and MEMR, for putting this discussion at an important time for Indonesia. So as you rightly mentioned, RE100 is an ambition campaign bringing together over 430 of the world's largest and most influential businesses, committed to powering their operations of 100% renewable electricity by 2050 or earlier. What this looks like in terms of Indonesia is 120 of those companies reporting operations here each year to us by CDP. And what RE100 really does is, and what we're looking to do in Indonesia with an increasing amount of priority, is build that demand signal convene those corporates to understand the common issues that they're facing in terms of building and developing renewables, and then convey those solutions to the government. And something we're hearing a lot about across the globe, but equally in Indonesia, is a huge growing trend in terms of companies making these climate commitments. And what that then looks like at a business level is one of the first things they're going to look at is their energy consumption in their own operations and also their supply chain. And just to touch on the supply chain aspect of that quickly, because it's important from that competition angle, we hear from our partner CDP that supply chain emissions often count up to 90% of a company's GHG impact. And not only that, there's a growing amount of regulation across the world that's looking to address that part of a company's operations, for instance, the European Union's carbon border adjustment mechanism. And that's something that we think are going to grow massively over the next decade or so. But what does that mean, that supply chain focus and that increase in climate targets for Indonesia? And the main point to convey here is that companies are increasingly assessing where to operate, where to base their supply chain based off how readily available renewables are in the country. And this is something we are continually hearing from our membership base across the world. And it's not just that they're increasingly assessing this, but on the flip side, this is a mounting opportunity for governments in terms of the available investment that is there from these businesses in terms of growing and developing renewable projects. We heard from Grant earlier in the previous panel on the example of Vietnam, and they've introduced the recent direct power purchase agreements regulation, which is facilitating big factories to procure renewables directly from wind and solar projects. We then heard from one of our members, the Lego Group, that they are soon to be developing $1 billion project in Vietnam, and that's been largely attributed to the fact that Vietnam has clearly stated its commitments to sustainability and matching that with the intended regulation. So Indonesia is competing with its neighbors in the ASEAN region particularly, and RE100 and our partner IESR stand ready to convey to the government what particular areas need to be addressed so that we're not losing out to the neighbors in terms of developing renewables at the speed that's needed in Indonesia.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Walcott, for your answer. But you said that Indonesia is competing with neighbors in this race for solar energy. But what's the opportunity that Indonesia has in being? Because I think Indonesia has the ambition of being a solar hub manufacturer in Southeast Asia, and how do you see that the growing demand for solar energy in Indonesia could help Indonesia in being that in reaching that ambition of being the solar hub manufacturer in Indonesia in Southeast Asia?
Yeah, sure. I mean, to touch upon here to start, there was a study from IRENA last year, the International Renewable Energy Agency, that mapped the socioeconomic opportunities for Indonesia up to 2050. And they showed that Indonesia, under a 1.5 degree model, is anticipated to have 0.5% higher GDP, 2.6% higher economy-wide jobs, and 8.1% higher social welfare if it follows this 1.5 degree pathway instead of the planned energy pathway that's currently undergoing. And so this, to me, indicates that the growth of renewables is a huge opportunity, both in terms of the economy and from the social side. And we believe that RE100 members can be key agents in that and seizing that opportunity as well. But I guess maybe to build out on some of the sort of issues that we think need to be addressed in the meantime to get to that point and seize that opportunity, I can touch upon some of our insights from our most recent annual reports. Whereas if you look at those 120 companies that are reporting operations here, on average, they're procuring 35% of renewables already, which actually puts them very high compared to a lot of the neighboring countries in the region. But if you dig into that 35% in a bit more detail, there's two sort of worrying trends that emerge. And the first one here is that only 13% of that 35 is actually being procured from wind and solar projects. The remaining and the large share is from hydropower, and hydropower that's over 20 years old. So that to us shows that currently with the existing mechanisms, corporate investment is not being directed towards bringing new renewable energy projects online. The second worrying trend behind that as well is that the dominant procurement mechanism that's being used is unbundled energy attribute certificates. And that just reiterates that point that the current mechanisms for channeling corporate investment in renewable energy in Indonesia is not helping support new renewables projects coming online, and therefore something needs to shift in these mechanisms that are available. And we've heard a lot on power purchase agreements and contract with suppliers as key means to do this. And I think this is a key opportunity that needs to be seized in the midterm for helping those corporates hit their own targets, but then equally Indonesia hit its own climate targets as well.
Okay, that's an interesting figure that you just mentioned previously on that only 30% out of 35% is being supplied by solar and wind. So I'll move to the panelists from PLN, Mr. Pak Rifki. So tadi I'll switch this in Bahasa. So maybe Toby, if you want to understand what I'm trying to say, you can put your interpreter on. So Pak, tadi disebutkan oleh
the device, as what have been mentioned by Mr. Toby Walker, that 13% out of 35% of the energy that's subscribed by the energy that is subscribed mainly generated from the solar and windmill, and the remaining are coming from the hydro and geothermal. Maybe you could give your response from the PLN. As what have been mentioned, REC also could not increase the penetrations to enlarge the adoptions of the new and renewable energy. Thank you. From PLN, of course, we try to be in alignment with the government visions towards zero net emission. But we need to understand this is not a personal issue or regional. This is a global issue that we need to address together. And in terms of the implementation of solar panel, as what have been mentioned, that it covers less than 10% of the whole energy mix. There are several factors that actually cause this from the PLN. We have never actually limited these numbers actually. And based on the REPTL, the power provisions business plans, we have planned this electricity national plan. That's the cleanest throughout the history. And we have planned that there will be 4.3 gigawatts of solar PV rooftop from the LTS or the solar PV. And if the smart grid program will be running smoothly, then we would escalate it until 12 gigawatts. And in our opinion, this is outside of the public consumers, and the remaining mix from the hydro will of course complement this new and renewable energy harness. But for the opportunities of the solar PV is very huge and developable, and we should work hand in hand to achieve this big agenda. And we could tap into the multi-partnerships to address this issue on increasing the renewable energy access.
Ya, silakan Mbak Rifki.
Mr. Rifki.
Next mungkin. Ya, oh iya. Baik, kami izin menyampaikan bahwa memang.
And allow us to present our presentations here. Our CEO, Mr. Darman Pratojo, have set the first priority on a green transformations project as our main agenda, in line with the climate change and net zero emissions, as what have been stipulated by our government. And green is our priority in PLN. And in 2024, our CEO have determined the second term on 2.0 net zero emissions programs, and we focused not only to increase the EBT, the RE mix programs in Indonesia, but also how to increase the stakeholders' engagement, including how PLN could increase the economic sectors and to increase the environmental impact. And when we talk about the decarbonization issue, PLN have always stated our commitment that we would become the front runner in Indonesia, not only on the solar PV, but also on the existing power plants that use steam power and other types of resources. And we also deployed the earlier retirement and renegotiated with the PPA, and this 13 gigawatt plus 1 gigawatt we could we have cancelled from the existing unclean energy to reduce the emissions. And what's also important is PLN always try to increase this energy mix. And at this time, we also see from the Cirata power plant, we have produced the 192 megawatt, the biggest in the Southeast Asia. Not only the solar PV, but also to increase the penetrations through the groundbreaking of hydro storage. And it is estimated that by 2028, the penetrations will increase the energy captured.
Ya tadi. Ya, mungkin sambil menunggu
while waiting for the presentation or the slides, so when it comes to PLTS setup on grid, so up until July 2024, there has been more than 9,000 customers of PLN, and with the capacity of 204 megawatt. So if there is a narrative from Mr. Grant Hubner that one of the efforts to support PV rapidly is by eliminating PLN restrictions. So we need to clarify that since the beginning, PLN has always been committed that there is no restriction whatsoever. But the things that have become our joint or shared concerns are for the off-grid solar power plants. There is a system of PLN, yeah, to accept PLTS atap on grid, yeah, due to the nature of this PLTS. But for the PLTS off grid, there is no regulation or any rules or provisions that customers would like to install off-grid PLTS need to get the permission from PLN regarding the quota as well. There is no requirement for that, yeah. And in 2024, the implementation of Ministerial Regulation number 2 of 2024 for this permit has received positive feedback from the community, and out of the quota available, 88% has been absorbed. So for us, this is achievement of all stakeholders, starting from private developers, and this is a very good progress because the development of PV on grid in the past 6 years, we can reach the two licensing processes here in July. Yeah? So let's give a big round of applause here for the development of this PLTS. So going forward, we will see the process of the development or construction. Yeah, this is going to be another issue. For us in PLN, we are ready to support, especially if they are already in line with the criteria. Yeah, so we will monitor the process of construction. And one thing is, it is how PLN really welcomes the on-grid. So we make licensing through digitalization, so via the application of PLN Mobile. So community members, business players, and others, all of them can register wherever they are. So not only filling out, yeah, they just need 5 minutes, yeah, to fill out the data online. So you don't need to come to the PLN office in person. So this is one of the milestones on how the ministerial regulation of 2024 has been run well, yeah. Yeah, I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Rifki atas
Thank you very much, Pak Rifki, for your presentation. Yeah, so it's quite interesting, yeah. So 88% of the quota has been used
2024 gitu ya.
for 2024, yeah.
Jadi masih ada 12% kuota
So there's still 12% of quota, yeah, available. So maybe the others who haven't used it, you can utilize it, yeah.
Pak Rifki mungkin terima
So
kasih
Pak
atas
Rifki,
paparannya.
thank you very much for the presentation.
Mungkin saya ingin coba beralih. Ini kan tadi PLTS atap yang dipaparkan adalah untuk
for PLTS atap, yeah, the rooftop solar power plant, yeah, for the community members, the 1,300, yeah, for the general public. Well, something interesting about it is in terms of the number of customers for the existing ones, in terms of the number of customers, most of them are in the household level. Well, for the capacity, 63% is in the industry, yeah, because industry in nature has like bigger or wider roofs, yeah. So this also happened during the licensing, yeah, for the number. The number of users is mostly from households, but from capacity, 84% is from industry roofs, yeah. So for us, this is one of the causes is that, as I said earlier, yeah, industries have like bigger roofs, and also they need the needs for the green energy portfolio, be it for export or the need for how to how to also contribute to energy mix in
Terima kasih Pak
Indonesia.
Rifki atas itu aja responsnya.
So thank you very much,
Mungkin
Pak
kita akan
Rifki, for
beralih ke
your response.
Mbak Citra gitu ya.
I will move on to
Ada
Mbak Citra
tambahan
now.
mungkin untuk yang
So
akan disampaikan.
do you have anything or do you have a presentation to give? Yes, thank you, Radit. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Marlistia Citraningrum. You can call me Citra. At IESR, we all work to mainstream solar power or energy. If we look back, like in the past 5 or 7 years, solar power plants haven't been mainstreamed yet. Up till 2021, for example, the official number in the national policy, the potential of this energy is only 207 gigawatt. Yeah, it is not sufficient to reach net zero emissions by 2060. Yeah, by depending on new renewable energy, whose prices have always been competitive. Yeah, and then there is a report. Yeah, on the solar power in Indonesia. And then the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources started to renew the potentials of the renewable energy with the renewing the technology. So now we have the number almost 3,700 gigawatts, yeah, for all renewable energy. So if we look back to 2021, there is no roadmap of net zero emission, yeah, where the PLTS reaches 300 gigawatt. Because if you look at the modeling of roadmap, the potential is not sufficient for Indonesia to reach net zero emission if Indonesia only relies on PLTS, whose technology has been developing, and also this one, yeah.
Sebenarnya kalau kita tanya dari perspektif user,
If we ask the users at IESR, so Mas Radit is an expert in electricity, so he only talks about supply. I prefer to talk about demand. Because if there is no demand, then it will not match. Yeah. So from the user's point of view, solar power, is it an energy choice for them? And why solar energy is important to be offered to users? Because of its nature, which is democratic. Yeah, we don't have to be a company to use rooftop solar power. Yeah, so I also install the rooftop PLTS at my house. Yeah, and this is also disseminated to households and also small, medium enterprises all over Indonesia, including Bali. If there is an option to use the rooftop PLTS, what is their perception? If there are, even though the two main reasons are saving electricity, because they say that, oh, because we can save the use of electricity from PLN, then it would reduce the cost. And for business groups in Bali, above 50% mentioned that this will contribute to the environment. So there is quote unquote noble motivation, yeah. So not merely about saving costs or because the technology is new, but they can contribute to take care of the environment, yeah. So if brands are known by people, then it's going to be more important, yeah. So if we look at in other countries, yeah, things with the word eco or things like that are more preferred by people, yeah. And due to democratization of energy, Indonesia is an archipelagic country, so the potentials of new renewable energy are really potential in Indonesia. Yeah. In March, we released the Nusa Penida roadmap for 100% of new renewable energy. So Nusa Penida is a small island to the south of Bali. So there are three groups of islands called Nusa. Yeah, they are not connected to Bali. Yeah, so there are these networks, and with this modified system, Nusa Penida can actually use renewable energy by using solar power, yeah, with the highest composition, because they can use the rooftops like the ground as well, and also battery storage, yeah, and they have like 3.5 megawatt of PLTS there, and they plan to improve it. Yeah, if we would like to reach our goal by 2030, then the PLTS needs to improve to 216 megawatt. Yeah, is it possible or not? Yeah, let's see. Yeah, so we cannot only rely on PLTS, but there is a combination with biodiesel and biomass, and also hydro energy storage, yeah, to supply energy in the long term. That doesn't rely on new renewable energies, which are variables. Yeah, so for this 100% of renewable energy, we hope that this could be replicated in other areas that have the potentials of renewable energy with demand that is not too high, so that the configuration of the system could be adjusted. And then lastly, on creating demand, this is one of my tweets that gone viral, yeah. So the views reached 1.8 million, yeah. I said that I used PLTS atap, yeah, the rooftop PLTS, and my electricity bill dropped, yeah. So the negative sentiments about PLTS are actually a lot, yeah, like the prices are high. The keyword, one of the keywords is actually PLN, yeah. But if you look at the engagement in this tweet, I see that they have huge interest, but they have a lot of questions, yeah. How can I install this, yeah? What's the price, and how much can I save? And how can I achieve the saving that I want? Yeah, maybe there needs to be a change in the behavior. Yeah, so if we use a lot of electricity in the afternoon, then this can be allocated to the evening. So users, it doesn't mean that they don't want to use PLTS, but there are a lot of considerations to finally decide to use solar energy. Yeah. So individuals, they often think about economic decisions, and one of the ways to solve it is to use the experience of using PLTS and share the information that this can be accessed by many people. Yeah. So if you haven't installed PLTS atap, so in January 2025, another quota will be opened. Yeah. So maybe you can also use the solar power that is democratic. Thank you. So I will follow up Citra's presentation on Nusa Penida, ya, based on the study conducted. Did you also identify the enabling environment? Like what needs to be prepared so that Nusa Penida can move towards 100% of renewable energy. And thank you, Mas Radit, for the question. If we want to build an island with 100% of renewable energy, we need to talk with PLN and also the subsidiaries that provide electricity all over Indonesia. So in Nusa Penida, Indonesia Power is the one in charge, yeah, for the procurement of electricity. So this is a starting point for IESR and also the manpower office of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. So all the stakeholders in it must be engaged, yeah. Because we're not IPP, yeah, we cannot build renewable energy plants there, yeah, by ourselves, yeah. But with the modeling system, we can try to make it happen. Second of all is the investment. In Southeast Asia, Indonesia is considered as a huge market, but not really a conducive one. So when Nusa Penida is 100% renewable energy, it was presented in Singapore in an infrastructure forum, there were a lot of investors interested to invest. But the question is, are the policies in place like RPL maybe has included these elements, so it is back to the situations for the long-term planning and facilitation of investment and also collaboration with community members. Community members of Nusa Penida really wanted good supply and also sustainable supply. Thank you, Mbak Citra. You mentioned RUPTL, yeah, Electricity Supply Business Plan, yeah. So we don't know when this will be launched, yeah. Is it already there?
Apakah di dalamnya ada satu
And
bagian yang khusus melihat
is there a specific part to see potentials of an island to become 100% renewable energy like the case in Nusa Penida? So I touched upon this a little bit actually. So we are echoing this narrative, yeah. Energy development. So PLN is really serious in developing this. And whether Nusa Penida is included in RUPTL or Electricity Supply Business Plan or not, yeah, maybe we can take a look. This is still a process, yeah. Recommendation, yeah. If in the Electricity Supply Business Plan it is already included, then as I said earlier, Nusa Penida became one of the pilot projects, yeah, to present smart grid. Yeah, so our target was in 2018, Nusa Penida, Bawean can become microgrids for smart grid, yeah. So if we have smart grid, then the implementation of new renewable energy is possible, yeah, be it 100% or more. Then smart will be able to mitigate and also prevent the potentials for breakout. Yeah, so this is one of the PLN's efforts. And this can become a microgrid project, yeah, for the implementation of this, yeah.
Mungkin kita beralih ke sekarang ke developer ya.
Yeah, let's move on to our developer. We have Mas Enda and Mas Rizal from EBN, Energi Prima Nusantara, and Garin Energy. Yeah. So from our discussion, we see growing demand, be it from users in residences area and also in the industrial area. So how do developers respond to this? Who's first, Mas Sandra or Pak Rizal?
Pak Rizal ada pemaparan ya, Pak?
Oh, Pak Rizal has a presentation to give, yeah. Yes.
Jadi IPN itu bagian dari grup Astra.
This is one of the Astra group streams, yeah. So we have learned about solar PV since 2017, yeah. So we have learned about solar rooftops and implemented in Astra Group since 2017. At the beginning, there were a lot of challenges, obviously, because from the customer, there was a long-term concern, but lately, the demand has increased. So this is just a little bit from us. So we are at the subholding, yeah, of United Tractors. Our focus is as a developer for renewable energy. And this is our portfolio. Besides solar, we also have hydro, geothermal, and the last one, waste to energy. Next. So this is the development of the installation of solar top, yeah, in the rooftops. So from dealers and also manufacturers and also the mining sector. If you look at the capacity around 200 kilowatt peak in 2018, and it is cumulative, yeah, in 2024. So we saw some dynamics, yeah, from regulations, licensing, and so on and so forth.
Kerjasama, kolaborasi.
We did collaboration and cooperation. So we have Mas Rifki, yeah, between Astra and PLN. We have an MOU for energy transition where we become we find it easier to communicate with PLN, yeah, through this. There are a lot of commercials like Sa 2000 and others, yeah, but the biggest one is in the industry. So we have also installed this in factories in Astra Group, yeah, and not only are we in the on-grid, we also have a group for mining, yeah, and also plantation. And we are also now in the off-grid. This is in the Astra Polytechnic and offices in the Astra Group. Yeah, we have also installed this. And we have also installed on mining, yeah, because we want the solar PVs for the reduction of CO2 emissions is also on grid, yeah, because in our group, United Tractor, they are mining companies, yeah. So the challenge is for mining, especially for the minings, yeah, the minings locations keep on changing, yeah, keep changing. So we try to use containerized system so the solar PV can be easily moved, adjusting to the schedule of the mine, and we also use off-grid here. So to cover the diesel genset with solar PV and batteries to give the best performance in the mining, be it from efficiency and also emission reduction. Yes, I think that's all from LPM, yeah, from the Astra Group. Thank you, Pak Rizal. Mas Enda, do you want to continue? How do you see the potentials of demand in Indonesia? Good afternoon. Allow me to use an analogy. So if a person is if a person repents, for example, I'm sober, I don't I don't drink anymore. So I'm gonna use English, yeah.
Thank you. My name is Ginti. I'm from Green Energy. Two questions. Why am I here and what are we doing? So Green Energy is a renewable energy company based in Singapore. We operate in Japan, South Korea, Thailand, Philippines, and Indonesia. We have a total of 7 gigawatts in working. We do so because we like to remind ourselves of BBC. We build big, we build better, and we have capital that is flexible. And this is important because this relates to the issue why I'm sitting here today, why are you guys listening to me? We build big because big is one of the ways to achieve affordable, equitable. We're now looking at the cost of renewable energy, and just in your slide before says, oh, it's expensive. Yes, if you build small, it's expensive. But even at today's rate, renewable energy is much cheaper than fossil fuel, and it gets cheaper. We had developers talk about the cost of technology. The wafers are getting from 650 to 720, and it's getting better. So our way of developing is we build big. We have the largest energy storage project in Japan, and in Indonesia, we're partaking into the 5 exporting companies from Indonesia to Singapore. Our project alone is 2.2 gigawatt plus 4.4 gigawatt BESS, so that's huge. Now, in doing so, we're building better. And the philosophy behind this is that you can't achieve one target of SDGs, and that's that. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna tobat on just alcohol. The other stuff, the other zina, I'll continue doing. No, it doesn't make sense. In achieving one SDG target, you got to hit multiple targets. And what does that mean? It's not just a corporate credit that you see in our website. In how we do it, we have wealth of knowledge. We have people who have worked in community-driven development. We have people who understand ESG compliance, not just AMDAL, but globally, because we operate across boundaries. And that's important, because while we want to transition rightly. Last is our capital. And capital talks about the company's ability to understand and digest the risk and metrics and opportunity in each country. For instance, if you have the same chopping tool to chop different fruits, you'll be eating banana like how you'll be eating a pineapple. You can't do that. So what works in Indonesia and what works in Japan, what works in the Philippines is a careful knowledge of understanding what the government is trying to do. What are the markets trying to do? What's the reality and the condition? Unfortunately, when you go to a British restaurant, you order a menu, you get a menu, you order food, I'll have A, B, C. In Indonesia, it's different. You go to a Padang food, a warteg food, you get a condiment, right? You get a rice plate and you get condiments. You got to know what you choose. If you don't, they're all edible. Nasi goreng is edible, rendang is edible, and satay is edible, but you never use that in the same dish because that's overwhelming. So the ability to understand that is key to operate across regions, and the ability to then channel the money. Because sometimes the money goes, I only want to work on projects with this margin. Well, hang on, that's not going to work in Indonesia. You got to have this margin. So that's who we are. And while we're doing it, it's because, look, and this is a refresher reminder, this area here where we operate is around what? 9% of the global population. We're huge. We know how to make lots of people. And we represent 6% of the global GDP, so we don't want to go small, we want to go big. And we consume around 80% of the global coal demand and a third of the gas demand. So we need to transition. There's a lot of debates. How do we transition? Do we build the downstream, upstream? No, just start doing it. And this is how we're doing it, which is collaboration with government. Yes. Not just one, but two. And the two are starting to initiate something that's never been done before. And while we're doing that, it's because we see there's a policy intent behind the government of Indonesia, and there's a benefit for the government of Singapore, and there's some benefit for us. Why not? 3 birds with 1 stone, if that's the politically correct way of saying it. Working together with the government is important. And I have, in my past, I've worked with a lot of governments. I actually spent 22 years working in governments. This is one of the most unique collaboration, cooperation, what other C's are there that you can have? A policy intent supporting, a government supporting IPPs to achieve a policy intent. But we're just one project and we're just one company. If you remember what the minister said today, it's huge. He wants to go big. He doesn't just want solar manufacturing in Indonesia. He wants Indonesia to be the hub of regional solar manufacturing. And that's not easy. And everyone will have opinion how to do it best. Yeah, go sit in the cockpit, sit and try to do it. Now, we're not saying we're doing a lot. We're doing what we can, but we see there's a good intent, which is in a country like Indonesia where people are saying it's costly to buy solar panels, expensive. Yeah, why should I buy that? I might as well subsidize my parents' BPJS. You're doing what you can to achieve the policy, which is that to reduce the cost of buying that. What are the benefits are there? There's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot. You're talking about changing an ecosystem. We're not doing that. We're just doing our project and then convincing the manufacturers to come. Hey, come set up shop in Indonesia. There is a bigger intent. And when you do so, you give benefit for yourself, you give benefit for the government, for us. So this is where, everyone wins. But in doing so, you got to remember, you're setting up shop in someone's village. You're setting up a power point, a power generation to light up Singapore, you got to make sure no one cuts your cable because they don't have electricity. And you got to make sure when they do have electricity, it's as renewable and sustainable as the one you're making money with. So this is what Gurin is doing. This is why we're here. And we are very thankful for both the Indonesian government and the Singaporean government. And it's been a really great collaboration. We look forward to future governments coming in collaborating. First of all, thank you IESR for inviting us and hosting this and during the ISF. But if you want to hear testimony and empirical evidence, this is that testimony and the empirical evidence that it can work. You have to have the right momentum, the right players. Everyone's got to be understanding what their personal targets are and how is that achieved with the overall larger scheme of things, rather than, oh, I just want this and push this government, shut up. No. There's that collaboration and there's a lot of conductors that are really good. We saw one that was sitting in that table today. We saw one that was talking over here today. We were grateful. And we're able to digest what it means, what they want, what the intent is, and how's their appetite. So that's what we're doing. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Mas Enda. I have some follow-up questions on, I'd like to know from the perspective of the developers, from Pak Rizal and Mas Enda, in trying to develop a solar project in Indonesia, what do you think are the main barriers and challenges in doing so?
Feel free to jump in, but essentially there's two: excess supply and subsidies. If you have excess supplies, how am I going to talk to Pak Piala and say, hey, this is better energy? Well, you know, I've got this contract that's been there for quite some time. And subsidies. Now, are we against subsidies? Ideally we shouldn't have subsidies. But is the government doing what it's doing? It's doing at its own pace. I cannot tell my former colleagues in the government how to do their job. Ideally, we want to get rid of it. But everyone needs to have that three things: energy security, energy sustainability, and affordability. And we are seeing the government not sitting. They are doing things. Do we like them to do it faster? Well, if you're trying to lose weight and the first day you exercise, you're not going to run as fast as Usain Bolt yet, no. But are they doing? Yeah, we're seeing things. We're seeing things in downstream, upstream. We're seeing things in how the previous presentations. So these are the two things that our eyes, our radar are looking at: excess energy and subsidies. Subsidies at the upstream, subsidies in the downstream, subsidies at the consumers. And I think everyone here is aware of that. So we're sharing, we've got the same vision, we've got the same thoughts. Over to you, Pak.
Okay, so when we first entering to try to install the solar rooftop in our group, the main barrier is that the customer doesn't really eager to install. First, because maybe they think this is a new technology, so they are concerned about the reliability and then the operation of the systems, right? And then also what will be the benefit from them. Yeah. So that's the initial one. So even though we already installed in 2018, but I think the growth the demand start to grow after the COVID. After the push of the ESG, there the demand start to grow, and then they can feel because there's already several other developers that provide the good scheme, so they would like to try the similar scheme that they don't have to spend the capex, because for the manufacturer they didn't want to spend the capex. Yeah, better spend the opex. It is easier rather than get the approval from the shareholder. Then that's start the demand. Then also we can show to them the result of the solar rooftop that we already installed in 2018 with good performance, and then no problems in the technical and operation. Then they start to show the interest to apply the solar rooftop. And then the second is about, of course, the push from both the shareholder, like most of the companies are the GV from Japan, And also they put some kind of the direction to reduce the carbon emission towards the net zero or zero carbon neutral. And also they can, though they also need to get the efficiency in all areas in order to stay competitive in the business. So those actually makes the demand is growing. But at that time, we face a uncertainty in the permits and scheme from the government, but we always communicate with PLN. Finally, when the government and PLN released the latest regulation, that we are already ready to implement that regulation. That's, I think, actually the demand is there, but again, the capacity is not as we predict, yeah. Because if you see like a factory, etc., the capacity actually is not as big as it looks like they have a big capacity. Because it is also the capacity depend on the type of the factory itself, whether it is just only assembling or only some kind of small activity there. The electricity demand is not so big, actually.
Right, okay. Right, so I think we still have time for questions from the audience, maybe 1 or 2 questions. I'll take 1 or 2 questions from the audience. If anyone have questions to any of the panelists here, please raise your hand, state your name and your institution. Anyone? Okay, 1 question from the gentleman over there, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Selamat sore. My name is Izzat. I'm with 3 Degrees. We are a renewable energy certificate trading entity. I have a question for panelists, both project developers as well as regulators. Do you see the role of international renewable energy certificates as a mechanism that can be deployed at scale in Indonesia, particularly to catalyze the renewables market, solar, wind, other options, in addition to the domestic instruments that you have, particularly because of the exchange or rather the foreign currency receivables that you could potentially get. At the same time, also gain access to international markets that somewhat are more inclined towards international standards as a reference mechanism.
Did you catch the question? Sorry, can you address, say who you are addressing the question to, or?
It's for the panel. I mean,
all the panels.
Yeah, anyone just wanted to get a view from the panel.
Okay, so please, maybe Pak Rifki can start first, and then the others can follow.
Okay, thank you for the question. So, well, we see that renewable energy certificate is one of the parent ways to get the customer more green, because we already released more than 20 million megawatt hours from our customer, from industry and also the householding customer. They aware that PLN itself will be into the 100% green or zero emission. So some of other customers realize that when they apply PLTS atau PV rooftop, maybe they just can have not more than 70% or maybe just 4 hours a day. And so where they can get the remaining to make their energy be full 100 green or zero emission. So PLN has set some of our power plant that renewable energy basis, like PLTP Kamojang and another. And we also collaborate with international certificate certificate, APX from USA. So the customer that has contract with PLN that they need RSC, we also provided, but we make sure that the kilowatt hours that already retired from that power plant will not be retired to another company. So I think the issue is right now, PLN has maybe still only 12% the power plant from renewable energy. So we just can retire 12%, but another time when we increase our renewable energy, let's say maybe in 25 around 20%, or we go into the 100% in 2060, maybe we can increase more RC. Depend on the demands in the market. I think that's what happened today. So RC is one of the prospective instrument about renewable energy that PLN already concerned about it.
Right, thank you, Barifi. Toby, do you have any thoughts on this or views on the potential use of REC to spur the growth of the use of renewables in Indonesia?
Yeah, thank you. And I think I touched upon this earlier on the importance of having more than just certificates available. And I think I would compliment PLN on the recent Green Energy as a Service scheme, which is a great step in the direction of doing more than just buying certificates, but really connecting with that project developer as well with renewables. But there's still additional steps in terms of diversity of procurement mechanisms that can really help channel and mobilize private investment to new solar and wind projects coming online, for instance, via power purchase agreements and contract with suppliers, as we've seen with the case in Vietnam most recently.
All right, thanks, Toby. Do you have any follow-up questions for the panelists on the response, maybe? If not, then I'll open up again for one more question from the other audiences. Anyone? If not, then yeah, probably I'll ask one last question to all the panelists, maybe, is on how can the partnerships between government, private sector, and academia to answer the high demand of solar energy? Yeah, this question goes to all the panelists. I mean, we'd like to know your views, thoughts, and insights on that.
Is it private and academia?
The triple helix, you know, the private, academia, and government.
Oh, okay. The intersection of stakeholders?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I think in creating demand, it is important to promote the success story, but also the complete story of the use of solar energy. So we cannot just quote unquote sell the benefit, but what are the consequences and some weak points on it. For example, you can only use it 4 or 5 hours per day. And private sector already has mandate for sustainability. Government already has mandate for net zero target. Academia, if we talk about that, I think they're always inclined towards new technology and also sustainable solution. However, for academia, I rarely see a strong support for certain renewable energy because they tend to be more technology agnostic. They don't want to play favorites with different renewables energy. But I also seen that some prominent scholars in Indonesia are supporting 100% renewable energy in Indonesia with solar energy, so that's a good step, and we hope to see more support coming for solar energy and renewable energy in general with that scientific evidence from scholars.
Next, who? Maybe Mas Enda, you would like to respond to that question?
I'll be honest. I think anyone from government here still here? Raise hand? No? Okay, great. I think part of the challenge, not just on Indonesia, is streamlining the permitting process. as an IPP, what we want to do is look at the whole bundle and look at the risk and return. At the moment, you're chasing for exclusivity by getting that. Oh, what else? Oh, getting that. And then by the time we get to FID, my CEO goes to me, hey, Inda, how come you didn't get that permission? I go, I don't know. In some sectors, it's already clear what you're getting from permit 1 to permit 47. In some other sectors, they're still scratching your head. You're still scratching your head. Well, I can't scratch my head. So that would be a really good collaboration. I know the challenge, it's difficult. For academicians and NGOs, I think what would actually work is having an honest discussion about what is the problem statement that talks about the time frame, as opposed to we need to get this particular small goal and forget about the larger goal, because as we heard today, there is a big goal the government wants to do, and achieving that, are we getting the right building blocks in place? So that open, honest discussion is really needed. And that's just my 2 cents. Hopefully it works.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Enda. Maybe Pak Rifki, you can share your thoughts on this.
Actually, the answer already taken by other panelists, but when Mr. Enda say, where is government? Me part of BUMN, part of government. But as a government, maybe I thought that it was very important that critical or something like that to improve the regulation. Just like we have a previous regulation, now we have new regulation that which is better for UPTLU, for customer maybe. I think it's kind of important that every improvement, every critics should be delivered to the government or to UPTLU owners and others. And for academia and others, I think it's quite very important for now, just like Ibu said, to get people more aware about it. Because I thought the first thing first is to have to be developed is the awareness itself. Because people don't know about it, people don't know about how much it will cost and how to permit. But in fact, like what I said, PLN itself has already simplified everything. We have PLN mobile, just use your gadget and something like that, and we'll get a permit. And about the cost or about something, everything, maybe it's part of academy, it's part of public that have to develop the awareness about PLTS itself.
Right. Thank you, Rifki. Toby, do you have any thoughts on this?
Thank you for the question. So this is really the space that RE100 sits in, to bridge that gap between government and the private sector. And to do this, we really look to be collaborators in the space where we convene those business voices to understand those issues and then come to solutions on them that we can then convey to government for overall progress on renewables in a given market. And quite often those solutions can be difficult to work through, and maybe we don't have all the answers between RE100 and the companies we work with and the organizations we partner with, such as IESR in Indonesia. And so, for instance, in South Korea, we recently commissioned an in-depth report into power purchase agreements to really take a deep dive into the market and all the different mechanisms at play to better draw out some of those solutions. And we commissioned that from a local university, so leaning on the knowledge and expertise of academia. And then sort of bridging that gap and empowering those business voices to have a more well-constructed and evidence-based approach to the solutions that we brought to Moti, the key decision maker on energy topics in the South Korea example. But it's a really important question and a key area to sit in for success moving forward with renewables.
Right. Thank you, Toby. Lastly, Rizal.
Mungkin bahasa Indonesia ya.
Yeah, please.
Jadi gini, mungkin itu yang perlu dibangun adalah semangat untuk.
What we need to develop here is the spirit to have these informal chats with these spirits, win-win spirits, to not win-lose. because sometimes if one party felt threatened, then they will be quite defensive. Therefore, we might need this more casual energy. And at this time, we have this cool vibes to actually bridge the communications between IESR and then PLN. But in the future, of course, we need to, we remember last we have this transmission and energy, and so the solar energy might have a different, the same pattern, and of course, not to left behind the Indonesia's national interest on the engineer, the technopreneur sides. We should not only become the spectators of this momentum. So we need to prepare this meticulously. We need to be ready in terms of the human capital, not only business side, and also the ecosystem to enable the interests of Indonesia as part of, to become the main players of this industry. That will be all from me. Thank you, Mr. Rizal.
With all the thoughts and insights and views shared within the last few hours, I think we can conclude the session. And I'd like to thank you all the panelists for spending the time here, sharing your thoughts and insights and views on how to promote or encourage growth in this, for solar energy, the demand for solar energy in Indonesia. And yeah, I think that's the end of the session. I'll return to the MC to take over.
Terima kasih Dr. Raden Raditya Yuda Wiranegara yang telah menjadi moderator yang membawa diskusi ini sangat menarik sekali. Sebelumnya mari kita melakukan sesi foto bersama terlebih dahulu. Mohon perkenan Bapak-bapak dan Ibu untuk melakukan sesi foto bersama terlebih dahulu. Baik. Tim dokumentasi silakan untuk mengambil posisi dan berfoto bersama terlebih dahulu. Kami silakan. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu yang telah sharing insight yang sangat luar biasa di panel diskusi 3 kali ini.
For sharing your insightful thoughts in our third panel. 1, 2, 3.
Baik, terima kasih atas kesediaannya sekali lagi.
Thank you for your willingness and your presence. For being present today. Let us give them a round of applause and thank you our moderator, Mas Raditya.
Luar biasa sekali. Dan demikianlah kita sudah menyaksikan diskusi
we have finished the third round of panel discussions. We still have high-level roundtable remained, and before we move on to the next agenda, kindly enjoy the refreshment coffee break that we have provided at the foyer pre-function area for the next 10 minutes.
Yang telah kami sediakan di area foyer, dan kami mohon untuk ketepatan waktu Bapak dan
And we
Ibu.
kindly requested you to return to the function area in a timely manner. I'll see you soon in the next 10 minutes.
Baik, Bapak dan Ibu. Sesaat lagi acara
Ladies and
Indonesia Solar
gentlemen,
Summit 2024
the Indonesia
akan
Solar Summit
segera dimulai kembali.
2024 will
Mohon bagi
start
Bapak dan
soon.
Ibu yang masih berada di luar
So for
ruangan
those
untuk
of you who are
memasuki
still
ruangan
outside of
karena
the room,
sesaat lagi
please
kita
proceed
akan
into the
memulai
room
sesi
because
selanjutnya
in a
yaitu
few moments we
high-level
will start the next
roundtable.
session, which
Bagi
is
Bapak Ibu
high-level
yang masih berada
roundtable.
di
So
luar
for
ruangan,
those
kami
of you
persilakan
who are
untuk
still
masuk
outside of
ke
the
dalam
room, once again,
ruangan
please
karena
proceed
sesaat
into the
lagi
room
kita
because
akan
in a
memulai
few
kembali
moments we
Indonesia
will
Solar
start
Summit
the next session of
2024.
Indonesia
Terima
Solar
kasih.
Summit 2024. Thank you.
Baik Bapak dan Ibu, acara Indonesia Solar Summit
Ladies and
2024
gentlemen, Indonesia Solar Summit 2024 will start again with high-level
Jadi
roundtable
bagi
in a
Bapak
few
Ibu yang
moments.
masih berada di luar
So for those
ruangan,
of
kami
you, ladies
persilakan
and
untuk
gentlemen, who
memasuki
are still
ruangan
outside
karena
of the room,
sesaat
please
lagi
proceed into the room
bagian high level
because in
roundtable
a few
akan
moments,
segera
the high-level
dimulai dan perlu
roundtable
kami
will
beritahukan kepada Bapak
kick
Ibu
off.
bahwa seluruh
And I would
pemaparan
like
yang
to let you know
diberikan
that all the
oleh narasumber
presentations
dan speakers pada
given
pagi hari
by
hingga
the
siang hari ini
speakers from the
terdapat
morning until the
diakses
afternoon
di website
can be
Indonesia
accessed
Solar Summit
on the
yaitu di
website of Indonesia Solar Summit at
idsolarsummit.info dan juga di website
idsolarsummit.info
dari
and also
IESR yaitu
IESR website at www.iesr.or.it.
Jadi silakan Bapak dan Ibu untuk
So once
dapat
again, for
mendownload
those of
dan
you,
mengunduh
if you would
begitu
like
ya
to
bagi
have the
paparan-paparan
materials, you
yang
can
telah
download
diberikan oleh narasumber kita
at
hari
those
ini.
websites. Yeah.
Baik Bapak dan Ibu, kami
So once
persilakan untuk
again, ladies
memasuki
and gentlemen,
ruangan
please
karena
proceed
kita
into
akan
the room
memasuki
because we will
sesi
move
high
on
level
to the
dialog dengan
high-level
tema
dialogue
policy
session with the
and
theme of
programmatic
policy
recommendation
and programmatic
to accelerate
recommendations to
Indonesia's
accelerate
solar
Indonesia's
development
solar
and
development
domestic
and
solar
domestic solar
manufacturing. Kami
manufacturing.
persilakan yang masih berada di luar ruangan,
Once again,
yang
for
masih
all the
mengambil coffee break,
participants who are still
mohon
outside the
maaf waktu
room,
coffee breaknya sudah
if you are still
selesai,
taking
kami
your coffee
persilakan
break,
untuk memasuki
apologies
ruangan
because the time is
dan
up.
kita
Please
akan
proceed
segera
into the
memulai
room.
kembali
We are
Indonesia Solar
about to
Summit
start
2024.
our next session of Indonesia Solar Summit 2024.
Dan kami juga informasikan kepada Bapak
We would like
Ibu
to
yang
inform you, ladies and gentlemen, if you are sitting at the back rows, please occupy the front rows first. Once again, if you are sitting at the back rows, please occupy the front rows first. Once again, for those of you who are sitting at the back rows, please occupy the first or the front rows first, yeah.
Selamat datang kembali di Indonesia
Welcome back
Solar Summit 2024.
to Indonesia Solar Summit 2024. Give a big round of applause.
Luar biasa, masih semangat.
Excellent, yeah. I think you still feel energized, yeah. And this is our last session, which is the high-level roundtable. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The next session is the high-level dialogue with the theme of policy and programmatic recommendations to accelerate Indonesia's solar development and domestic solar manufacturing. This session will discuss some issues with speakers who are experts in their fields, and this will be moderated by our moderator, Bapak Putra Adiguna, yaitu Bapak Putra Adiguna. The floor is yours.
Selamat sore, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Last session, bear with us for the next 1 hour. Hopefully you can last. Today, due to many requests, we're probably going to speak in Indonesian, if that's okay. So, pakai bahasa Indonesia mungkin lebih mudah buat kita jam 4 sore, jam 5 sore begini.
So this will be easier for us to use Indonesian, yeah, at this time, yeah. So thank you for the IESR colleagues, and we will be talking about the roundtable, high-level roundtable, on how to accelerate solar energy in a bigger scale, yeah, and also industry. And we will be inviting some speakers who are experts in their field, and I will be introducing them one by one and asking them to come on the stage. The first is Dr. M. Kurahman, or Pak Haki, the Coordinator of Services and Supervision of various renewable energy business for the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. A big round of applause. Over there, Pak, you've got the name, right? Next to you, right?
Yang kedua adalah
The
Bapak
second one is Bapak Apit Priyanugraha, Head of Green Energy Industry Center, Ministry of Industry. A big round of applause to Pak Apit. And the third one is Dr. Hashim Daeng Barang. Hashim Daeng Barang is Director of Coal Downstreaming of Ministry of Investment. Big round of applause. Due to some circumstances, one speaker is not able to come, but in this occasion, I think with 3 panelists who are experts, I think this is sufficient, yeah. When it comes to the development of solar power plants, and also there are a lot of dynamics here in the development of this industry. So many people say that if we can make the installation, so what about the development of the industry? So we will try to dig deeper into that issue. And we will start from Pak Haki. Yeah, Pak Haki, do you have a presentation that you'd like to deliver? Especially, maybe the committee members could display the presentation. Yes.
Sudah ada? Pak, kalau mau dikontrol langsung silakan.
Yes, you can control the presentation from here.
Yes.
Oke. Baik, Bapak Ibu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. May peace be upon us all.
Jadi pada kesempatan di sore
So in this occasion this afternoon, I would like to give a presentation on several things, on regulations, the development of solar power plants in Indonesia, or PLTS. Yeah, I will start from the view of potentials of renewable energy in Indonesia. Indonesia has a huge potentials of renewable energy, so it's almost 3,700 gigawatt. And if we look at the maps on the left side, there are a lot of potentials spread out there from the eastern part of Indonesia. Solar, we can see there is solar in East Nusa Tenggara and hydro in Kalimantan. Yeah? If we look at the development up until 2024 for the installations of new renewable energy, it has only reached 13,890. Yeah. If you look at the potentials, it has just reached 0.3%. So it's actually quite high. Yeah. In terms of the ones that haven't been utilized. From the table, we can see that for solar, up till 2023, the utilization was 600 megawatt. Yeah, so this is also a challenge for us to be able to use it massively, because solar is the biggest potential in Indonesia, almost 3,200 gigawatt. Yeah. So this is the overview of the development of solar power plants in Indonesia. The first one is solar rooftop or solar PV. We have a regulation of the ministry, and if we look at the capacity that is installed, PV that is installed in the grid of PLN, it reaches 1,593 megawatt up until 2028. Yeah, and it is distributed, yeah, in the system network Indonesia, starting from Sumatra, Kalimantan, Jamali, Sulawesi, and Mapan. And this program is expected to be able to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2.23 million tons of CO2. And currently, the ones that have been installed by July, with a total of customers of 9,339 customers, which is 204 megawatt. Yeah. And in our UPTL also, yeah, or electricity supply business plan, the development reached 4.68 gigawatt. It is spread throughout Jamali, Sumatra, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, and MPNT. And the latest update for the planning, it's around 2,000 megawatt, and for the procurement, it's around 2,200 megawatt. Construction 171 megawatt, and COD 21 megawatt. And the third one is floating solar. So if we see, especially in Java, it is difficult to find huge land. So solar floating PV could be an answer for to replace land, yeah, because we can utilize dams and also reservoirs. So for floating solar PV, we can see the potential, yeah, is 99.37 gigawatt, yeah. For natural lakes, around 74 gigawatt, and at dams, it's around 14 gigawatt, yeah, in 257 locations. For the procurement, 380, it's in PLTS Terapung Jati Gede, Kedung Gombo, Gajah Mangkur, and Jatiluhur. And the procurement is currently 150 megawatt is in Terapung Singkarak, yeah, and the pre-construction is 60 megawatt at PLTS Terapung Saguling, and COD 145 megawatt.
Nah, ini Bapak Ibu ya gambaran
So here's an overview of the regulation number 22 of 2024 on the rooftop solar power plants. There are several points that which is an amendment from the previous regulation. Yeah, there is no limitation of capacity, and the limitation of capacity, it's only when the quota has run out. Yeah, so the customer has to wait until the next period. Yeah, and there is no export-import process. So if there is export electricity coming to PLN, this will not be considered to be part of the electricity bill for the next month. Yeah. The process for the application, yeah, capacity charge is also not applicable anymore, and the application, yeah, for the construction installation of PV rooftop. And we can see it until 2028, yeah, for the first period, last July, we can say that it was quite successful, yeah, out of the target of 900 megawatt. The remaining was only 72.4 megawatt, and this will be ended or transferred to the next session. Yeah. And this is one of the latest ministerial regulations on TKDN or domestic component level. And in this ministerial regulation, the business starting from TKDN, it is already listed in the bid document or auction document, and business person needs to see the amount or the number of TKDN, and this will be verified by a verification agency and then reported to the Directorate General of TKDN and also electricity. And for those who meet the requirements, they will be given rewards, but if they do not, there will be sanctions. For the regulation, the regulations of the number of TKDNs itself, this is regulated through the ministerial regulation. This is for PLTS atap, yeah, the PKDN. Between goods and services, the total is around 20%. So these are several challenges. First is funding and incentives. So up until now, there needs to be affordable funding for new renewable energy and also strengthening of infrastructure and capacity building at the domestic level and also supply chain and technology, because we cannot deny that technology of this PLTS needs to be improved. And also there are several strategies. We encourage banking agencies, national and international ones, to fund ATP projects in Indonesia, new renewable projects in Indonesia, and also to provide regulatory certainty and also to assign PLN to strengthen the electricity network, because PLTS is intermittent, so the grids are the network is strengthened through smart grid development, yeah, and also to establish a policy and to make a roadmap. Yeah, we can strengthen the research and development. So I think that's all. Yeah, it's an overview. So if there is anything else, we can have further discussion. Yeah. Yes, thank you, Pak Haki. Give a big round of applause to Pak Haki.
Sekedar pertanyaan selintas ya Pak dari
A question from me, Pak.
sini
Yeah.
panitia mengasih saya beberapa list pertanyaan, tapi pertanyaannya udah
So
terjawab
the
semua.
committee has given me a list of
Improvisasi
questions.
aja.
Yeah. So
Dari
I think we
beberapa
can improve a little
kebijakan yang
bit,
terjadi di dalam
improvise a little bit. Yeah. Out of the so many policies we've seen in the past 2 years, yeah, so many have supported PLTS from the relevant stakeholders. Which policies do you think from the Ministry of Energy gain good responses? Yeah. If we make regulations, yeah, there always be pros and cons. So for PLTS, generally speaking, for regulations that have just been issued, number 22 of 2024, it is quite, we can see enthusiasm, yeah, in July, for example. The remaining was only 10%, meaning that this program was quite successful. And what we issued was also related to the implementation of the KDN. This is why is this regulation issued? Because due to financial close, there are so many projects that are funded by international agencies. They don't agree with the national or domestic component level regulations. Yeah, we haven't been able to also fulfill our needs. Yeah, and so the number of TKDNs has been issued. Yeah, and in the latest regulation of TKDN, we can give
Baik Pak, terima kasih banyak
relaxation as well.
untuk penjelasannya.
Thank you, Bapak, for
Terima
your
kasih banyak
explanation.
untuk
It shows, as you
mendengar
say,
pesak seanimo semenjak
with the increase of the
tinggi sekali ya Pak. Mungkin selama ini fasilitasi
responses
yang
from
tersebut.
the
Terima kasih
community.
Pak
Yeah.
Haki untuk paparan dari Bapak dan juga
Thank you,
penjelasan
Pak Haki,
kita
for
soal
your
ekonomi inklusif.
explanation. We
Berikutnya
will move
mungkin saya
on,
persilakan untuk
and
Pak
we will
Dirjen
continue with the
Pengembangan
discussion later
Industri
on.
terlebih
Yeah,
dahulu
next,
Bapak
Pak
ada
Afif from the
opening
Ministry of
statement
Industry.
dulu,
Yeah, maybe
baru
you
kemudian
have
kita berbicara topik ini.
an opening
Bapak kan
statement,
habis
maybe.
ada
Yeah,
paparan ya Pak.
on
Jadi
this
saya
issue. You don't
persilahkan
have
Bapak untuk membahas bagaimana
a
topik
presentation,
yang
right?
kita bahas
So
utamanya
maybe
mungkin
you can
berbicara
talk
local solar
about our
manufacturing Pak,
topic,
sebuah
yeah,
topik yang
on local
banyak orang juga
solar
ingin tahu.
manufacturing.
Silakan
Yeah,
Pak.
it is a topic that many people would like to know more about. Thank you, Pak Putra, as a moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Actually, I also prepared a presentation, yeah, and but unfortunately it was too long. So, and it is critical time, so I don't want the audience to fall asleep. Yeah. This is still in line with what has been mentioned before. So if I follow my slides here, and the time would not be enough. Yeah. And on regulation, especially on TKDN, and also the efforts made by us to encourage the development of solar PV industry and also to create demand. I think the first one, Pak Putra was a bit shy, yeah, to talk about this. Actually, TKDN issues in our place, yeah, the issue is related to government procurement, yeah, with the Ministerial of Industry Regulation number 4, yeah. So uh, it was like them if we do them, if we don't, yeah. So it was quite complicated because there were so many regulations. And then we revoked that regulation, and then we issued another regulation, yeah. And from Ministry of Energy, they issued the Ministry of Energy regulation as well. So those are results of a long discussion starting with the discussion of the bill, yeah. And one of the results of the as we can see, is relaxation, yeah. So for projects procured by the government, especially in the energy sector, so by revoking Ministerial Regulation number 54 and issuing Ministerial Regulation number 11, so electricity is now under Ministry of Energy. And the issues, as mentioned by Pak Aki, there are so many energy procurement projects that are funded by foreign states, yeah, and this also includes the equipment or the tools, because domestically we haven't been able to procure it, yeah. So with Indonesia Solar Summit, so projects that are funded by other countries could be supported by domestic products, yeah. Currently, for the time being, we still need assistance from other countries, and it's not an issue, no problem actually. But in the ministerial regulation of industry number 34, we also give some sort of relaxation in terms of the calculation of the TKDN values. Yeah, this is done in order to support the solar panel development. For example, the calculation of employment for the fulfillment of TKDN, the old one, if there was, it is mentioned that if there is one foreign worker, then the TKDN is 0, yeah. But if all workers are local, then the value is only 5%. But now it is much more flexible. So there is a ratio of the number of local workers compared to the foreign workers. So that is one example. So in the Ministerial Regulation number 34 on TKDN, we carry out some relaxation to develop the solar panel industry. Besides that, we also are responsible for not only the industry itself by providing facilities, relaxation, and incentives, we are also responsible for creating the demand. In order to create the demand, there are several tools that have been running actually currently. The first one is we have what's so-called green industry standard. So one of the instruments or parameters calculated in the context of green industry is what's the proportion of new renewable energy in the mix, in the energy mix, yeah. The higher, then the bigger the score is. And it's easier to fulfill the standards, and this can be certified as green industry. Yeah, so that's one of the things. And also in the context of creating demand, we also, in the near future, we will establish limitations of emissions for the industrial sector, yeah. So through the establishment of emission limits, so each company needs to report the emission profile, yeah. One of the ways to reach carbon allowance, it's through energy transition, yeah. So to transform to using new renewable energy, in this case is the solar panels. And this will create demand, yeah. And our expectation is that if the demand is there, it's like ants and sugar, yeah. If we can create the demand, I believe that the solar panel industry will grow. And with the existence of regulations for emissions, for everyone to follow the cap, yeah, like it or not, we need to carry out mitigation, yeah. One of which is by energy transition. Another effort is we often receive complaints from industry actors, yeah. They are actually aware of transforming to a greener energy by implementing efforts like circular economy. They manage their waste, they make use, they deal with recovery, yeah. The challenge is the cost of the transformation. It is often not within their budget, yeah. So that's the issue, yeah. That's the problem. Problem that is faced by most industries. It's not that they do not understand, but they do not have the financial capability to transform. Ironically speaking, currently green financing is everywhere. It's ubiquitous. So in a month, we could have, we could welcome like partners who offer green financing, yeah. On the one hand, they just want to give it. On the other hand, there's also people who want to meet us. Yeah, we name it green energy ecosystem. Yeah, we would like to make interactions to bring together companies. They actually want to have green financing, but They are challenges that they face. Before I move on to the explanation, yeah. Currently, there are several payment institutions that are initiated by the government, yeah, like PBLSA. I don't know whether they have or they are invited here, and also PTSMI, yeah, under the Ministry of Law and Human Rights. We also had a formal meeting with PTSME, and we have a conclusion that there is no mechanism or payment method from that institution, yeah, that is dedicated for industry, yeah. So I learned about their business model. They are more like supply driven, yeah. So there is green financing provider. We have this amount of money and use it for mitigation activities, mitigation action, yeah. But they are the one regulating the terms and conditions, yeah. And usually it is more about the energy sector, yeah. And many in forestry as well, yeah. So our conclusion is between these two institutions, none of them is specific for this industry, yeah. So we have to find a way to facilitate industries who want to transform and to also make use of the green financing providers available. The basic idea is actually quite simple. So the industry that is about to transform will be given assessment. So the cost of transformation will be funded from the cost efficiency, even though not at once, but in 3 until 5 years, yeah, gradually. Hopefully, this could facilitate industries that would like to transform, and the initial budget is funded by the financing, yeah. And that's the simple idea, because this is demand driven, yeah. So this is in line with the needs of the industry. So that's our expectations going forward, yeah. To grow industries in this matter, solar panel industry as a provider, ya.
Nah, mungkin itu, tapi ada satu lagi yang ini juga titipan dari teman-teman di pelaku industri,
And
Pak.
one more point from the association. We have this complaint, sir, that our colleagues from the industry, they have this desire to build their own solar panel to install. And I've tried to look for the procurement requirements here. So we've got this permit to be filled in for the commercial use or for personal use. And the industry, our industry colleagues have stated their desires to use this captive power by using the solar panel, but they've understand this excess power can be resell to the PLN. But then the issue here is the excess power scheme is a bit it's a bit hard to put on to apply. So that will be our stakeholders highlights, sir. If it's possible to create an ease of business in this excess power business scheme to resell the excess energy. There are lots of industries that have expressed their interest to build their own solar farm. That will be all from me, sir. I'll return it back to you. Thank you, Mr. Apith. Let us give him a round of applause. What is interesting from Mr. Apith is the matchmaking scheme on how to fulfill the industrial needs. Therefore, maybe the industrial ministry could become the facilitator and stand in front of this. Maybe the next we would hear from Mr. Hashim. Over to you, sir. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Moderator, allow me to speak first. Mr. Haki and Mr. Apith. They give me the raw materials, the ingredients, and then I'm the chef here. So the way we cook this and then plating it, create the plating that's appropriate to the entrepreneur. Maybe that's the illustrations of what I'm doing here. So I have several slides for our presentations relevant to today's event, and maybe you could help me with the slides. So this year, us from the Ministry of Investment have so this year, the Investment Ministry have created this target to realize the investment up to 1,200, 1,600 trillion, and it's not a small number. And the target that we have from RPGM and have actually show that we have exceeded this number. RPGM and stated around 1,239.9 trillion. And for the first semester, the Investment Ministry have reached 829.9 trillion. And the foreign investment have reached 421.7 trillion, while the DI reaching up to 433.2 trillion. Hopefully, we could realize this 1,000 plus trillions, and also to absorb Indonesian labor as much as 1,225,042. And as what you might notice here, from the downstream industry, we have contributed to the total realization of 181.4 trillion rupiah. And this contributions is mostly coming from the smelter, nickel, copper, tin, oxide, and paper, CPO, oil and chemicals, petrochemicals, and in ecosystem of EV, we have battery productions around 6.0 trillion for this first semester. And from this overall estimations, we've contributed around 21% from this overall number of the whole investment. And we've also need to inform that our deputy have created the roadmap, and back in 2022, there have been around 21 commodities listed here, and hopefully we would no longer export the raw materials. We would build the industry for downstreaming as what have been instructed by the Mr. President. And then 2023, we add another 7 commodities, including silicon sands, mangan, cobalt, and in the plantation, maritime fisheries, forestries, we've also added nutmeg, cocoa, and tilapia. And according to the total investment until 2040, we have divided per phase according to each phases, and then projecting the investment number until 2040. And this is the covers the highlight, knowing that the solar panel would need the silica sand as the raw materials, and we have mapping out 8 provinces across Indonesia who have this silica content above the 90%, and we've also mapped out which industries that could accommodate this. And from here, we would propose this to the investors. Therefore, if they are well informed about this silica sands mapping, they could proceed with the next step. And as for your information, we would also create the investment facilities, including tax holiday and mini tax holiday, tax allowance, import duty exemption, and facility for super deduction. And this is also our strategic investment project opportunities. We have create the map over this, which filled with the comprehensive descriptions and detailed contents of the due diligence assessment studies, and which across 6 priority sectors, including agro-industry and economic zone, real estate, infrastructure, new and renewable energy, and tourism, which scattered across Indonesia. You can access the link that we have provided there on screen. And we also have currently, will propose these 2 projects to the private sectors, including solar panel in Banten and solar panel, solar-based power plant. And we would propose this to the private sectors, and we have the legal calculate the whole legal fees and all the required operational costs over it. And in our roadmap, we have also mapped out the potential investment for solar panel industry, and we've targeted that within this roadmap, we've planned to create the industries that support this ecosystem, the enabler ecosystem, including the around the source material source of the silica sand areas. You can access these informations on our site officially, and we can share the link after this event. That would be our presentations from the Ministry of Investment. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hashim. Let's give him a big round of applause. And from his presentations, it's quite clear that the potentials and roadmaps for the solar PV in Indonesia is is available, have been made available. Maybe you could share to us which areas that you have supported the most. 2 projects in Banten we have calculated thoroughly. Now we would like to propose it to the relevant private enterprise. And for the remaining sectors, we've currently mapping it out, and then I think that we'll projected that if we have the exact sum bold moves we have, just like nickels, then this sounds possible. So we no longer export the raw materials like nickels, but we invited the industry to come over to invest and then build the manufacturer. Therefore, the technical studies, feasibilities and due diligence studies have been created so far. It's interesting to listen to the POV from the A&M and then from the MNI, MEMR, and also from MNI Ministry. And I will open the chance for our audience to attend this event. Kindly raise your hands. No questions?
Is there anybody else? Two questions? Any more questions? We will start with 2 questions. Please go ahead. Yeah. The gentleman with the red shirt.
Hello, mohon maaf saya tidak bicara bahasa Indonesia baik.
Not a problem, Pak.
Okay.
So, this is a question for Pak Haki, and I apologize in advance if you already answered this question in your speech. I was outside, I didn't hear everything, but we've heard during the conference that countries like Vietnam and Malaysia passed new regulation about power wheeling, which allows a solar farm or a wind farm to supply a customer fully on renewables. Right now, for a company to get renewable energy, they either need to self-consume or buy renewable energy certificate. So this power wheeling mechanism is very useful for big consumers that consume hundreds of or thousands of megawatts. My question is it something that ESDM is looking at developing a regulation for power wheeling? And if yes, when? Thank you.
Thank you. Would you mind mentioning your name? And
sorry, yes. My name is Benoit from Ineco Solar.
Thank you so much, Pak Ini. Second questions, I guess, and then we'll pull the questions and answer to Pak Haki. And please, Ibu Citra.
Okay.
The host has a question. So go, please.
Terima kasih, Pak Putra. Selamat sore, Bapak-Bapak semuanya. Perkenalkan.
Thank you, Mr. Putra. My name is Chitra from IESR. I would like to raise a question to Mr. Apit and Mr. Hashim in terms of how to apply and how to sell the green industry. For Mr. Apit, if we see the green industry standardized historical timelines, everything is voluntary, but if we try to push it into mandatory and to apply or impose the cap on the industries, do you have a concern that this will create a backfire, knowing that there's no incentive to actually meet the standards, and how the industry could be better motivated to apply this standard without have to enforce them too much? And in terms of the investment attractiveness, not only downstreaming, but also green industry and other relevant industries in general, do you think Indonesia will be less interesting if we don't have this new and renewable energy priority, knowing that lots of industries also try to see the feasibilities to implement this green industry? Thank you, Ms. Chitra. So first question from Mr. Benoit to Mr. Haki in terms of power wheeling, a very famous topic.
Yeah, power wheeling ya. Jadi memang
power wheeling, right? It's true that the MEMR is trying to push forward or advocate this bill on new and renewable energy, or RUU EBIT, and now it's under the discussions or drafting with the House of Representatives, and we have this power wheelings as well incorporated there. And actually, for the most recent regulations, power wheeling is actually quite feasible to implement, but there are several limitations that are allowed. For instance, right now, power wheeling is can be done as long as there's no cross-border or as long as it is situated in a restrictive territory. Therefore, if one locations have built a power plant in other location, for instance, we have enterprise area A and B, and then area A will build the so they cannot directly sell the power to the area B. So it's only restricted to the area 1 consumers located around the power plant around, yeah, around there. And when the power has been generated, well, it can be distributed or generated to the area B, but it has to it has to involve the parties that involved within area A's arrangement. And we're trying to open up this area coverage better now to enlarge this. But power wheeling is one of the policies that we are currently considered to be implemented in the future time. Thank you, Mr. Haki. Mr. Benoit, I answer your questions.
To be utilized, if that's familiar for you. Untuk pertanyaan berikutnya mungkin dari Pak Apit, ada yang mau direspon dari Bu Citra tadi dan kemudian Pak Hashim setelah itu. Silakan. Ya.
Baik.
Next question by Bu Citra. Thank you, Ms. Citra.
Siap. Ya, kita harus bicara masalah kawasan industri berkelanjutan. Jadi terima kasih.
Thank you for your question. The mandate to create the green industry have been stipulated under the law number 3, but right now we've considered that this implementations is very immature and on its very early stage, and we're trying to strengthen the required sectors in order to prepare ourselves better. And we've also targeted minimum 1 industry, green industry, to be created, minimum. But we've also created the regulatory impact and analysis, including the parameter indicator, and to find out whether all the industries targeted have been really prepared. And we've currently under the studies to assess this and to develop this criteria on the readiness of this mandatory program. And backfire, yes, potentially speaking, but of course, we have created the analysis and created the safeguard against it. And even though it's voluntary now, phases on that phase, but this year, since 2017 until 2024, the number of certifications of green industry, it consists not much than 140. So we need to catch up for another 100 at the very least through the government facilitations. Next year, we've targeted another thousands certifications and then another 10,000 for the next year. Therefore, we need to bear in mind that we need to, there's a business model that needs to be revolutionized here. And another question is, do they want to change? Do they want to be certified? Because it's impossible for us to keep on financing them for the certification program. Therefore, our strategy for campaigning right now, particularly during this early stage or voluntary stage, we put forward the benefits for the company, something that's direct for them. And if I campaigning this message to industries, I would start from the climate change issues and then how to maintain the Earth's climate under 1 degree, and everyone will doze over. Nobody will understand it because that's not what they will desire. Therefore, what I highlight first and foremost is the cost efficiency, how we could explain it to them. And they couldn't just recklessly transform their business operations and just recklessly installed like tens and thousands of solar panels without a clear usage, and so therefore we offer them the options and to try to get them to understand whether they have an appropriate scale of business. Therefore, we don't just drive it like all on a maximum level. Therefore, we try to focus on cost efficiency for them instead of their contributions on the NDC and then to their contribution to against the decarbonization, because it will dose them off. And we've also discussed with the stakeholders, and we have these fiscal and non-fiscal incentive or appreciations. We would appreciate the whole efforts to cut the emissions. And for this green industry, we also created the matrix on the aggregates of how many percentage that they have decreased on their carbon emissions. Therefore, if they wish to install the solar panel either in the project level or industrial factory level, we could change it into or convert it into incentive level or formulations, but it takes time. But again, the policymakers in ENM or MEMR are the one who's in charge with this. But of course, we have voicing out that the incentive are required for those have contributed to campaign for the green industry. And we've also have this mandate on the carbon capture. And one of our discussions that we have, including how to give the incentive for the new investors or industry, and they wish to have this one whole package, including the carbon capture facilities. And as we have discussed with you, sir, we've started to consider these possible options of incentive sites. And also, Wuchitra, we have these three proposals that we've tried to plan out. Two of them are quite implementative. The first one, so when we talk about the green industry certifications or standard, have several criteria, but again, we checked on all their commodities that have fulfilled the standard of green industry, and it can be defined as green industry. And we've also have these cooperations with the PUPR or housings and green and general works, and also to create green public procurement, which consists of the green products as part of the green industry that have been certified, and also the eco level, ladies and gentlemen, issued by the Ministry of Forestry and Environment. And it will be prioritized during the government procurement process. And the LKPP will give the incentive for the government departments who use these one products. And furthermore, we've also, in cooperation with LKPP and the Ministry of Housings and General Works, they have the standard on green housings and buildings, like what we have currently built in the IKN, the new capital city. They have this standard on green buildings, and with the requirements that if the raw materials have been certified with the green materials, including the cement, everything needs to be fulfilled. Even the cement needs to be produced by the corporations that have been labeled as green. And so that's from PUPR, our housing, Ministry of Housing and Green General Works. So they will ensure that everything will be greenly certified or eco-label. So we've created this incentive mechanism. That's first for the non-fiscal. And secondly, sorry, sir, could you please make it brief because we have time constraint. Secondly, we've also have all the SCI as can be used as instruments to fulfill the TKDN as part of the requirement. And the last one, I don't have to talk about that further because SIH will become one of the instrument to fulfill the certificate of origins in the context within the context of the FDA trades, and the emission decrease scheme can also be considered here. Thank you, Mr. Abib, for your explanations on the green industry. It's very potential, including the PLCs and or solar PV. So, Ms. Chitra, we've also discussed this backstage that the main challenge we have in investment is also how to create the energy transitions from fossil to the green energy. When we talk about minerals, everything mainly created from fossil sources. But there are lots of countries have started to ban the commodities that produced by using the fossil fuels, and this has also created a certain challenge for us. And we keep on trying to advocate for this issue on energy transition to green energy. And as what have been mentioned by Mr. Abid, that the invention scheme have been created on place, and we've tried to maintain the close coordinations with the industries and the Ministry of the MEMR to stick on the green industry requirements. Even though we still have lots of coal supplies, but again, for our minister, one of our minister have highlighted this, how to turn the coal-based energy consumption to the LPG, the gas base. And so we're trying to adjust with the global trends today. Thank you, Mr. Hashim, for your response. Knowing that we have a very limited time, but we have a very comprehensive presentations on new regulatory framework, as what have been mentioned by Mr. Haki, on the great improving demands on solar PV, and the industry usually receive the investors who say they only want renewable energy. And then, so this is our inflection point. Like it or not, we need to do the transitions, and it takes great efforts, inter-departments to working close working hand in hand in collaborative spirits. And as a closing, maybe you have one or two statements, a short closing statements from the industrial representatives and or from your departments. Yeah. From us, just a short statement, how to give the best service to the private sectors. We try to create the ease of business to access the required permits that are affordable and also in the shortest time span as possible. We give the red carpet for all the enterprise and investors. So we work under these collaborative spirits because in terms of the emission cuts and to achieve this global and national carbon footprint decrease cuts target, we need to working hand in hand collaboratively And we would also like to give our appreciations to our partners in the relevant ministries, and hopefully we could work together better and harmonize better. Mr. Haki, last one. From us, principally speaking, we have a great potential to develop, particularly for the solar PV, and we would like to invite the investors here. If you can express your interest to and working hand in hand together with us to develop the power provisions business plan, and also the solar PV and floating solar PV. We have great abundance potential, and let us work collaboratively for this energy mix. Thank you. Let us give them a round of applause. Give our moderator a big round of applause. Mr. Putra Adiguna, thank you for deliver your moderator role
Mohon izin Bapak-bapak, kita foto
perfectly,
bersama.
and please remain on stage because we would take a group picture. Our documentation team, over to you.
Mohon bersiap Bapak. Baik, posisinya sudah benar. Tim dokumentasi akan mengambil foto. 1, 2,
1, 2, 3.
Terima kasih atas kesediaannya, sekali lagi berikan
Thank you for your willingness for being present here. Thank you for our moderator, Mr. Putra Adiguna. I really enjoy your session. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, apparently we have come to the final session of Indonesia Solar Summit 2024. On behalf of the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs and Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources and Institute for Essential Services Reform, I would like to convey our greatest gratitude for all of you who have attended this event diligently since early mornings up to now. And thank you for the supports for the RE100. Thank you very much. And all of the presentations can be downloaded through Indonesia Solar Summit website, and also IESR website, iesr.or.id.
Inilah akhir dari kebersamaan kita
Very well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for us to bid you an adieu. Let us give everyone a big round of applause to close our conventions. My name is Clara Antawijaya. On behalf of all the crews, we would like to bid you farewell. Thank you, and please forgive us for all the shortcomings. We'll see you in the next event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam kebajikan, namo buddhaya, and Om Santi Santi Om.